And welcome to today's coverage of the Merit Poker Retro Series. That caught us a little bit off guard, didn't it? Ali Najad alongside James Dempsey, and of course, you guys, if you're tuning in right now, not caught off guard. Today's coverage getting underway. Day 2 of the main event. We did go deep into the evening yesterday with coverage of the cash game. So one level is actually already in the books, James. But in terms of how the landscape was set as we go into this Day 2 coverage, it isn't set because registration is still open.
Far from it, yeah. They get 5 hours of late reg today, so we've already played one level. That's all you've missed. They got the next 2 frames, so 4 hours, which I imagine maybe takes us to dinner. Seems like a nice time to take a break. So entries keep rolling in. I can see here that we're up to 1,049 as of the start of this level. And so beating the guarantee is the point, the whopping guarantee that was put on this one.
And it's not just eking past. A $3 million guarantee, and it has been cleared handsomely already, and we're going to have a little bit of overlay as more and more people register or re-register for that matter as today carries us through after 4 day ones. Do we have a sense at all, James, of some of the stacks maybe that we want to be keeping an eye on at present?
I did notice everyone sort of comes here and just plays every day one they can. So kind of conversely to a lot of tournaments you see, day 1A was the biggest, and then a whole bunch of people got through, so they couldn't play day 1B. So day 1B was down to the guys who hadn't made it through, and then day 1C, the same was even smaller, to the point that day 1D is like the loser's last flight. They still couldn't get through. Everyone can buy in today, but there are certainly some big stacks out there. I mean, myself and David were keeping an eye on it yesterday. We saw Michael Allen and Bart Leiber amongst those to bag a big stack yesterday from 1C. I'm not familiar with 1A and 1B myself, but I did see Mustafa Biz as well bagging in day 1C with a big stack. He, of course, came third in the high roller. I'm sure we'll see some of those faces we saw in the warm-up and the high roller as this one goes on.
Actual number of payouts and actual payouts themselves not yet set, considering that registration is still open. So a bit of a blind journey for the time being as you get your first look at today's featured table of 9, where the blinds will be 1,500 and 2,500, James.
Ollie, Radovan Sabu has 355 big blinds in a tournament.
It's tough to do, isn't it? Obviously, he has showered more than a few.
You start with 100K.
Yeah, now he's got 886.
They only played, I believe, 8 levels on day 1. I mean, that's he's done some marauding.
Yeah, that's a very good word for it. Obviously, claiming more than a few pelts would be my guess en route to that unbelievably deep stack, knocking on the door, of course, of a first 7-figure stack in the field. And so we'll send it down. And some of these faces at this point now, James, that you've had a few visits to Merit for some of these festivals will begin to look familiar.
Yeah, you certainly do. You see a lot of the same faces here. We keep talking about it every time we come down here. It's almost its own. It's got its own climate. It's got its own player pool. There are a lot of people who play here and only here.
And with good reason, obviously. You know, it seems as though we might be laying it on a little bit thick in terms of our affinity for the property and the product, but it is a genuine one. Very much stands alone in terms of customer service and a sense of intimacy. I believe it was David Lappin who coined it the world's biggest little poker room.
I believe it was me. But
was it you?
Give credit out to everyone else.
Forgive me.
Ollie.
No, but it was very apropos of,
it has that feel.
The vibe. And of course, we say this flatteringly because a little poker room is where one can feel like there's personal attention, but obviously there is nothing little about anything that is going on here at this festival. Ace, ace, 10.
Certainly not the prize pool, Ollie.
No.
Over 3 million already, and as you say, still 4 more hours of late reg as we join them. That's, well, starting stack now will be 40 blinds, so it's not like you're coming in and having a real pump when you reg now. 40 blinds,
no,
plenty.
Oftentimes, max late reg will be something in the neighborhood of 20 blinds.
Yeah, I guess that's where we'll be at, right? If at the end of it, we'd be playing the 3K level, 4K, and the 5K. Yeah, so you'd come in just after 20 blinds. Sure, there'll be some people who try and do that. Some people probably playing a little cash last night, Ollie. We were covering that PLO game. Those guys probably getting a little sleep before blasting off in this tournament. And we did see a couple of the players around the place.
Yeah. First pot of the session taken down by Lebanon's Mazen Halabi. Best live cash is $10,760, and that represents 100% of his recorded earnings over the course of his career. And of course, it happened right here at the Merit Poker Vintage Series back in November of 2022, where he finished 16th.
Well, we can safely assume then we're dealing with a cash game player who's lobbing the odd dart at this.
But I think it's nice because even those who really stick to the cash game streets out here, when festivals come down and these big guarantees are available, even they will try their hand at a little bit of tournament poker. As we see Ms. Sivgatova.
Yeah, I gather she was actually a direct bubble in the warm-up. I mean, queens into kings.
I'd have some vengeful sentiments on her mind. Given that, she's going to be flat calling and in trouble against Kabir's Open.
I remember we actually covered her in the Carmen series as well, the last one here. She went deep in the main, just checking out 27th place finish in that one. So maybe more of a main event gal than a warm-up gal.
Elisa Sibgatova, player in question there. Playing under the Russian banner, 26,000. Her best live cash, 82,000 and change in career live earnings.
A little liberal with this peel. Could be having open king queen. Still king 10 in the middle. Shokota on the cutoff with 2 sevens. Also, Ali, I feel like we've reached the stage of the coverage where I get to sit in here and butcher pronunciations of names, and you get to correct me.
I'll certainly be doing my best. Serhei Sharkota plays under the Belarusian banner. 95,000 in career tournament earnings, 56,000 and change. His best career cash. And when we see numbers like that, obviously we begin to get the sense that we're dealing with pro caliber talent.
Hang on.
The bet and call in front of him.
Sivgatova, yeah, she peeled this open, you know, a little on the light side with king 10, and is continuing to do so on the 8-5 deuce.
She fails to improve on the jack on the turn. Let's not overlook the fact that the preflop opener, James Kabir, did barrel through in spite of having been called in a couple of spots.
And if she hadn't been overcalled, she'd almost certainly win this pot now. Obviously, that overcall just really, whoa, Kabir reaching for more chips.
And this is a bit surprising.
Just barreling twice. Bang, bang, and this should work. Obviously, the peel in the middle was dust, and the king 10. Shakota. Yeah, you can make the argument sevens are ahead sometimes, of course they can be. But it's very, very hard to know what the good rivers are for you. Nice play from Kabir.
Gets the 2 sevens to fold, and I think he was able to leverage Sibgatova's participation in the pot, James, very well there, because willingness to fire the second barrel into 2 players versus just 1 looks a lot stronger.
For sure. That was a huge part of the fold, is the fact that he's fired twice into a 3-way pot. And I enjoy this when we join these tournaments, because quite often we, you know, if each table gets moved to the table and we don't know what the dynamics are before. Obviously, there's only an hour in the books today.
Yeah.
But some stuff's been going on here, clearly, because we're seeing the double barrel with king queen there. We're seeing the flat and float with king 10. They're going to play.
Yeah. Of course, we know that Mr. Halabi will be playing when he looks down at something like ace-king under the gun, a fearless 6K.
Yeah, it does come in. It's slightly more than min. You can certainly have some different raise sizes when we're playing deep. And of course, by that, Ali, I mean you can have different raise sizes in different positions, but also you could have a standardized size that isn't typical min. Playing that a little bit deeper, especially if you're a tighter player. Ah.
Anything you can do, I can do at least as well, is perhaps the thought on Valery Pak's mind as he 3-bets to 21,000. That's a a chunky 3-bet sizing, James, is it not?
I think we can actually go bigger than this.
Ah.
On 3.5x. Remember, Ollie, we're 3-betting out of the small blind, attacking under the gun open, and we're playing deep stack. So I would have gone a little larger myself. You know, Halaby's going to have a lot of hands that want to continue. I mean, this size does enough to define their range. It's not like he can continue with like offsuit combos that aren't the likes of ace king, ace queen. But it still means, you know, hands like jack 10 suited definitely aren't going to fold. Maybe we want to put those under pressure. But as it is, we've got ace king v ace king, so let's not start speculating about that and see if we're going to get this in. Halaby does just rip it in. Well, I was going to say pack. I mean, he's snap call, but it is one of those like, oh, I know I have to call when I make this bet. But I think both are happy to see ace king when it's gone in that quickly.
Of course, and obviously there is some percentage of the time where each of these guys could be clear winners, but in all likelihood it will be chopped, and that makes it official. Somehow they both flop top two. That brings a smile to Pac's face.
Yeah, this could have played out some more fun ways if Halaby had flat. Interesting. Then we see Pac. He was also deep in the Carmen main event, 34th. As we keep saying, always familiar faces here. He also had a deep run in the warm-up in that series.
He also appears to be playing under the Belarusian flag. $353,000 in career live earnings for him.
Yeah.
Best live cash of $197,000. And he gets around.
Well, I was about to say that was in the WBT main event in Korea just last month. So fresh off that record score in second.
How about that for a payout for second place as the WPT ventures out into that part of the world?
Well, I'm just looking at the payouts, and it appears to me there was a three-way deal done. So because he got less for second than third got, so he was obviously the shortest in a deal. But
I would love if the shortest in a deal was almost $200,000 at some point in my poker career. As we see Sibkadova.
Well, you have to register a tournament first.
Yeah, this is true. It's tough to make a deal in a cash game, although every now and again it does happen. Fold and I'll give you your bet back, one bet back, things like that. Negotiations.
Wow.
Those types, of course, don't happen in tournament poker, as we see the ace-king. Making it the standard 6,000 to go, and then somehow ace-king surfaces once more.
Halaby back-to-back ace-king, ace-king. And again, okay, so we've got the same situation. Sibkatova's open from +1, near enough under the gun. Obviously, going to have a lot of hands that can call 3-bets at this stack depth. Well, that's one side you can make it. Is just to rip it in.
And look at the immediate response from Sibkatova.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where you just always assume the other person's got ace-king, but when you've got ace-king yourself,
That's prevalent.
it's hard to give it, but here we go again.
Yeah, it's an ace-king rich environment for the time being here at the featured table, as once again, it's just 2% and 1%.
Now, I would advocate for a raise somewhere between 21K and all in.
That's a wide variety.
Yeah.
Jack 4-3, there will be nothing but a chop in the future for these two hands. And again, Halaby will share a pot, this time with Alicia.
Sorry. Whose turn it is next?
Well, it would be tough to imagine another ace-king versus ace-king development. Back-to-back is hard enough.
That's Ben have net, I think, just sliding in. I don't think he was sat there before. Someone who was talking about WPTs, she has a WPT title to his name, winning in Borgata.
Wow.
800K.
And you know what? I really think that the presence of players with resumes like that James, is a bit of a bellwether in the best of ways in terms of the fact that the secret's out, and this is absolutely a stop on any poker player's calendar, worthy of consideration, worthy of attendance, and that contains real value. Pocket sevens for Sibgatova, making it 6,000 to go. A call from Khakib Mihiri, rather.
I was going to go for Mihiri, so I feel good about that.
Plays under the Tunisian banner. Another guy with handsome scores under his belt. Best live cash 111,000. Total live earnings of 176.
And Kabir going to overcall, of course, with ace deuce, so diamonds and 8-8-9 board. Not really one anyone particularly loves. Sibgatova, though, does have some backdoor equity with the 7 of spades working.
Note that Mihiri does have the 2 overs in the gut shot. Spadeless kit.
Yeah, she's going for a small bet here. She gets to leverage a little bit, but the big blind's in the pot here. Makes it harder for Mihiri to make light calls. But 2 overs and a gut shot for 9k. May elect to continue. I kind of like this bet from Sibgatova. It's going to be hard if we check and try and win a 3-way product showdown. Get to clean out some equity.
Yep.
And also, it just strikes me. We saw her floating with the king 10. She's kind of aggressive style.
Oh, a delightful turn for her as she picks up the open-ended straight flush draw.
It's a weird one. It's obviously Mihiri gets to have some flushes when he's called. We don't really beat much now, but at the same time, we pick up a straight flush draw, so it's equity galore. And looks like she's a little under half pot. Again, taxing this kind of hand, I guess, getting them out. I think it really serves to make a 9-fold. Maybe thinks this way freezes some stuff from raising or betting bigger, like an 8. Oh. Non-believer in the house.
Looks that way, doesn't it? You never know. Sometimes we reach for the chips just to get a little reaction maybe and inform us.
This would be a little wild continuing here. The chips, is that a raise? It is a raise. I thought those were the 25k chips. Wow. Okay. Have that, says Mihiri. You're going to bet here. I get to have a whole bunch of spades here from +3, flooding your open, peeling the flop bet. I think you're betting too much on the turn.
Yeah. Does he get to have some 8x?
Yeah, he can certainly have some X. I mean, he has some boats here. He could have 6s, could have 8-9, could have 9s.
Now, wouldn't those hands be better candidates as a call?
Wow. Yes, but I mean, look at the stack depth here. You kind of do want to start building a pot. We're so deep.
And that we've done. As 102,000 goes into the middle, courtesy of Sibgatova hanging tough.
I've been surprised by every action in this hand because Sibgatova's sticking around with the open and a straight flush draw when she could just be almost dead. The queen of spades on the river gives Mihiri the fakest of showdown value as Sibgatova improves to a flush. He may feel a little sick when he sees that he's been called by 7s here.
You know, it's curious, James, because if he hadn't hit the queen specifically, giving him some showdown value, I wonder, my curiosity getting the better of me, whether or not he was going to be willing to go with that bluff line unimproved.
Yeah, it's the queen of spades are kind of a concern because obviously Sibgatova maybe has some big ace X combos with the ace of spades. Big pairs even with a spade that he'd be worried about now. Can't really bluff into. Obviously he does improve slightly. He's run down, you know, the jacks without a spade and 10s without a spade, albeit he holds a 10. I don't think he really had much equity there, but he made a move on the turn and obviously gave up once called, and I can't blame him for it. I wouldn't feel great about following that up. He's put pressure on the other. I'm just surprised, Ollie. They're all battling here early on day 2.
You love to see it, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, it makes for great viewing entertainment. Here's another one of those names that isn't a foreign one to us.
I'll be looking down at a hand that isn't ace-king.
It is Jacek Pustula.
Putting some forward to this, though. 7 off on the button. It's going to try and get one through. I'd be scared Sikratova in the big blind. She's not one to mess with, although he does go for a larger sizing. And again, I said this, I don't mind us varying our sizes when we're this deep.
Taking it up a touch from the button in particular is just designed to make things less attractive
Right.
to the blinds, and for Rian Kabir.
Right,
Ace
everyone-
10 is a bit attractive.
Everyone knows you get such a great price in the big blind these days. We see players now calling a lot more profitably from the big blind defending. Suddenly against a 3x, you have to play a lot tighter. Whoa, gets Kabir to fold ace 10 off in the small.
That is a lot of hand to find the bin.
Vindicating this open. A min there was going to get 2 players in, and
Sure.
a 3x got the job done. Nicely done.
Very much so.
Yeah, we've got some twists and turns ahead of us in this one. Tell
Undoubtedly.
already, this table's going to be fun. So it's not just poker here, Ollie. Not just gaming. In fact, I've had yet another day down on my favourite pier.
Oh, started your day off right here on the Med.
Taking in some sun, little dip.
Coffee spot?
I went to my coffee spot, then went down to my favourite pier, had a little swim in what can only be described as the bath that is the Eastern Mediterranean.
Oh, isn't it delightful this time of year?
Very humid today though compared to the last couple of days.
Ace 8. Yes. Alabi has rightfully been active thus far here in the first frame of coverage on the day, second day of this 3,300 buy-in, 3 million guaranteed Retro Series main event.
It's got all the sizes. Open to 6, open to 7.5, opens to 5.5 here. Gets almost the jam on here for 25 blinds.
Yeah, 63,000 in total out of the big blind.
Not much we can do here, unfortunately. Little posturing, just to kind of send the message that I'm close to calling you. Don't try this too often, but of course, we're going to have some raise folds from the cutoff there.
That we are. But once we do get caught raise folding on a few occasions, our credibility in terms of starting hands begins to grow compromised.
Oh, wait, he had the ability to show down ace-king twice in the same orbit.
Yeah.
They still think he's got the goods.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm going to look through the chip counts actually as we start this day.
Yeah?
And I see Uwe Reichenstein is atop a big stack again. Fresh off his result already this week. Faraday Mustafov, who is very well known in these parts, both in the Merit Poker events, but also having some success at Triton. He also sits on top of big stack. Yuri, of course, losing that mammoth heads-up match in the high roller. Came in as a 4-1 leader.
Here we see Valery Pak. Ace 8. 6,500 open. Getting flatted
by pocket fives
Yeah, a little.
for Razvan Sabao, and now the pocket fours for Sibgatova.
A little optimistic this from +2. Let's pick up 2 calls from 2 under pairs, so ace-8 still alive.
Nice price here for Sharkota's 10-7.
Yeah.
He
Spot
joins.
for him to flick it in. Everyone's so live. Look at these hands. Not much sharing going on.
Yeah, cards are clean. And the 10-5 deuce board puts top pair for Sharkota up against middle set.
Yeah, Sabu gets the dream flop. So we've seen Sibgatova's willingness to fight for pots. She lurks behind with 4s that don't look terrible on that board, but it is a little tricky in a 4-way pot. I'm glad to see her just fold that one. Sharkota, obviously a little disappointed not at least to have a club working with him here as well, but top pair is certainly good enough for 1. But again, in a 4-way pot, you do get a little nervous. He's obviously going to be up against a whole bunch of better 10x. But he can be ahead against maybe hands like 8s and 9s that are just stabbing here.
9 on the turn. And now Sharkota recognizing that perhaps that 10-7 would be played better from this street forward. As a check, James, you tend to agree?
Yeah, no reason to take the action away here. Sabu, so nice on a, specifically this sort of 10-5 deuce rainbow. You just almost certainly know your opponent's got a 10 here.
Just how much is he going to request? 25,000.
All right, round half pop. Seems reasonable on okay, the ball's a little bit more coordinated now, but the flop continue range doesn't pick up too many outs on this, you wouldn't have thought. Nice fold. Very nice fold. There might have been some, ace-3, ace-4 kind of hands, especially those with diamonds that improve on that turn, but not much else does, so. Good bet, good fold. Well played all around. Didn't waste much time there either, Ollie. I think he knew, got to call once with this hand. This guy wants to fire again. Kind of in trouble.
Can I have some change, please?
Obviously a little bit disappointed to have to put top pair into the muck and not be able to take a river, but he was drawing dead at that point, so.
You don't wake up in the morning thinking about putting top pair.
Yeah.
I wake up and think of the buffet. Back coming in. Back to back hands. This one far more playable and understandable with the 8-9 suited. Yeah,
Queen
nice
jack,
fold from Halaby.
Thought it over.
Yeah, there's...
Those are just trouble combos in a race pot.
They are. The one thing I was going to suggest is if he knows pack's opening up with stuff like ace-8 offsuit up front, those are the kind of hands that if we really want to stretch and find some 3-bets, then that can go in there. But I think at a full table, just folding the queen jack and maybe using hands like king jack to do that. And maybe some of those middling to high suited connectors as well.
And I'm not sure how much Pak is opening stuff like ace-8 or ace-9 for that matter, which is what Mahiri finds himself with as a defender from the big. On the strength of the open-ender, Pak follows through. Ace-9 is in no man's land. Unless, of course, if we were playing short deck, in which case it would be a gut shot. Not happening.
Don't get me going on short deck, Ollie. It's too much for me.
Well, how can it be too much when there are less cards, James?
True that. I miss that gut shot every time, though. But I don't mean miss it as in I don't hit it. I mean,
well, you hit it and then fold because you don't realize you've had it.
My first time covering short deck. I got to the event and they were like, "Guy, there's a short deck event." I was like, "Okay, quick Google. What are the rules?"
A primer.
I was sat there with Jeff Gross, and neither of us had played a hand of it before.
Wow.
In the deep end we went. It's all right. It was only the likes of Phil Ivey winning the tournament. You know, no one was watching. I butchered a hand. Got the odds all wrong. Miscounted outs. Flushes beating houses. Takes a minute. Conditioned our whole lives. 2 decades I've been sitting there watching houses beat flushes. Halabeat. Popping this up. And Kabir with one of those kind of nice hands that you can certainly do a couple of things with. So that's just a call.
Ace on the button now for Sharkota. A touch wounded by what took place in the big with the 10-7 suited. Sits this one out properly.
Just do that. Giving up the 10-5 suited in the big. Maybe a little tight, but obviously that 10 is shared quite often in these kind of spots against these 2 early position players, so I don't hate it. When it's a hand that can't make a straight, you kind of okay to fold them, I think. Certainly a flop that fits Kabir here, having flat the open. It's going to waste no time. A nice adjustment from Halaby there, recognizing that, just checking this flop. Even though he has the backdoor nut spades, realizing he's very unlikely to get this one through on this flop. Doesn't really have much equity.
And Kabir very comfortably able to activate with the top pair and gut shot. And Halaby will step away quite comfortably with a futureless ace-3 there. And I think we need to have that sort of behavior available to us where we open and don't find ourselves just c-betting 100% of range on all board composition.
Yeah, that board just wasn't him. I mean,
Well, that
I say
hasn't stopped
sorry.
people in the past.
That board is him because he can have 9s, 10s, queens, kings, ace king, ace queen, pardon, king jack, all these hands, but so can his opponent. At the point.
Yeah, and in reality, it wasn't him because he just had the ace-3. So.
Don't forget, Kabir just likes king queen. Went blasting with it before.
$10-8 suited. 1 gapper on the button, very reasonable.
Yeah, he's put this one up slightly larger. Kind of dissuades peels from the big blind, but Pat going to come along with 6-5. There are some hands that become folds though for that size versus min.
Swing and a miss for the 6-5 offsuit big blind defender. Same story though for the 10-8, which does wrap around that 9
7-5.
and is able to represent some ace-X as such. 7K
Whoa.
c-bet into 17,000, and Valeri wants to peel, James, and
Okay, let's just enjoy this. We're going to the streets.
yeah, and look at this turn card. It gives him a flush draw and the gut shot.
Yeah, this. I'm going to go on a limb and say that if we're check calling flop here from Pat, we're going to do some
Yep.
naughty stuff.
Yep.
Some turns. This one is all us. Gut shot and flush draw now. Love this.
And Puck knows that there's some percentage of the time that there's an ace-X in there, maybe even with a heart on the side, that could find its way to the river, but he sets himself up to be able to put a one-pair type of holding in a real mess on the river. And now we're beginning to get a glimpse at the degree of professionalism, even though on the surface it may not look as such, given a check call with a naked 6-high on the flop, but that
surrounds the operations from Valeri Pak.
It was also the speed of the check call on the flop.
Sure.
It was like, yep, cool, I've got a hand that has to call. If I'm sat there as opponent, I'm not thinking this guy's got 6 high. No draw, no pair.
Yeah, and
He was like-
little things like that are not lost on him, by the way, right? He knows that it sets the stage to create some doubt in the opposition when we do check call at that clip.
I'm loving this. People stepping out of line makes poker way more fun. No solver nonsense here, Ollie. Play the man.
Cut off this time, ace-8 suited. Again, 6,500 from Mahidi.
Yeah, that would be fun that last hand if here he had a weak 1 pair hand, maybe a 9 or a bad ace. See what would happen on Brick Rivers.
How this goes?
Yeah.
I came on the
It's
7th.
easy to call that turn when you've got the ace. It's a lot harder to call the river.
You're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
Mahidi, by the way, knows what it takes to get it done out here at Merritt, James, courtesy of that July 2022 warm-up win that he had.
And the retro series. So he's a retro man.
Perhaps.
I'm curious what this man's been up to, because I looked through his Hender mod. He won that Borgata event just over a decade ago. There's a sprinkling of cashes at the World Series, but there's also the odd cash in Macau. It's a curious Hender mod. Some gaps.
And at the same time, some stops that maybe are lesser frequented. So he is packing bags and plying his trade beyond the borders of North Cyprus.
Yeah, so it had a couple of cashes in Macau in 2017, then a couple in Vegas in 2018, then a 3-year gap. A few cashes in 21, one in 22, and a couple in 23. So it looks like some time spent between Macau and the US. Coming in here from +2 with ace-6. Again, these offsuit combos not the best. I'm going to give it a go. Charcota peeling in the middle. Postula, he thought about it. Only in the cutoff here with ace-jack offsuit. Very nice hand to squeeze with. And I think if he knew his opponent's opening up ace-6 offsuit, he would be. If he knew the range included hands like ace-6 offsuit, he certainly would be electing to squeeze. But this time just flatting, and that does have the benefit of keeping some dominated hands in. If Charcota or the opener both have a hand like Queen Jack, King Jack, you can win big pots post flop.
9-5-4. Charcota's 2 7s are best.
You know, you had to fold the 2 7s before in a 3-way pot. This time they look a little stronger, but I like this again. Just checking in flow, allowing the man who peel behind to check. And the Queen of Hearts is a pretty ugly card for the 2 7s. Numbers Postula. He's going to have a fair number of four-way combos overcooling. With the Jack of Hearts, may decide to set up a 2-street bluff, but is going to check it back. Thinks maybe the ace high is good, and well, strikes Gin on the river. Finding that ace, Hamnet pairing with a dominator kicker. May go for like a block sizing here. Yeah, he's done that. I like it. Quarter pot. Try and freeze exactly this kind of hand from raising, and that's what's going to happen. battling occurring. Here in Merit,
That tends to be the case, especially when players have history with one another.
Get some water.
Sivkatova, one of those who's definitely guilty of getting the club out every now and again.
Sure. We've seen her be tremendously aggressive.
Look at that, only top right of the screen. That number just ticking up. Re-entries still available, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1,050.
This is the point in most tournaments where you start to expect the number to go down, but here it keeps going up. 425 strong is the field at present, 1,051 total entries, and Sivkatova 5,500 total in chips required to proceed as she picks King 4 suited to raise it up under the gun. And as you were talking about
Yeah,
her
I'm not surprised.
reputation, let's call it, she puts it on display. Now here's a man who obviously sent a message.
Yeah, here we like
Moments
this is,
ago.
He's thinking about it. I think he knows. As I say, they're both deep in the warm-up here last time, but I'm sure they got more reps than that against each other. And
Pocket nines, a flat call candidate, deems Halabi. That allows Rian Kabir.
yeah, that's what's kind of nice at these stack decks. You don't get Sivkatova. You're not really going to get 3-bet too often. So you pop up this King 4. You do get to see the flop a lot. Well, a flop where everyone gets a piece.
7-4 trade, two clubs, the overpair, the club draw, and then just the lowly pair of fours for Sivkatova. Has the least equity, but with two checks, or one check rather.
Yeah,
Two checks in front of her. She follows through for the 8,000.
Yeah, obviously 7-4-3, not really her board having opened from under the gun, although in this case we can see she has caught a piece of it. But betting here, I don't think you're going to get raised that often, and the backdoor diamonds, I think, tips it into that kind of hand. You don't mind betting here. Halabi with the overpair, of course, going to come along, and now Kabir with the queen high flush draw. There is some argument to raising, as I was saying, that this is kind of more his board. He can have the two-pair combos, he can certainly have sets, he can have the flop straight. But I'd imagine just calling. Sivkatova, of course, gets to have all those big overpairs still. And Halabi can be slow playing a set here, so proceeding with some caution and finding top pair on the turn. That's a great card for him.
Disastrous one for Halabi, though, as it leaves his nines now in second place and with very little equity.
The saving grace from him is Sivkatova, who's got the betting lead, and I think when she's called twice on this board and doesn't find any additional equity on that turn, he's going to have to slow down. But look at this. Halabi knows that, doesn't want to give another free card, so comes out betting half pot. Kabir, of course, going nowhere with this hand. Top pair flush draw. Well, I have slight concern about Halabi betting out. It's unlikely to be a bluff here. It's some form of value. As you can see, it's value that he beats, but there's plenty of hands he loses to. But of course, the flush draw gives him so much equity in the form of a redraw if he's behind that he's going to call, surely. Sivkatova just a bit annoyed they didn't check to us that she could take her free card.
Yeah. It is a peculiar line when we go from flat call, pre-flop, check call flop to then come out swinging.
I like Ali because he correctly identified the fact that Sivkatova is going to check back so many hands, and those nines are so vulnerable if he checks through again in a three-way pot.
Now that he's been called by Kabir, though, what are his feelings about the two nines and about Kabir's range?
He can certainly still be ahead. He can be up against club draws, which obviously now he's beating next to nothing. He could be up against some of those sort of 7-6 type hands as well that want to call again.
And you see it didn't take him long to decide to check.
Yeah, that river is just the dustiest card in the deck, bar the 5 or 6 of clubs filling in. Kabir with just a decision of how much to go for, and he can you know, put Halaby on some pretty strong hands as well. Like a set may well play this way. I think what size suits best? He's gone pretty small. I don't hate it going small just because we do just have like all the hands here. There's not many bluffs we can have. We don't really need to polarize.
$22.5. The sizing, it doesn't feel like the type that's designed to shed the opposition, much more so to retain it.
Yeah, and this is one of the worst hands we can really have here. Nines with not even a club blocker. Like I say, we're going to have maybe some sets. Don't want to lead turn. Maybe some flushes ourselves as well, of course. 8s and 9s, no club, probably the weakest hands. I think with that in mind, we're best served just to fold. Remember, this was a 3-way pot pre-flop. Bet on the flops to Sipkatova. Could be overcalled and then called the lead on the turn. He just doesn't really have
I could also Red Bull with ice.
that much that's going to bluff here. Yeah, nicely deduced. Another fun. Every hand so far, Ollie, has been kind of fun.
Well, obviously, it's never fun when you have to fold,
See those cards on the stream.
but when you're doing
We'll
so
see those
correctly,
cards on the stream.
Yeah, you will.
feels good. Look at Hamnet. He's curious about what was going on in that one.
Fantastic setup here. Merit Crystal Cove in the poker room. Glorious stage. We just dominate the room. Tables either side of it. Tables out front of it. And Ollie, it's nice. They put a little effect in there for me with the red telephone box. Make me feel like I'm at home.
Oh, yes. Jolly old. And their phone booths.
Yeah.
Which have turned into homeless shelters for the most part, it must be said, around the Mayfair area. So we just spent some time up and around that
Yeah, I was
nook of the city.
sort of having having a conversation with some of the share hand guys on the walk back one night to the hotel. And, you know, they're teasing me a little bit. I'm teasing them. And I couldn't really find a justification of why we still have so many telephone boxes.
It's for Instagram, really. That's the only reason. As Halaby finds justification to open from the button to 7,000 with Jack-8 suited, and it isn't simply, I lost the last one. But Sipkatova, plenty of kit, defends the King-Queen.
Interesting, went 7,500 on the button with Jack 7 offsuit. 7,000 with Jack 8 suited. Like, I don't mind you calling too much with this one. Sipkatova smashing that flop, and Halaby with a hand that could look to shovel some chips down the streets.
Well, for now, interactions with the Queen of Spades and the betting lead are what come together to deliver 6,000 forward on the back end of the Sipkatova check.
Yeah, just definitely got options here. Obviously, you can come with a check raise here. Look to stack hands like ace king and aces. Get ace queen in there with some more. But I like this just flatting with the top two pair because you're unblocking. Pardon me, you're blocking the top pair. I like check raising queen six because your opponent has more king x. When you've got the two top cards, check calling, allowing to bluff later streets. Here we go.
Yeah, Elisa agreeing with you. After she flats, she does respect the arrival of a third club.
Yeah, it's not a great card for her to see. But of course, your opponent is going to have a lot of lone club hands that want to bluff this card. So, as it is, Halaby's stepping way out of line here with the no pair, no draw, no equity bluff.
Oh,
Well,
but an opportunity presenting itself potentially if we are looking to really just barrel away as the fourth club leaves the king-queen. Quite uncomfortable. Ace-jack has also gotten there.
yeah, it's kind of a grim one. And, you know, Halaby will be concerned that she's got a hand like the queen of clubs. That's obviously a prime candidate to call. But I don't think she has too much ace of clubs. Yeah, I love this. He's gone for it. Oh,
How
he's
about this, James?
He's overbet jammed. And those two pair have just shrunk right up. Like I say, she does get to have some clubs. She can have, you know, a hand like any hand that's got the queen of clubs in it, a hand like queen jack, king jack with jack of clubs. Even, you know, king, queen, king nine or queen nine kind of hands. She
Well,
under-repped her hand.
Top two pair looked like two plums, now much more like two prunes.
The only thing that could perhaps lean her back towards calling here is obviously the sizing. This is just pure ace of clubs only. If Halaby had gone a smaller sizing, could perhaps have had a little bit more in the value range.
Let's give Elisa some credit. A lot of players might reflexively have simply taken this spot and thought, well, I can't beat any club whatsoever and take it. And yet she's dug in, recognizing the polarity, understanding that it is ace of clubs or nothing at all, that approaches it in this way.
Yeah, it's just so grim though when you got king queen. All the good reasons on the flop to have king queen are now bad reasons here. Your opponent's barrels are just weighted way more towards flush combos because you hold the top two pair.
Yeah.
And of course, don't forget Sivkatova also has all the two club combos in her hand that would have called pre-flop. Check called flop, check called turn. But credit to her for thinking this is one of the worst hands we can call with, but she still wants to call with it. Maybe senses exactly that, some frustration perhaps from Halaby over the previous hand where he lost with 2 nines. Gangster Series isn't till November, but there's some gangster poker going on right now. From everyone at this table. The senses are just there.
And she lays down the winner, James. Ultimately, the aggression rewarded for Mazen Halaby.
Yeah, that
Мне
was
кажется, и у него не было.
ballsy. And I can't fault the fold. I think
Certainly
you just
not.
have to fold that river, I think. Well, certainly I'd be folding the river, Ali.
And when we look up at a screen and a line like that, perhaps we expect more often than not Sivkatova to be the one that is
Yeah.
bullying, given her kind of affinity for an aggressive line. But being given a taste of her own medicine, shall we call it?
Oh, I think that's fair to say. I wonder if it was the speed of the jam that was making her think, you know, so often we see that the snap action is a weakness. I wonder if that's what was keeping her thinking for so long.
Imagine one joker, one of those.
Now then, Mr. Mahidi.
Imagine nothing.
And 6 suited open.
And the flush on the
And is
other.
Kabir speculating as to whether or not Halaby had nothing in that particular pot as there's an exchange between he and Elisa?
I mean, it's funny. Obviously, Hamnet was going, oh, we'll see those cards on the stream, referencing the hand before. The next hand is an even more interesting spot that everyone at this table will want to see. 30-minute delay here. They'll know soon enough.
Ace, King, 10 now for Benjamin Hamnet. Top pair, which had a kicker issue, gets resolved on the turn. And we see Mahiri deciding now to get busy. And of course these lines, James, when we're first in, up front, just because we check back this board texture doesn't always mean we haven't hit it.
Yeah, not really a ball we check back very often. Ace King 10 as the early position raise against big blind defend, but here we're electing to do so. And obviously, this card's certainly on a bet. Hamnet, of course, very under-repped. I say under-repped. His range just comprises of so many hands that just can't call a bet on this spot. Obviously, he's allowed to have ace-x.
So the 6K does get called. Backdoor clubs for Mahiri. As the flush draw is quite concealed as played, I would say.
Yeah, you're just always trying to work out what kind of hand your opponent will open with from +1 and check back ace king 10. It's a board that they're supposed to pay. He's paid huge here. Opposed to 25Ks, right? Yeah. Oh, sorry, he's betting 42 effective. My apologies. Oh, okay, so yeah, maybe on against the shallower stacks, we do check back some hands on ace king 10. Certainly maybe a hand like jack 10, queen 10. You might just want to check back if you don't want to get check raised with those hands. Backdoor clubs competing. Yeah, this is really tough. I think Hamnet might expect a hand like 7, 8 clubs just to bet the flop as the pre-flop raiser. Like you said, I don't think we're too concerned about the clubs. We're more thinking perhaps about likes of kings, maybe trapping or 10. Yeah, good fold. Nothing really makes sense there.
Yeah, it would have been a little bit absurd to think that the stone bluff will be played like that. But, you know, we've seen things that are surprising before. and for, you know, Benjamin Hamnet, this is a guy with results, right? He's played against top-tier opposition. The American who lives in Pennsylvania, at least according to the Hendon Mob, $1.5 million in career tournament earnings. Best live cash, $818,000, James. And here he is playing against a group of relative unknowns to him, as he is not a regular at Merit.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Cypriot flag on his Hendon Mob as yet.
Valeri goes to the shades as he lights up 6,500 with the A7 offsuit. And I remember hypothetically you were talking about, well, 3 bets might come in against Pak if people get the sense. I think it was a Queen Jack for Halabi in that spot that he is opening this sort of kit. And
yeah, he opened ace-8 offsuit before from this seat. Now ace-7 offsuit. These are hands that just don't really perform very well.
Well, they're going to do better than average against ace-deuce, suited or not. As you see the equities. The lone customer is Nikolai Sabal, but paired board with 2 hearts.
I'll take the ace-deuce, Ollie.
Yeah, feels like that's the better kit now.
You want to wager? I'll bet you lunch.
No. Even though I know it's free of charge. Still don't even want to make the bet. As we can see Sabal in such great shape here. You talked about a little wager, 7,000 into 19,500. That is the figure dialed up by Pak. A flat call from Sabal, who makes the hearts no waiting. And that 9 does give the bad end of an open-ender to Pak, but he recognizes that it is time to slow down.
I'm just checking back. I've got a red ace, but I don't remember exactly which one it was.
Sure.
Oh, it's the ace of diamonds. What a shame. And yeah, I mean, that just card fills everything in, not just the flush draw, obviously, but Jack 9 suited. Whoa. Okay. Pak's getting frisky.
Yeah.
Again.
And now that card puts a 4-liner on the board. Pak really in no man's land with an ace high. The 7 doesn't play, and oh, this is
This is Valeri doing what worked already
Yeah.
earlier here at this feature, but it's an exercise in futility now, as we know at bare minimum Sabao will call.
Yeah, the hand earlier was up against a much wider range. You could rep a lot more hands. This time you've opened +2, been called by +3, it's called a flop and wants to bet this turn. They just have a lot of this. Now, this might look genius against King 10, for example. But, I mean, everything else is got there. I don't know what we're targeting with this bluff. I really don't.
Yeah, and Sabao doesn't really know where to go other than call, as we see Pak wasting no time
Yeah, that was
folding his hand.
his decision point there, whether to raise with the nut flush on this pair board or just the call.
Well, I mean, we open up the action with the raise, and then all of a sudden, if the 3-bet comes in, we hate ourselves for having been greedy.
Right.
So I don't think anyone can fault him as played for choosing to flat.
Yeah, they're very deep there. And it's not like your opponent, I don't think, has many flushes with that line, the bet flop. Check call, lead river.
And by the way, I don't think either of those hands were shown
They were.
as played, as Pak just pitched it directly into the muck, so no information in terms of, you know, what he opened with and what he played in that fashion with. And then conversely, we don't know what Sabao had.
If I was playing at this table right now, I'd have a very long list of hands I want someone to relay to me in 5 minutes' time.
No doubt.
I'd be texting someone going, can you just keep the stream, your eyes on the stream for the next, well, indefinite, please. I want to know every single hand, because this orbit alone feels like a highlight reel. Pack again opening up light. This time is going to get pounced on.
Two tens for Halabi have made it 20,000 to go, and now you see some of that live and die by the sword effect of being as frisky as Pak is, as we see him make the added investment.
Yeah, again, you can go a little larger here. I don't hate the sizing from Halabi. Of course, he's that bit shallower. And Pak is opening a bit more liberally than most. And you don't need to see the cards to know that he's just opening with quite a high frequency. So you are targeting a slightly weaker range than normal. So the smaller sizing is okay.
Now Halabi checking back the king-high board, playing pot control, and the turn card obviously should be favoring to an extent the 3-better pre-flop from time to time, but an opener who's in line will be hitting this board as well. So curious moment to maybe activate for the 15,000 from Halabi.
I'd kind of like to check back because, yeah, as you say, the opponent's going to have some of those hands like King, King Jack that have hit. I guess they have a lot of gut shots that are going to continue. So he elected to check back, and then the ace turn, it's not a great card for you, obviously, because you're behind a lot now, but it just makes the hand a lot cleaner to play. We bet here, we don't get bombed on the river. Makes life a little simpler.
Well, 328 big blinds keep life fairly simple, and that is what Sabao is enjoying right now, as he's got almost $1 million in chips, 1,500, 3,000. The blinds now.
Yeah, that's incredible. It's increased his stack by another 100K since we started the stream.
Note that Pak, by the way, can well afford to be kind of approaching this phase of the tournament in the way that he is, James. 471,000 in chips, good for 157 big blinds. I think there are some who would think to themselves, okay, now we sit back, now we let the dust settle a bit, but registration open for multiple levels here on day 2, and there is poker to be played, and I think that's the sense that Pak has, is that there is an opportunity before me here to really spin up a stack big enough to carry momentum through into day 3 and beyond in search of a deep cash.
Yeah, Pak's having some fun.
Yeah.
Speculating early on.
Well, I mean, now when we have a deep stack, this is the time to do it if we're going to be so inclined, right?
Yeah, 100%. And he's obviously someone who's confident enough to make big moves post-flop. We've seen that already. One worked, one didn't. The one that didn't, I think, was, to call it optimistic would be kind. But he obviously just he enters every hand with a plan to win it post-flop. It seems like he's not just going to give up on these pots. And that does make it tough for opponents. Especially when his range is as wide as we just saw peeling with a 3-4. having opened. It's a hard man to put on a hand.
Now then, king deuce offsuit, deemed adequate to attack. The very talented Jacek Pustila.
Yeah. This is... I like this, actually. I was going to say, the blinds have gone up to 1,500, 3,000. If we're raising from the small alley, we do have to go bigger than this. Just basically clicking it. The big blind's never folding. You're just swelling a pot when you're out of position. But Pustila understanding that he's taken a really bad hand here in Jack 4, like one of the few hands that doesn't want to call, and using it as a 3-bet bluff. So well played from him. As you said, someone who's clearly accomplished.
Yeah, and you know, not afraid to just take a spot like that and ask a question. Hey, are you coming after me with legitimate kit here, or are you somebody who is thinking new blind level, settling in, you know, finger wag? And I don't know that Mejidi will be pursuing that big blind in the same fashion. Reminds me a bit, James, I don't know if you've ever had a puppy, but if you do, that puppy may have an accident somewhere in the house. And if you catch that puppy having that accident in that area of the home and are adequately stern with it, while the puppy may have another accident at another point in time, it is unlikely to have it in that same spot of the house because something bad happened there. So, onwards. So you haven't had a puppy is what you're saying, James. Your silence suggests that you've never had one. No?
I just don't know where this stuff comes from sometimes.
Puppy ownership. What else?
Where?
Queen
I've heard it
Jack.
all by now.
Min raise from the button. And we know where it comes from. Queen Jack suited. And Mejidi, this time, in line. Nine deuce off. Bottom of range for Pak, James.
Yeah.
Okay.
Even Pak's going to surrender every now and again. Yeah, just like I said before, the kind of 3-bet bluff with some of those really bad hands. But some of the really bad hands, like 9 deuce, don't tend to fit in there. You kind of want to have a big card.
I had a game.
Over 1,000 entries and rising in this Retro Series main event. Nothing retro about it. Double the guarantee of the last series, aren't we? We had 1.5 minute guarantee. Yeah, we'll just make this one 3. See how we get on.
Ask yourself the last time you saw a tournament series that had that much confidence in itself to double a guarantee from the last time around. I mean, it really warranted levels of ambition, and that is the sort of ambition we're seeing from Hamnet here with registration still open. He decides the last 40,000 is going to be hitched to 8-9 suited, and unfortunately for him, in the cutoff, 2 8s await as Hakeem Mejidi.
Yeah.
Flats.
Seems
No.
reasonable with
30?
re-entry still
40,
open
okay.
to just rip 13 blinds in here with 8-9 suited and Mahiri with 2 8s flatting behind. That puts hands like this, ace jack of pack, in a real tough spot because Mahiri can just continue with all his range as a flat for 13 blinds, so there can be traps in here as well. So although Pack would have taken on the jam, it's a lot harder to continue now, but he does decide to do so.
And remember that he does have the covering stack in terms of he and Mejidi, but if he is covered in turn by Sabao, and Sabao feels like he could get interested.
It's a weird one because, I mean, Pack's just never got it here. Yeah, Pack is, this just isn't a trap.
But the
So
side pot is dry right now, James, and that
Right.
is a bit of an issue because
But-
why would we clear people out when there's no upside?
Well, because the upside is you just have to beat one hand to win this entire bounty, and he has counted out the raise, and it's just he just hopes Mahiri's not trapping. Mahiri's trapping, it's a big mistake, but if he's not, then he's just going to pick this up. He's going to pick up the opportunity to run down the all-in hand. And Hamlet, like loving life, he's been called in 2 spots and going to get ISO'd and find out he's 40%. With a dead ace and jack in there as well. Albeit 2 dead 8s.
Well, that's all given that
our assumptions about whether or not Mahiri and
but here's-
Hawk will want to continue are correct, but you never know, James.
It's just been put in the bin here, unfortunately. Like I say, I mean, he doesn't. It's not like he has bad hands here. He's called a 13 big blind jam. He has to have like, at least maybe 7s, 8s, and then hands like ace 10 suited, ace jack off suit himself.
Well, what does he have to have in order to make this call or come back over the top of it for all of his stack?
Well, he gets to have all those traps. So if he's got aces, kings, ace, king, queens, all these hands, they're all going to play the same way.
But what's the bare minimum that he would proceed with? Or should proceed with? If I put you in his spot here.
I think jacks, I go in and go with it. 10s, I feel pretty nasty.
So there's
Ace, queen, feel nasty.
the line.
Like I say, anytime you can still have the nuts, you don't have to call as light. Hands like, wow. Cutting it out looks like he wants to just take it to a flop, but I mean it's another 80k if it's 240. Maybe just thinking, hey,
146, right?
if I just call here, I can just get it in on the non-high card flops. And if that's his thinking, he's spot on. Because he is against the big ace.
And it feels as though that's more reasonable because why jam when we know that we're never going to get a fold out of Sabal for the extra 100 and change, right?
Exactly that. You can't deny equity here. It's not a thing at this point. No, good fold.
Boy, it took a lot out of him, though,
He's
didn't
going to feel
it?
sick when he sees it.
Of course he is.
And Hamnet just loving life.
This is gone.
There's 160k in this pot, and he started the hand with 40, and he's just got to beat 2 overs.
Let's put a couple weights out there.
Okay.
Couple nines.
What he doesn't know is that an ace and a jack are already into the muck. Of course, he is behind, but 40% equity, as you mentioned, James, for the 8-9. And, of course, that falls to just 20 on an ace-9-5 board, as suddenly the two 8s can feel a bit more relaxed for Mahidi. And less relaxed as you see Hamnet rubbing his palms together, looking to will in the 9, 8, or 6 that he needs. And unable to do so.
Good luck, guys.
As the rich get richer here in terms of Sabal, the big chip leader, pulling that one in. Hamnet left to say good luck and pay a visit to the re-entry desk.
Is it right?
Have another blast. It's about over a milli.
Easy fold.
Life is good. Well
But he
executed
played
hand.
good. No, I have flash.
It'd have been a lot different, I think, if Pac hadn't flat the small, but him just adding that 40k, like, slightly encourages the squeeze out from there.
Really close because it's 13 blinds, but you have like 270, yeah?
Yeah, no need to. I was sure it's flip. I was sure it's we're gonna be.
Yeah, but it's
I don't know what the protocol is here, Ollie, when the approach breaks, whether they're going to change his table out, but I'm voting we keep them.
Yeah, I am too. They have been a delight thus far, haven't they?
tough spot.
As the field is at 418. Sort of popping up and down a little bit, depending on whether or not there are more casualties than re-entries.
Yeah, you're right. Both those numbers keep climbing. I should say one keeps climbing, one's dancing.
Yeah.
It's bobbing like the sea out there.
Mahidi bubbles up to 6,000 with the king 10. Six deuce off. And Halabi, unafraid to play the rags.
About as bad as it gets, but he says, I don't care. Let's see 3.
And that's not the 3 he was trying to see as Mahidi makes top and bottom pair.
Yeah, let's see what sides he goes with here. I mean, you can just bet one blind here. But so he's gone for much more than that. Maybe a slight tell to the strength of his hand. Big hand, bet big. Try and win a bigger pot.
Well, let's certainly hope that there aren't any patterns being established for the sake of those that are out there navigating these waters, as there's some very attentive eyes around this rail. Two of them housed in Sivgatova behind those
I was
lenses.
about to say exactly that.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 of the eyes I've been worried about. I think from what I remember last time we were here, I might have seen today. She's a tough cookie.
Oh, yeah, the real deal.
And those are some cool glasses.
She's got style out there.
You see a lot of that in this room.
Yeah. I think it's cool, too, because people come from different parts of the world, and you get to kind of observe, like, you know, the dress and the style from different corners. I confess that prior to coming to Merit,
Even if
I hadn't been
correctly, I lose.
in the presence of anyone from
Yes.
Kazakhstan
Result is the same.
at any point in my life. I don't know Mongolia either. That was another flag that I saw flown during one of the streams here. And
Yeah, it just seems to be the hub for Central Asian
sure,
poker players.
sure.
Middle Eastern poker players. You know, far few Europeans here than you'd suspect. Obviously Russians able to get here as well.
Halabi taking one.
Crazy there are so few
from the
Europeans
smoke?
here, really.
It is interesting because proximity to Europe is there.
It's just the
And I'll
easiest-
tell you what, everybody's just fine with it because clearly there are some very, very tough customers and tremendously accomplished poker players that hail from Western Europe. I think also a function of just, you know, Miss Songol and the crew here kind of understanding how to keep the buy-ins at a level that maybe isn't going to pique the interest of the sharkiest of sharks and yet be enough to be meaningful and exciting.
Yeah, I think that's right, especially given that all these events are re-entries. They know when they put a 3K on, it's
Yeah.
probably averaging like a 5K with the re-entry factor.
Not to be overlooked, of course, Ashkan Baghai, who is a part of that process as well, Miss Angela. And the whole team
Ali's
here.
just name dropping the bosses just to keep himself
Listen,
in position here.
not the type of bosses that are giving directions and sitting back and making everybody else do the work. They truly do put forth tremendous effort, both during the stops, but also in between as they plan and prepare. And the results speak for themselves.
22.
They should be proud of what they've accomplished here, no question. As Valery Pak is proud of King Queen offsuit, makes it 7,000 to go, and then of course the inconvenience of being seated directly to the right of an active big stack like Nikolai Sabaus. He faces the 3-bet to 2-9s, with 2-9s rather, to 22,000, and Halabi looking down from the button at Ace-Queen with late position developments in front of him.
Dynamic forming, Ali. Obviously the pack frequency is now something everyone's aware of. Sabu 3-betting these 2-9s were against some players he may just call. And that puts Halabi in a really tough spot here with this ace-queen. Playing, what, 55 blinds. 2 big stacks tussling in front of you. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of any maneuver there. I could certainly flat, could certainly raise, and I could certainly fold. All depends on his perception of these two in front of him.
In the end, the fold settled upon. He did dominate Pak and performed reasonably well against a couple of 9s, but will leave the 2 heads up as Pak makes the call and does not improve. Great board for the 2 9s.
Yeah, it really is. Pack, though, I mean, he doesn't need much to continue with this guy. He's got the Queen of Diamonds, Ali. I don't think he's done just yet.
Well, we'll find out. It could have something to do with the sizing into 51,500.
Looks like he's going relatively big, 30K. And again, he gets to have all these hands, right? The 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, kings, aces. And there you go, for that size. Pack does just relinquish. But you can go smaller there in Sabu's shoes. Your opponent's going to have a lot of Broadway combos that just don't continue on 8 forward deuce. So
It's been a heck of an orbit, and for that matter, a first couple of frames here for Sabao. Levels, I should say.
yeah, came in with what, 880K, and I was saying, how's he got this much? And he's added about 300K to that. That's another 3 stacks just on the pile. One-way traffic. And not just that, Ali. I guarantee you, he's sitting there looking at Pack. Pack's kind of going off. We're not at rocket ship levels yet, but it's going off, and he's thinking, hey, maybe I can get to 1.5 before the next break. Just get half a hand against this guy. He may just tip them all my way.
The sailing has been fairly smooth for the chip leader, and he hasn't really been abusive, let's say, but has been active. The times at which he's been active, he's had reasonable kit. I believe it is Kabir the Razor with the ace deuce.
Ah, fresh face.
Efforting information on that new arrival. Alexam. Queen 3 suited.
And he got the memo today, Ollie, on the color of the day.
Yeah, I did note that you and I did go for the pink shirts, which was an accident. And some might even say a mistake. The 4 on the turn.
Does it make you question your fashion choices when you see me wearing the same color? You start to think maybe it's time to upgrade the wardrobe a little bit?
Pink was popular in the retro era,
There we go.
James, so we're just being on brand. As the ace deuce
Green high.
works its way to a check down and showdown. Occasionally when you get a new arrival at a table, you might opt to take a line that will give you guaranteed information in terms of what exactly the procedures were, rather than deliver any chips to the middle without any sense of what you're working against.
Yeah. Seems fine there. You go either way with that ace deuce. Obviously ace high figures to be good on those paired boards, but it is a middling paired board. Your opponent from the big blind does have a lot of those hands. They certainly don't fold any of those kind of hands from the big blind, so showing a bit of caution. Ball got a bit icky. Check it down, win. And like you say, bonus information, always useful. Okay, so he's in there with queen 3. Now I know. Pack. Once again. Putting his head above the trench.
I like that. First time I've heard it. You know I like a good war reference, James, of course. What I don't like is when I've got ace 4 suited and somebody wakes up with ace king behind me. That is the exact development here.
It's like a boot for ace king. It's that strong. Just keeping it war references.
Maybe a scud. Those were unreliable though. A Katusha. Ace king. Why do we know this many names of missiles?
You struck me as the kind of guy, get me a scud. For the right price.
Listen, James, these are conversations had best off stream. If you're a serious buyer, we can certainly look into it for you.
Tipkatova. Again, this is a brilliant. So, obviously, Pack's range, everyone now knows, seems to be too wide. Its frequency is too high.
Yeah.
Howard coming in with the 3-bet, and she's suspicious. And she's right to be, because I think everyone is opening up a little bit on these 3-bet spots. As it happens, Howard's got the hand he's always got, which is ace-king.
Well, the meta of it is that she suspects that everyone else is aware of this high frequency of Pak, which then creates a higher frequency with which and a broader range with which they will be 3-betting. And that sort of meta and that sort of leveling is what factors into that pause with the ace-9 suited. Ultimately, she thinks better of it. Valeri does not as he digs in.
That's what makes poker so great. It's these big deviations.
100%. Neither player connecting with the queen 7-6 board. Of course, the ace of hearts is working as Halabi has the action check to him. Backdoor spades and bad straights for Valeri. Part of the equation for him. Let's see. 86.5, 37,000 the c-bet sizing, and Pak just gets away from it.
Yeah, we've seen Pack just doesn't fold the 3-bets either with every 3-4. This one completely fine to pill with, of course. So in that mind, obviously, we just get to see bet a higher frequency because he's in there with less nutted hands and less paired hands. Can't like it. But this is what I really enjoy. We talk so often these days about poker and the solver era. And a lot of poker that's streamed is obviously the higher stakes stuff. You and I have just come from Triton, where you're seeing people play pretty close to perfect. Certainly as close to perfect as anywhere else poker's played. And then you come here where it's a lot more about the flow, a lot more dynamic, about adjusting to certain players and how the ranges all change. And this is far more interesting in my mind and far more similar to the kind of poker that everyone watching is going to be used to as well. Just dynamics being so much more important. Knowing that now we've been playing with these guys for a little over an hour. Of course, they had an hour before we joined them. And it is going to be tough for new players when they come to this table. They're like, well, what's going on here? What's the situation? Of course, we keep mentioning a lot of the players here play here a lot, so they may all be familiar. As Alakazam comes in, he may be familiar with Pack. I like this hand he's taken as a 3-bet. Ace 10 offsuit against Halabi's. +3 raise.
6,500 was the number until Alakazam makes it 17-5. Sharkota with an ace 10 suited. It was a bit more attractive when it was just 6,500 and a 2-bet, but in the face of the 3-bet, he decides to stay out of the way.
Yeah, Halabi with offsuit combo, just terrible hand to continue with, really. Notice only obviously goes to slightly smaller sizing, but again, we're on the button and we're targeting a later position race, so you can start to go a little smaller as the ranges get a little wider.
Respecting the new arrival, despite the button 3-bet. And look at Alakazam. I don't mind this because he wants to make sure that he establishes the capacity to be respected,
Oh wait, if I tell you this man has 1 cash on his hand mob, you're going to guess which poker room it was in?
It's got to be this one.
There we go. Easy game. The
I'm
Merit
trying to think
Specialist.
which series or festival it might have come in for Fadi Alakazam playing under the Lebanese banner. I'm going to go with the Western series.
It wasn't actually. It was one I covered. It was the Millions North Cyprus, part of the Party Poker Tour.
Ah, the Mediterranean Poker Party?
No, before
or-
that was the
okay.
following year. So we had the Millions.
So much happening under this roof. Yes, it is a very busy poker room, and it is a very attractive king-queen suited from a very aggressive Sibgatova that is looking up at the big boss stack of Sabao, opening to 7,000. And it's a stack that hasn't been out of line, James, so that
Yeah, but she's
should be
itching to
said.
get involved. Oh, she's had to sit on her hands for a little bit watching all the action.
Oh, no, and the timing could not be worse for her.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's kind of good in a way that she's 3-bet, because now when she gets cold 4-bet, it's going to be a lot easier to part with this hand. If she just flat, she may have suspected a squeeze in between, but Sabu's going to have the real tough spot.
Well, only 140 back in total for Sharkota, so
Right.
if we are looking to re-raise, putting all of it out there would seem sensible, especially with the presence of another player. But when it gets back around to Sabao, like you were talking about, how are the jacks going to be feeling?
There are some not all incisings here is fine. I think flatting's also fine, by the way, Ali, off this stack size. Getting trappy. He is going to go for non-all-in, the 45k-ish. 50k, I mean, I think you want to go just, given he's got 140, if he's got 150, I kind of don't mind this size, but I think you do want to go a little bit smaller, just to give the illusion of there being some fold equity. So about nice fold.
Wow, recognizing that the 4-bet to 49, a big commitment when sitting on 140, is generally going to be attached to something against which the two jacks don't perform well.
Yeah, I mean, still got to worry about the 3-better as well. Sibgatova.
Yeah, fair.
Of course, have jacks in bad shape, or at least be flipping.
And that was a sick feeling for her.
Yeah. You just run into it. It happens sometimes. Is she thinking about peeing? I don't think so, yeah.
I mean, that's a spot where we would rather be calling with unintrusive suited connectors more so than a king-queen suited. Am I wrong?
I hear what you're saying, because you're worried you're up against, obviously, queens and kings, some frequency.
Ace-king, ace-queen. But I
Yeah.
mean, maybe not the ace-queen, but...
Yeah. Yeah. I think there you just know it's super nutted. Not much you can do. Too shallow to peel. Again, maybe she's thinking, oh, I wish I just peeled and then I could have called a squeeze, but actually she was in terrible shape.
Siarhe Sharkota. Getting a lot of respect there. 95,000 in career tournament earnings, 56.9. His best live cash. Last cash coming at the EPT Monte Carlo earlier this year in April in a 3,300 euro buy-in event. I'll set this one out as it gets folded around to Rakib Mehiri's button. 6-2 suited. Not slowing him down. Just a min-raise. Jacek Pustula smothering the spades. This is not a great seat for Mehiri's button prospects, by the way, James. When you look up at the two customers on your left, you've got a very sticky and creative Pak, and then, of course, you've got Pustula, who's a beast, and now Valeri looks down at ace-king.
The rabbit's got the gun.
Mm-hmm.
24.
I like this 4xing.
Sure.
At least 4x when you're out of position here. You know, going up against a button range, it's not the same as when you're free betting against under the gun, say, where you have to go at least this 4x, maybe even 5x. Here, the button just has so many hands like this, they're just going to raise fold. He's thinking, I knew I shouldn't have raised packs blind. The guy's an animal. But I did it anyway, and now he's bluffing me. Little as you know,
Yeah.
it was the goods this time.
He's allowed to have hands, too. And I think part of what makes a player like Pak so dangerous is that we know that with some frequency, he will actually have a hand. And when we find ourselves deep in the streets, thinking maybe he's bluffing, when he wakes up with it, it gets expensive.
Oh, you know what I just did? Given how much I'm enjoying this.
What's that, James?
I liked and subscribed.
To the Merit Poker official YouTube channel? It's about
I'm
time.
a bit embarrassed to say I wasn't subscribed before, but I have liked this particular edition of the stream.
Certainly for those of you joining us on that stream right now, which still has several days of coverage remaining here at this Retro Series, we certainly encourage you to do the same. Click like, click subscribe, and ensure that you don't miss any of what's on offer from out here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus.
Simple as this, Ali. The more people like, the higher Epic works through whatever algorithms there are. I don't understand how this stuff works. The more eyes come onto it, the more impetus there is for Merit to continue doing these streams. The more poker you guys get to enjoy watching.
Yeah.
Win-win.
Don't think
Free
you
to
need.
like.
Don't think you need to understand it any more than that.
There
do
we
you?
go. I'm a simple man.
Meanwhile, a rare sight here, as the open limp from Kabir did draw a couple of limps behind him, and then a wag of the finger from Ace-Jack suited in the cutoff from Mehiri.
Yeah. From here, he's definitely going to pop this up, and he's gone big. Just really punishing everyone. 9x raise. I'd have gone a little smaller, but I'd rather go too big than too small here. Ultimately, you just want to thin the field. Taking it down to perfect. If someone calls, then you can be pretty sure you got the best of it. And you put hands just like this that can't really continue for another 23,000. Beer calling 10% of his remaining stack. You'd be pretty sure that the players behind aren't trapping. Sivkatova could be, but very hard for Alexam to be overcalling as a trap. Kabir had a plan in mind, Ali. He thought if I limp, at least if there's a raise, I'm guaranteed to see the flop. Well, he's sticking with that plan because he has called the 23,000. He was hoping to see a raise to 15 or something. If it came at all. It can be very hard to win with these deuces out of position though against this raise. Queen 6-7 flop, he is still ahead, but how can you possibly continue to this action? queen is some concern, of course, to Mahiri, because you're more likely to put your opponent on some of these sort of queen-jack suited type hands when they...
I don't think he anticipates the 6x, 7x combos
No.
to be a part of the equation here, as the duck hunt fell short for Kabir. And now, nice follow through from Mahiri. Should get it done.
Super small as well.
Nevertheless, I mean, for deuces in particular, not that that's... Mahiri knows that he's up against that.
The deuces maybe this size continue.
For me, I always look down and think one of the deuces that I
Wanna
would
see.
hit would be a spade.
Yeah.
And that's a problem for me.
Certainly is.
Yep.
Well done, Mahiri. Big pickup.
Reluctant muck from Kabir. And pots like that certainly help us keep our head above water. As the blinds continue to creep forward, and
Pocket four.
so does this
Yeah, so you've got pocket fours.
main
Same
event.
thing.
Mhm.
Deuces maybe.
By the way, when I hear that sort of
Oh,
post-mortem,
fours in
quick
this table,
exchange,
finally.
you start to understand that that's a thinking player there that recognizes a lot of the different variables that were at work and is able to deduce some accurate hand reading. One of the other things that is really so enjoyable about these particular streams is the deep level of diversity in terms of experience out there. We're looking at recreational players giving pros fits. We're looking at pros who have, you know, big seven-figure career earnings under their belt. We're looking at locals, regs here, who know one another better than some of those pros and some of the outsiders who have come around. So many different dynamics at work, and the more contrast, the more fun it is to watch. As we see the 6,500 open from the hijack by Mahiri, a flat from Jacek Pustula. Pak flatting as well. Now queen 10 suited for Halabi in the big. Certainly feels like one we can quite comfortably put another 35 in with.
Here he's, someone's lit something underneath Mahiri. Popping up the 6 deuce on the button. On that last time with the ace jack, now raising up 8-4 suited.
It's a man who likes a parlay, James. You know, he won that last pot. He's
like
like, well,
it.
these are newly found chips. Let's see if they can
Play the rush.
bring some more home with them. Pot goes up to 30,500.
Wow.
4 ways to an ace-10 deuce all club board, and the timing could not have been better for Mahiri as he makes the flush and doesn't need to worry about someone making a better one, as no clubs are scattered elsewhere in the field.
Stoic as well. No reaction on his face there.
Halabi really the only candidate to maybe want to proceed, and even that is questionable,
Yeah, good
as half pot sizing of 15K does
That's...
end it right there.
But he's almost... I don't want to say someone's unlucky when they raise at 8-4 and 4 for flush, but
Right.
he's almost unlucky.
Yeah.
There,
That none of the other 3 players would at least have a club
right.
to come along with, let alone an ace.
صدقني بالمجين في ربحت حتى كوب.
Rush is on. All right, Ali, is he going for the next hand then?
I mean, now we're starting to creep more into that middle-y position. A little bit more pressure.
Yeah, but you get more credit.
Don't forget what he's got on his left.
He's had a lot of chips on his left.
You know, I
And a
mean,
lot of heart.
Pustula and Pak are stoppers, and then, of course, Sabao behind them. And we're about to find out, once the 7-3 hits the muck, how Mahiri feels. Queen 3 offsuit, not the one. Pocket 4s, though, will definitely open. Pak says 7 to go. One 4 found the muck.
million miles away from the break. And I know at that
Yeah.
point you're going to be stepping out.
Yeah.
Lapping's going to be relieving you. I just want to know, what are those 2 hours going to have in store for you? All beach action?
You know, it is a long enough time to maybe get my first dip into the Mediterranean. I had considered it. Maybe some pool action.
Aquatic.
Yeah,
Right.
I think the water is in my future, for sure.
I know you are a spa man. You do love it down there.
Do love it down there. I mean, Royal, Diamond, relaxation opportunities are boundless here.
Gym, perhaps?
Be serious, James. You know, I did step on the scale yesterday, and I'm embarrassed to tell you that we're at an all-time high. That wasn't a good feeling.
It's funny what a few weeks on the road will do to you.
Yeah, and by the way, I don't rate to be capped by the. We just got here, and
It's not a place you come to lose weight.
no.
Maybe a long swim, Ollie. You know,
Maybe a triathlon.
just swim into the current.
Sure. That feels like a good idea, James. I'll come back a svelte man.
A lot of people out on the floating pontoon earlier.
Oh,
Nice
yeah?
feature here in the sea. I know you like swimming out to that thing,
I
diving
swam
back
out
in.
there. I swam out there, I did. As I recall, it was because I had seen some particularly attractive women who had also made their way to the pontoon, not to be outdone by them, and then also not to miss the opportunity to say hello. Every good pontoon should have some lure to it. The further out it is, perhaps, the greater the spoils should be. I swam out there when we were here with Michael Adamo,
Mm-hmm. I
and
remember
then
that one.
I'll say, was Jason Kuhn out there? Seth Davies, perhaps?
Yeah, that was September last year.
Yeah.
We're here. The sea was as warm as it is now.
Well, a tepid King 4 suited, deemed temperate enough for
He really is playing the rush, isn't he?
Mahidi to open. Queen 3 offsuit wasn't good enough, but King 4 suited, yes. As
Took a hand off.
now Halabi with Queen 6 suited.
Is he sniffing it?
Well, provided you're not simply referring to the back of his palm, or hand rather, I'm going to say yes.
Look at this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just coming with a call. Right.
I'm a bit surprised to see that. I thought this is a hand that's going to be
If we're gonna
much
play it.
better served to be 3-betting, but now as Alex Zam wakes up with a couple of kings in the big blind, this flat of 6,000 is going to be far less costly
28.
than the 3-bet would have been.
I like this.
Sorry.
Healthy sizing. Over 4x.
Yeah, I don't
Nearly
think-
5x. Putting the squeeze on. Obviously, he doesn't have to go big at some because he's still pretty deep. 60 big blinds. Obviously, the shallower the stack, the smaller the 3-bet you need. The upside for the peelers is lower. And also, Ollie, hey, we want action. You know, we can be a little unbalanced. Mahiri, surely just posturing. And Halaby was a very liberal peel. Certainly can't be calling squeezes.
Yo.
He wants to show. He wants someone to ask him to show so he can show. He doesn't want to do it unsolicited, Ollie.
Well, again, he is still a relative newcomer to this feature table. And kind of building a player profile that would allow him maybe to then deviate and exploit based on perceptions that he is solid would be useful. In that situation, he just caught people with suited paint, baby, and that wasn't going to be enough.
Always.
1.1 million. Incredible accumulation.
And I want to say he's gotten there relatively quietly. James, it hasn't been, you know, what we imagined when we first saw the chip counts at the top of the day was that he was just showering people left and right, playing massive pots. But really here, it's been just a cobbling more so.
Yeah, he made that nut flush, of course, and pack really got out of line. Lost off a bunch to him. He's been 3-bet pack, on a pot post.
Just
Small
two bets.
exchanges, but a high win rate. Of course, the ace-jack squeeze, that was the
Yeah.
fruity one.
Yeah. 2 bets for the time being here. Halabi the opener with the ace-10. A couple of threes for Sibgatova. Will set mine.
Yeah, very deep. Obviously happy to take it heads up, but you also don't even mind if it goes 3-way because the upside of hitting that set so much. But ace, queen, jack. That's Halabi. But I like that, he's checked it. It's the kind of board that Sibgatova's going to hit, so you want to include some strong hands in your check range. Ace 10 specifically with the 10 of spades seems like a good one.
This is a bit of a weird turn. Just given the 4-line Broadway presents itself in spite of the improvement, Halabi does check one more time. And now here we are at the river. And finally, Halabi feels cozy enough to barrel. Although note that the arrival of the 9 did create queen high straights for any 8x.
Yeah.
I think I...
It's over. Not biting though. Checking back twice.
Yeah, I might have preferred a check on the river myself at that point as played. But I can see the value in block betting it too.
I think the point there is there may be some 2-pair combos in Sibgatova's hand, given that she checked back twice, that are just never going to bet but may call. And deciding that if she was going to bluff, she probably would have bluffed turn, so decided maybe not to bluff catch. And just to try and, in the unlikely scenario where she has got a hand like Jack 10, just pick that off for a little bit of money. Now here he comes again. A very real hand. I used the word stoic earlier to describe Mahiri. I'd say Halabi's quite the opposite. There's a lot going on with his face.
Yeah, sure. But I don't know that anybody's going to be able to necessarily correlate what's going on to his face. In fact, I remember that blast into Sibgatova with 4 clubs on board. She had flop top 2 pair. He had nothing. When I looked at his face initially, I felt like the check back had to be imminent. And then suddenly in came the chips, all of them. So don't presume anything. As the ace-7 hops in front, Sharkota, a flat caller from the small blind against the ace-queen suited open, which has turned into a Broadway gut shot, but is behind.
Love this small bet. I was hoping he'd go small. And it's not as small as he could have gone, but hey, it's 1 chip, 5k. Going to set up nicely, can continue on a lot of turns here. Also just has the best hand a lot. Get called by some worse here. Card. Let's see if Breck doesn't give him any additionals. Looking for a club or a 10. Now let's see. Can elect to start bluffing with this one. Really pressure it. Exactly these kind of hands. 7x and even some Jack X. Still has good equity against those hands as well. Although not in this case because the ace is shared. Well, you still beat all those flush draws as well. I'll not be surprised to see him come out with around half pot, maybe a little bit more. That's exactly what he's done.
And note how effective this line is from Halabi against specifically what Sharkota has with this, which is just this pair of 7s.
Yeah, all those hands like 8-9, 9-10, 7x. Some of the heart draws.
Even some Jack X is concerned.
Certainly.
The
Nice
second
bet.
barrel, yeah. Gets it done, and you can see Halabi's loving it. Talking himself up a little bit
after that one?
He's shaking his head. I love it. You just can't really get a read on him. Like I say, he's animated, but I don't know where he's at.
Yeah.
Six.
We're going to pop it up here with the ace-8 of hearts. He's going to make his way around to Mehiri with 6-4 in the same suit. Decides they're deep enough. Wants to play against his man. Pustula with Jack-3 suited. Gonna make it a three-way affair and find a 3 on this 9-4-3 board. A little bit of something for everyone, really.
The best of that little something belonged to the pair of 4s, which have now turned into 2 pairs, 6s and 4s.
He's going for the delayed check raise. So delayed check raise obviously was check raise flop, but wow, he's checked it a third time.
Well, now the 4-liner on the river, any 5 would
Super.
create a straight. Yes. Kabir never put a chip in post flop. And that board texture against the 2 blind flat callers.
I'm listening to music. No picture.
Nahidi
means
will
nothing.
My picture, one of the picture on the river.
take it down.
ما فيك تعمل شيء
مين ما هي؟
بس تنزل ورق وتلعب
هي
ما في انجد تنام
زيادة عن اللزوم بس ما بتحري زلط
معك حق
كثير سيريس على الفاضي
هون بس عادي
وعدنا وينك وين؟ في مصاري عم نقبض بس نصير
Sip gets over the deck's force to be quiet. One sort of semi-step out of line with King Queen suited. I wouldn't call it a step out of line, but certainly chose an aggressive action. Got punished by aces behind.
Ten-9 offsuit from Alex M. Timing is bad as Jacek Pustula, small blind, looks down at 2 queens.
Yeah, and he's 3x this open as well. It's big. I mean, they're playing 70 bigs deep, but you do shallow it out a little bit, obviously 3xing. Now I would like to see Pustula at least 3xing this, probably a little bit more, 3.5, something in the low 30s makes sense. And it's always curious how players assign ranges when somebody 3x's versus just min opening. There we go. As
Nice numbers.
Raise 4xing.
Oh, wow.
Just snap, peel, Ali. Not going to leave the soldiers behind.
In position and not willing to part ways with the 9K. Alex M makes the call. Ace, ace, jack, 2 hearts. And obviously when we 4X and we get called, we are wary of ace X, the big stuff. We block the ace queen, obviously.
Right.
Ace king, maybe we expect would have heard back from. Ace
Exactly.
jack would be difficult.
Exactly, that you've hit the nail on the head there. You are concerned, but seeing 2 queens in your hand and a jack on the board makes you less concerned.
one
You'd be a lot more worried with kings here than you would with queens, for the reasons you just gave.
So the 20K C-bet into 78 is enough, and a little relief for Pustila, not having to navigate out of position on further streets.
Last some checks in it.
Yeah, obviously, typically you're going to bet range on an ace-ace board, having 3-bet from a small blind, although that might not be true necessarily when the board contains another Broadway card. But certainly Queen's good enough to bet with. But yeah, it's really important for people to think about those exact points you made, Ali. When you've got the 2 queens there, you block. Obviously, the most concerning of the ace is the ace-queen. Like you correctly deduced, the ace-king surely going to 4-bet pre-flop. Ace-jack is blocked by the board. Interesting to keep an eye on that, though. Fatty just, well, I've put chips in. I'm not leaving them alone. I'm surprised to see him feel that 3-bet with 19 offsuit.
How many level we play for today?
King, queen for Pak in the small. I'd love to see these guys get into the weeds, so to speak, as their 2 specific resumes are the types that could create very interestingly played hands and pots.
Yeah, no surprise to see Pat taking this upstairs, just given how he plays. A very good hand to do it with as well. King, queen offsuit, don't really want to take it 3-way. Just going to have so many raised folds, and he even dominates some of his calls.
So then the 3-bet earns Pak the pot. He has kind of dialed back his involvement levels, James, and I think it's worthy of note. And I think it also suggests that Pak is self-aware out there.
Yeah, I had my gambling chips. I burnt through these. These are the real chips. I better take care of them for a minute and use that image.
Yeah, exactly, because it is tough to shed the perceptions, even though you and I have kind of taken note of the fact that he's dialed back the involvement. When you're out there at the table, you still think every time that he gets in there that he's up to no good.
You don't think about the hands he hasn't played. You think about the ones he did.
Good point.
Here we go, Sipkatova. Been forced to be quiet. This hand's certainly going to be good enough to play.
She agrees. She makes it 7,000 to go. Now, Queen Jack for Charcota. These are those troublesome sort of hands that don't necessarily perform all that well against legitimate raising hands. And so he will look for a better spot.
Here he has been the most active of late. Finds a clear 3-bet here.
Sorry?
A little on the small side against +1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Again, you do have position, but just want to take that a little larger. Thing is, Ollie, it just means Sipkatova calls with almost all the hands she opens with to this sizing, so you don't really define her range much. Alabi, well, he wants to play 4s for the open. Not much you can do to a 3-bet. I just checked because we are approaching that break, and I wanted to know for myself and for our viewers. Sadly, we are going to lose this group of players, but I'm sure we'll be set a fresh lineup that will be as intriguing in their own unique way.
I'm not so sure about it. I hope so.
Is that why you're storming out of the booth to the beach?
It's in protest. No. I mean, every one of these tables you can reach out into the field and grab one is likely to be delivering some excitement, much like this pot here where Mahidi has 3-bet
The Sigvatova open, and now pocket fours for Halabi.
Yeah, he's
Big blind.
done some. Yeah. He couldn't really ever play that one. Like I say, this bet size just doesn't allow hands like this to fold, so expect Sigvatova to continue here.
Even in the big blind with the big blind Annie invested, James, the 2-4s need to go away.
You've got the open still to worry about as well, of course.
I think the
Sigvatova.
flat and then the prospect of a 4-bet behind that really
Right.
dissuades. And a 4-less ace H6 board will be relief
Yeah,
for Halabi.
we might not be done on this one yet. Mahiri obviously smacking that ace, but Sigvatova's got a gut shot, and if she's up against some non-it, wow, he checks it back, getting trappy. Second flush draw on the board. It's kind of scary, but this may be a little bit of frustration creeping in from her that she's just electing to take the first spot she's been given.
And note that this is the byproduct of Mahidi checking back on the flop, a bit of pot control, a bit of induction. It's all serving him quite well. Now the backdoor spades show up, giving Sigvatova the pair of 10s. We often see showdown value decide to slow down, but I don't see that developing here.
Yeah, it's just fake showdown. At least she's recognized that. And I think she's just trying to give Mahiri a hand like jacks through kings.
When you say fake showdown, it's because as played, the 10s really don't have the value
Right.
that you would normally want.
Yeah, she's just trying to pressurize. Okay, maybe he can have like 9s, but you hold a 9 in your hands. It's unlikely. Even there, he's like, oh, I kind of have to call here. She knows no good, but fair play for trying that, Ali. And
Also,
well, it looks like.
credit to Mahidi, as he is able to take the last pot of the first frame. A couple of levels in the books from the stream, 3 in total on the day, as blinds will be creeping forward to 1,500, 3,500. Razvan Sabal, Nikolai Razvan Sabal, to be exact, 1.1 million, far and away the chip leader at that feature. Unclear how much company he's got at that stack depth, as we welcome you back into the booth here inside the Merit Crystal Cove. Ali Najad, James Dempsey. With those two levels into the books, James, some speculation by you that we saw the more exciting gathering of players over there, but of course on the back end of this break, where I will give way to David Lappin, we're going to have a new collection.
Yeah, a new collection, and who knows what it has in store for us, because as I'm learning here every time I get down to Merit, they battle. There's none of this touchy-feely poker. It's hammer time.
It's a little bit also the byproduct of the fact that registration is still open, and when that's the case, we know that when we lose all of our chips, we haven't lost all hope. So the re-entries obviously coming together to blow this $3 million guarantee out of the water. Now then, we will go to a break, but don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes' time, when we continue, David Lappin will be alongside James to bring you continuing coverage of this 3,300 buy-in main event here from Merit Crystal Cove with over $3 million guaranteed. Stay close. To 21,000. That's a chunky 3-bet sizing, James, is it not?
I think we can actually go bigger than this.
Ah.
On 3.5x. Remember, Ollie, we're 3-betting out of the small blind, attacking under the gun open, and we're playing deep stack. So I would have gone a little larger myself. You know, Halabi's going to have a lot of hands that want to continue. I mean, this size does enough to define their range. It's not like he can continue with like offsuit combos that aren't the likes of Ace King, Ace Queen. But it still means, you know, hands like Jack 10 suited definitely aren't going to fold. Maybe we want to put those under pressure. But as it is, we've got ace king v ace king, so let's not start speculating about that and see if we're going to get this in.
Hold in.
Halaby does just rip it in. Well, I was going to say, Pack. I mean, he snap call, but it is one of those like, oh, I know I have to call when I make this bet. But I think both are happy to see ace king when it's gone on that quickly.
Of course, and obviously there is some percentage of the time where each of these guys could be clear winners, but in all likelihood it will be chopped, and that makes it official. As somehow they both flop top two. That brings a smile to Pac's face.
Yeah, this could have played out some more fun ways if Halaby had flat. Interesting. Then we see Pac.
As the WPT ventures out into that part of the world.
Well, I'm just looking at the payouts, and it appears to me there was a three-way deal done. So because he got less for second than third got, so he was obviously the shortest in a deal. But
I would love if the shortest in a deal was almost $200,000 at some point in my poker career, as we see Sibkadova.
I'll you have to register a tournament first.
Yeah, this is true. It's tough to make a deal in a cash game, although every now and again it does happen. Fold and I'll give you your bet back, one bet back, things like that. Negotiations.
Wow.
Those types, of course, don't happen in tournament poker, as we see the ace-king, making it the standard 6,000 to go, and then somehow ace-king surfaces once more.
Halaby back-to-back ace-king
Yeah.
v ace-king. And again, okay, so we've got the same situation. Sibkatova's open from +1, near enough under the gun. Obviously, going to have a lot of hands that can call free bets at this stack depth. Well, that's one side you can make it. Is just to rip it in.
And look at the immediate response from Sibkatova.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where you just always assume the other person's got ace-king, but when you've got ace-king yourself,
That's Revelin.
it's hard to give it, but here we go again.
Yeah, it's an ace-king rich environment for the time being here at the featured table, as once again, it's just 2% and 1%.
Now, I would advocate for a raise somewhere between 21k and all in. Both
That's a
have the
wide
same effect.
variety.
Yeah.
Jack 4-3, there will be nothing but a chop in the future for these two hands. And again, Halaby will share a pot, this time with Elisa.
Definitely guilty of getting the club out every now and again.
Sure. We've seen her be tremendously aggressive.
Look at that. Only top right of the screen. That number just ticking up. Re-entries still available, of course.
Mm-hmm.
It's 1,050.
This is the point in most tournaments where you start to expect the number to go down, but here it keeps going up. 425 strong is the field at present, 1,051 total entries, and Sibkatova 5,500 total in chips required to proceed as she picks King 4 suited to raise it up under the gun. And as you were talking about
Yeah,
her
I'm not surprised.
reputation, let's call it, she puts it on display. Now here's a man who obviously sent a message.
Yeah, here we like
Moments
this is,
ago.
He's thinking about it. I think he knows. I say they're both deep in the warm-up here last time, but I'm sure they got more reps than that against each other. And
Pocket nines, a flat call candidate, deems Halaby. That allows Rian Kabir.
yeah, that's what's kind of nice at these stack bets. You don't get Sibkatova. You're not really going to get 3-bet too often. So you pop up this King 4. You do get to see the flop a lot. Well, flop where everyone gets a piece.
7-4 trade, two clubs, the overpair, the club draw, and then just the lowly pair of fours for Sibkatova. Has the least equity, but with two checks, or one check rather.
Yeah,
Two checks in front of her. She follows through for the 8,000.
Yeah, obviously 7-4-3, not really her board having opened from under the gun, although in this case we can see she has caught a piece of it. But betting here, I don't think you're going to get raised that often, and the backdoor diamonds, I think, tips it into that. kind of hand you don't mind betting here. Halaby with the overpair, of course, going to come along, and now Kabir with the queen high flush draw. There is some argument to raising, as I was saying, that this is kind of more his board. He can have the 2-pair combos, he can certainly have sets, he can have the flop straight. As I'd imagine, just calling. Sivkatova, of course, gets to have all those big overpairs still. And Halaby can be slow playing a set here, so proceeding with some caution and finding top pair on the turn. That's a great card for him.
Disastrous one for Halaby, though, as it leaves his 9s now in second place and with very little equity.
The saving grace for him is Sivkatova, who's got the betting lead, and I think when she's called twice on this board and doesn't find any additional equity on that turn, he's going to have to slow down. But look at this. Halaby knows that, doesn't want to give another free card, so comes out betting half pot. Kabir, of course, going nowhere with this hand. Top pair flush draw. Well, I have slight concern about Halaby betting out. It's unlikely to be a bluff here. It's some form of value. As we can see, it's value that he beats, but there's plenty of hands he loses to. But of course, the flush draw gives him so much equity in the form of a redraw if he's behind that he's going to call, surely. Sivkatova just a bit annoyed they didn't check to us that she could take her free card.
Yeah. It is a peculiar line when we go from flat call, pre-flop, check call flop to then come out swinging.
I like it, Ali, because he correctly identified the fact that Sivkatova is going to check back so many hands, and those 9s are so vulnerable if he checks through again in a three-way pot.
Now that he's been called by Kabir, though, what are his feelings about the 2 9s and about Kabir's range?
He can certainly still be ahead. He can be up against club draws, which obviously now he's beating next to nothing. He could be up against some of those sort of 7-6 type hands as well that want to call again.
And you see it didn't take him long to decide to check.
Yeah, that river is just the dustiest card in the deck, bar the 5 or 6 of clubs filling in. Kabir with just a decision of how much to go for, and he can, you know, put Halaby on some pretty strong hands as well. Like a set may well play this way. I think what size suits best. He's gone pretty small. I don't hate it going small just because we do just have like all the hands here. There's not many bluffs we can have. We don't really need to polarize.
$22.5. The sizing, it doesn't feel like the type that's designed to shed the opposition, much more so to retain it.
Yeah, and this is one of the worst hands we can really have here. 9s with not even a club blocker. Like I say, we're going to have maybe some sets. Don't want to lead turn. Maybe some flushes ourselves as well, of course. 8s and 9s, no club, probably the weakest hands. I think with that in mind, we're best served just to fold. Remember, this was a 3-way pot pre-flop. Bet on the flops to Sivkatova. Could be overcalled and then called the lead on the turn. He just doesn't really have
I could also Red Bull with ice.
that much that's going to bluff here. Yeah, nicely deduced. Another fun hand. Every hand so far, Ollie, has been kind of fun.
Well, obviously it's never fun.
We just dominate the room. Tables either side of it. Tables out front of it. And Ollie, it's nice. They put a little effect in there for me with the red telephone box. Make me feel like I'm at home.
Oh, yes. Jolly old. And their phone booths.
Yeah.
Which have turned into homeless shelters for the most part, it must be said, around the Mayfair area. So we just spent some time up and around that
Yeah, I was
nook of the city.
sort of having a conversation with some of the Sharehand guys on the walk back one night to the hotel. And, you know, they're teasing me a little bit. I'm teasing them. And I couldn't really find a justification of why we still have so many telephone boxes.
It's for Instagram, really. That's the only reason. As Halabi finds justification to open from the button to 7,000 with Jack 8 suited, and it isn't simply, I lost the last one. But Sipkatova, plenty of kit, defends the King-Queen.
Interesting, went 7,500 on the button with Jack 7 offsuit. 7,000 with Jack 8 suited. Like, I don't mind you calling too much with this one. Sipkatova smashing that flop, and Halabi with a hand that could look to shovel some chips down the streets.
Well, for now, interactions with the Queen of Spades and the betting lead are what come together to deliver 6,000 forward on the back end of the Sipkatova check.
Yeah, just definitely got options here. Obviously, you can come with a check raise here. Look to stack hands like ace king and aces. Get ace queen in there with some more, but I like this just flooding with the top two pair because you're unblocking. Pardon me, you're blocking the top pair. I like check raising queen six because your opponent has more king x. When you've got the two top cards, check calling, allowing to bluff later streets. Here we go.
Yeah, Elisa agreeing with you. After she flats, she does respect the arrival of a third club.
A very warm welcome back to the Merit Retro Series main event day. James Dempsey, I'm David Lappin, and we are gonna take it from pre-re-entry to the end of re-entry. That's gonna be a wild period, I feel.
I want you to look back at that calendar. I want you to look at the month of March.
Go on.
Something happened in the month of March.
I was here.
It's the Carmen series.
You were here.
Do you remember the Carmen series?
I do. I remember making quite a few opera-based remarks.
Do you remember
that week? Yeah.
Perhaps the hero of the Carmen series?
There's a guy called, I want to say, Clipper?
Ari
Clipper?
Clipper. Ari Clipper, the hero of the Carmen series, the warm-up champion from that festival. On break, I went outside, we changed the table. There it is, the red and black pleat shirt. There's no mistake in it. Ari Clipper's back in the mix on our feature table. Let's go Team Clipper. I mean, we're neutral, obviously.
We are, kind of. Which means we have a rail, because Clipper comes with his own rail.
The YouTube chat's popping off.
It's doubled. Our numbers have doubled.
The family are in. We're here for more of this. But as you say, quickly getting through the points. It's main event time. It's the last two levels of late reg. So we can perhaps expect to see some of the short stacks kind of blasted off at the end of this frame.
I think we will. Like 3K buy-in seems like a lot, but it's not a lot to some of the more deep-pocketed players here, it must be said. And I do feel as though we might see some blasting off. Anyone sub 20 bigs may decide, let's take a chance to get a stack going here, or re-entry and take that maybe final bullet seriously. Want to point out one more player actually who I just cast my eye over our list here. We've got a player called Ludovic Perriot, Frenchman, who has about 180k in live tournament earnings. The reason I know this man is because he won the Unibet DSO in Mauritius back in January 2018. It was kind of it was an exotic event that Unibet.
They let you go to Mauritius?
I didn't get they didn't. They didn't.
The budget didn't extend to that.
Sadly not. Sadly not. I really wish it had. He also cashed the main event in 2022. So, very talented Frenchman there as well. I'm going to give
the main event.
The Clipper a run for his money. The main event.
You keep mentioning this main event.
In 2022, not 2023. We won't talk about 2023. I feel like I've done my bragging already.
Here we are. That is the location. The Merit Cove Hotel. That is a beautiful little bay.
Is that where you swim every morning?
I love a little swim out there. And that's where I get my my coffee. Sorry, there's some really bad sign language going on in the booth there. If anyone had just seen that.
I was pretty sure James was trying to take my coffee from me. He was shouting about coffee and pointing at my coffee. He was actually pointing at the lights.
It was confusing. Chrissy Finiotis leading the way here with a little over 500,000 chips.
Wow. It's a big stack at this point.
Yeah, everyone's starting with 100k, of course. Our hero down there in 8th, Ari Clippy, that warm-up champion, sitting here with 1.5 starting stacks. And your man, the shortest, 8 big blinds. You've G'd him up.
Yeah.
He's nursing a nub.
But yeah, but I have faith. I have faith. I've seen what he can do before. Or at least I've read about it on the updates when I wasn't sent to the event. Interestingly, with this table, everyone's sitting deep. The second shortest stack Clipper with 46 bigs. So, these guys have plenty of chips. And it really speaks to this structure, which always offers so much play. You see their blinds now, 1,500, 3,500, 3,500 big blind ante. 30 bigs right now. I guess it's going to be 25 bigs if you buy in the next level and 20 bigs if you last minute late reg.
Viniotis then popping it up. This A7 suited him. Perrier just deciding to flat for 7.5k with just 22 back. This King Jack. A little surprising perhaps, not just if we're going to play it, just go with it for the 8 blinds, but maybe just happy to take it multi-way if they can, with a view to building a stack or re-entering.
Yeah, I think exactly what you said earlier about the players who are short maybe looking to just maximise spots. This does seem a little unorthodox, I must say, to flat a hand such as this one, but maybe he is just in there to gamble. And with a quarter of his chips in there, now Tabiev obviously putting on the squeeze. Perriot might take this spot and be dominated, unfortunately.
Yeah, obviously not ideal that we get squeezed.
Ooh.
I do sorry.
Look at this.
Cold calling on the button with ace 10. Oh.
A lot of gambling these guys right away. This is a great table for this stage of the tournament, I feel.
There he is. In the shirt that made him famous.
The lumberjack.
I was bragging on break. I'll show you a little picture from the World Series this summer, and I sent to you at the time. But I was on his table. There he was wearing that shirt. I was like, wow, it's like seeing your heroes from TV.
I know, right?
He was devouring a crepe at the table, which is, you know, unique.
Perriot calling with the King Jack here, leaving 1/7 of a pop bet behind.
Just into gamble, flop anything, go with it.
Flop nothing, maybe have to go with it. Well, he actually got a quite good flop, to be fair.
Very good flop, open-ender. And there you go, Tabiev, of course, with the gut shot to Broadway.
Yeah, knowing that you have to go to showdown, probably thinking about just flatting in this spot, isolating, seems a little weird.
Yeah.
That will bring in Aldazari for at least a call. She may perceive the flat call from Tabiev as weakness and try and isolate. Doesn't on this occasion.
Yeah, exactly what you say. You've got to show this hand down anyway. Try side pot. 10's a high enough card. And not that there's lots of overs that can come to that card. So deciding just a flat. Guess this is going to check through all the way, certainly on a 3 river.
No look for Perriot here.
Well, just going to go for some value. This is very much on the thin side.
I like it. I think some of Tabiev's calls on the flop here might be like pairs under the 10 or maybe even a weaker 10. He showed no interest in the pot here. Had the opportunity to isolate, probably would have with the queen.
Right.
So I think she's
That's a fair point.
Recognized that she's good and can perhaps pursue some value here. He's not to know how weak or strong she would bet into a dry side pot. Looks like he's going to make the call.
Wow, there we go.
So she gets her value from just ace high. Impressive stuff.
Yeah,
Perriot's already on his feet.
Far from thin value. Yeah, called by ace high. Nicely done.
Yeah, and a curiosity call amount. She just threw it out there just to tease him a little. Well, there he is. Look, I hyped him up. He lasted one hand.
Yep. Yeah, there was the kiss.
The commentator jinx there.
It was the
if ever there was one. Hopefully Perriot will make it to the cash desk and re-enter now. Plenty of time, buying 30 bigs at this point. I want to ask you a question actually on that, James. Late registration causes a bit of a kerfuffle, I would say, in some quarters. People like Mike Matisow, obviously an esteemed member of the poker community, gets on his soapbox at least once a year when he sees that long late reg queue at World Series events. Gets very upset that people are buying in for 12 and 15 big blinds with, very similar to this situation, 2/3 of the field already gone. It's obviously an amazing ICM bump for those guys. Not going to go through all the maths of that now. Go buy Darryl Kearney's book if you want to. But, you know, unquestionably your chips are more valuable when you do this, but of course you've sacrificed the opportunity to build a stack during these, like these guys have played 8-9 levels or whatever it is already. So, you know, there's a guy I think sitting with 1 million chips right now, for example.
Right.
You have a lot of catching up to do, but at the same time, the raw value of your chips probably are worth more than the buy-in right now. And how do you feel about that? And how late would you allow late reg to go if you were king of everything that is poker?
I was king of everything that poker. What a great world that would be, eh? Great idea. Well, I'll come to that in a minute, 'cause we'll just play this one out. Paolo's popping up 2 10s. Aldusari, see, peeling once again. This time with king 10, and Ari looking at a queen jack offsuit in the small blind. Now, this isn't particularly a hand you normally want to flat with here. He does just let it go, but he may be more encouraged having seen Aldusari cold call that 3-bet with ace 10 offsuit. Probably a player who's been getting a little too involved. Piniotis with ace deuce in the big. Again.
These are mucky ones, 3-way, I gotta say.
Right.
Sometimes let these ones go. Heads up, of course, you have to, but...
Especially for 5k more, right? It wasn't a min raise. It's 2.5. Don't play great 3-way, but in this case, obviously in fine shape. The only ace in the pot. There we go. Ace deuce tray. Easy.
Very easy game indeed. Well, no reason to bet it yourself here. Hoping to have had some domination rotation, I guess, is the dream. Maybe an ace king or ace queens out there. Paolo, every reason to just bet really tiny here and try to take it down, deprive some overcards of equity, keep the betting lead.
Now, I wonder if we spring the trap here. Very deep after all. David over 100 blinds in a single raise pot.
Yeah, and maybe she's conscious of how many action killers could fall on the turn. A 4 or 5, a diamond could prevent her getting significant amount of chips into this pot now. So goes for the raise.
Very
Small
one.
raise.
Yeah, a little tickle.
Almost so small, Paolo may have to call this.
Yeah, pretty yucky without a diamond in hand, but at the same time, just 9k more.
In position, could still smash his 10. Could be good sometimes against diamonds.
Right, it all depends what sort of range you give your opponent when they check raise so small like this. And don't forget, these players have all been together for 3 hours already. We're joining them just now for the first time, so we're completely unaware of any dynamics that have formed throughout the day, which I always say in commentary is so key. And we saw in the last frame how important that was, because there was so much going on that if you looked at those hands in isolation, some of them would seem crazy. And, well, speaking of crazy, is this a 3-bet coming out? A 25k chip going in there. He does 3-bet the ace deuce tray flop.
So decides that it's more his board than hers.
Wow.
Obviously, he can have
Now,
top set here. I don't know if he can have 3s or 2s that often coming from this position. Maybe he just about can, but...
I think it's raising 3s and 2s, yeah. You know, just deciding just the call now. Setting up, showing like a little bit of fake weakness, perhaps. Don't want to scare the ace-king, ace-queen type hands for now. We'll allow diamonds to continue to bluff.
Yeah, it's not outside the realm possibility that you're up against ace 3 or 3s. But the best way to go about this one now is to make it look like you're drawing and just call it down, I guess.
This is a weird sizing, because this is almost like he's saying, I'm pretty sure my 10's are good. I just want to get to showdown, want to protect a little bit against a diamond.
Yeah, it's a mergy one that's sort of trying to extract value from diamonds while also not face a bet. I say that, but maybe he would.
Cool, once again, unbelievable. We have over 200,000 in this pot.
Yeah, this is a very strange pot so far, and ooh.
That's the wettest card in the deck.
Well, Paolo would be a very brave man betting into that card, I gotta say. must know his hand is never good now. Whatever chance it was.
Right,
So could represent big diamonds having taken this line all the way. Certainly puts Finiotis in a bad spot. It's a big bet.
this hand is just bewildering.
Yeah, it's a head scratcher for sure.
And a small bet.
57, wow. Wow.
This is bizarre because it's just never worse value, is it, at this point?
Yeah, she's convinced he's got her now because this just feels so milky. But then to have a minimum defense frequency in this spot, like given the line she's taken, I guess she plays her sets this way. She has top and bottom pair.
This is horrible.
Does have to just cry it off like, ugh, fine. And now he's going to look a bit foolish showing those tens.
It's one of those where I think she's calling without even thinking what they're going to get shown. Just kind of want to call because it's quarter pot and I've got 2 pair, but never expecting really to win. And probably never expecting to see tens without a diamond.
No.
That wasn't in the range.
No, she looked utterly defeated, but as you said, resigned to just cry calling it off for that price. Don't really get his line there on any decision point, actually. It was a head scratcher.
Flop bet. I was with that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when we left the game tree.
We left the
The
forest.
second time, yeah. Next time I'll
We were on a
beat you.
salt flat at that point. I like it though. This is
Lot
what
of
we've come to
banter
see.
though. Yeah.
We don't tune in here and say this is
I believe her from the
not
beginning.
solver poker.
She seems very
This is
honest
proper
person.
poker. It's the poker that
Really.
nearly all of us play day in, day out.
People that play poker and
I say nearly all of us. Obviously, you
in
know,
the game.
you're a solver guy, David. I know.
Some
I know your heart says otherwise, but
I don't know if anyone would call me a solver guy. I guess I do like a bit of DTO. Do you do DTO? It's great. Bit of kit that from Dominic Nietzsche. That's
Adusari coming in with a raise with this very playable hand. FA in the next seat, Queen Jack. Adusari's been playing every hand we've seen. I was going to come back to your point about late reg,
yes.
specifically because you used the World Series as an example. I think it's gone way too far.
Yeah.
I think in a lot of those tournaments, you sit there and you play all day. And I like playing from the start in those tournaments. I'm generally getting there in the first level.
Same.
And I enjoy, you build a stack, all this happens. And then what happens is, for the last 2 hours of late reg, every time there's an empty seat in your table, it's never a 5-time starting stack player from another table that comes in and you can play proper poker with. It's always someone coming in with the 16 big blind starting set they've now got. And it just freezes the action.
Yeah.
It dramatically changes the game. Forget all the equity of late regging, ICM and all that. Just the actual gameplay itself is somewhat ruined for a while. I'd much rather see it finish earlier and just have more tournaments. Have a tournament that starts later in the day. Let's say here, of course, we're still late regging with 30 blinds at this moment. King at 6. Adusari. Repeating the bet from pre-flop. Top pair on this monotone board. Martinovic. Can't really like it on all spade board when the opener continues, but maybe for this sizing, we call one. Thinks better of it. Nicely done.
That was good.
Off the pot.
It's
Yeah,
far from
that's the
her,
thing that annoys me. Especially I see it. It's a little different. You're a pro or whatever. But you see these people who come in for the World Series, have a good time. They're in there from the start. They're enjoying their playing. And then there's just that weird mid-stage of the tournament where it's suddenly you can't really open hands because there's 2 or 3 starting stacks of 15 blinds who are just going to put you in the bin. And then finally, an hour later, things kind of return to normal again because they've either busted or trebled or quadrupled up by then. But it just changed the tournament far too much for my mind.
what
Gabi-
number of big blinds,
No,
if
Gabi
that's the
Lipschitz.
way
I
we
can hear him
do
from
it,
here.
would you stop late reg at? Would you limit it to 25, 30?
I think 20 is fine.
20 is okay.
Not that loud.
Yeah, he's a good. He's a
kind of
good
depends on the
player,
tournament.
very good person. He's loud.
Size of the field makes a difference. Like in these, I guess we're going to be coming in exactly that 20 big blinds if you max late reg.
Yeah. But like, look at
Good
this
cards.
level. Like, this is a level you don't see in a poker tournament all that often.
Yeah.
It's great to see them find these extra levels for gameplay.
In some of those World Series events, you're coming in with like 8 blinds if you just at the back of the queue. Which I know is somewhere you quite often find yourself.
Well, if I'm
You're very
gonna
gracious, aren't you? You let people go ahead.
if I'm gonna do it, I want to be at the very back. But I do take a view that in almost all World Series events, I do play from the start, and then if I bust, I play a last-minute bullet. So I do the extremes. I go from the beginning, or I hop in. Hopefully, the very
What
last
about when you
person.
bust 1 hour in?
Yeah, that's a messy one. That's a messy one. That never
2
happens.
hours
So
in.
I'm too good for that.
2 hours in, you go home and come back later.
I'm usually staying in the hotel. That helps.
Big flop for 2 here. Finiotis with top pair with the king of spades, but Paolo, not spades.
Yeah.
Everything open from number 1.
What I'm enjoying is that it's probably going to be a clash between the same two players again in this one.
Yeah, and a spade this time would, well, imagine, cost Finiotis a lot. Can I just give a bit of credit to Paolo for he tapped his shoulder for the check. I don't see enough of that these days. You know, the tap anywhere.
Yeah.
Tap your own body part.
Or the twirly bird. I do the twirly bird occasionally. Yeah. Don't see that one too often anymore either. Paolo treading lightly this time. No raise. With the overcard and nut flush draw. Binks his ace.
Wow.
Pleasant development for Paolo. Awkward now for Finiotis. She does check back quickly. And backdoor diamonds complete. Not a huge factor, but maybe small. Both feel like they have enough showdown. Surprised Paolo didn't pursue
Nice.
a little bit of value there.
Nice,
Looked like his opponent could have a king jack or a king queen to target.
Yeah, especially with a 10 of spades kicker. I think if you're checking there, you're trying to get maybe some missed spades to bluff, and
Also,
you've
when
got
you're
10 of spades, that's quite a few combos of the missed spades.
also when you're the guy who just bet tens on that, on
Right.
that last hand, I feel like you have to find value then. I feel like you might be marked as someone who bluffs, and therefore a king would
Especially
have to call you.
right,
in
and
that
against the
spot.
same opponent. That looks like maybe a frustration.
Perhaps. What cake did you go for there, James? I saw you had a little cheeky break time, cake time.
It was the coffee and pudding break.
What
Otherwise known as second break of the day for the players.
what pudding?
I just went for some chocolate cake.
Nice. See, I'm gluten intolerant, so I just like to hear people describe eating cake. That's all I have left. That and smelling it. I love going into bakeries and
Well-
just taking a big sniff.
Last time I was here was for Triton, and before arriving here, I went on a dessert ban. I just decided there's no way I can be on my desserts. It's just I'm not one of those people who can limit myself. So abstinence was the best form for me. And it got to the point
Welcome.
that obviously Victor and Lexa, who run all the social stuff here, make all those snazzy videos you guys see if you follow us on Instagram. I was getting them to eat desserts and just describe them to me. And it was getting to the point where it was a little bit odd. When I say getting to the point, I mean we were far past the point where it was a little bit odd. I would walk over to their desk and just...
You said abstinence there. Would you have ever considered the withdrawal method? Having a little
You
taste
should
but
take a
not swallowing?
private room, you two. Every hand it's... We are statistics.
I've lost James. Finiotis opens with a6 of diamonds here in the cutoff. Paolo, her often nemesis, is going to flat here with the 5-4 of clubs.
got Ollie out of the booth. I didn't think I was going to have to deal with that kind of stuff.
Smut.
Here we go.
10-10 deuce. Swing and a miss for both players who have some backdoor potential, but that is about it. Every reason for Finiotis to fire out a little small c-bet here. Just if I was good pre-flop, I'm probably good still. Let's clean up some equity. These bets are very useful, guys. Don't be afraid to make them when you miss.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of future equity there on the running diamond draw. On the off chance your opponent holds diamonds. Main event action. We've all come to see day 2. It's nice to cover these events from so early. So often we come in when maybe the average stack is relatively shallow, although these 1 hour clocks do give you a lot of play. Still, it's nice to see all these players playing, you know, way over 50, sometimes 100. Earlier on, we were playing 300 big blind pots,
Wow.
300 big blind deep pots, I should say.
So it was a wild first hour, yeah?
It's just they were battling out there, you know. There was
Aldazari now. Going to open things up here.
very active on this table. Unbelievable value bet through with the ace-10. Cool bet ace-high in a dry pot. Ah,
The clipper.
here he comes. The glass is on. We know what that means. See people asking in the chat what are the prizes. They're unknown as yet. Late rate is still open.
I'm going to go in a limb though, James.
Oh.
I think we might get 500,000 up top. I heard it here first. If we don't get 500,000, it's going to be really close to 500,000.
If we don't get 500,000, then you're going to top it up. You're nodding, but just let's get it for the record. No, he's shaking his head now. I guess he's not going to top it up. Tabiev can't really continue with this offsuit combo. Unless he's really going to get nasty.
Yeah.
A little burnt having called that bet against Aldazari in the dry pot. Maybe thinking time to spring a bluff. 3-bet squeeze. Well, here we go.
And what's really fun about this table so far is it feels like we've already got pair-offs who are battling.
This is incredibly small for a squeeze sizing. I mean, it's incredibly small against just the under the gun player. When you throw in the fact that Ari's come along in the middle as well, and then to top it off, the hand we've got, it's just nearly always going to result in a 3-way pot, where we sword things with a6 offsuit.
Yeah. Really just a pot juicer.
Yeah, not ideal.
And
We'll see how it progresses.
betting lead stealer. 65k in the middle now. Clipper with just a stack to pot ratio of 2. And then Aldazari and Tabiev playing a little deeper. Just one overcard to the 8th, but that king is the kind of card Tabiev can certainly represent. Come with a 1/3 here, get the job done in quite a few instances.
Well, the one plus side for going with a small sizing is you keep in a lot of hands that have completely missed this king 4-3. So if Aldazari had a hand like 7-8 suited, for example, that's never folding. So you can therefore bet a little wider on these flops. And wow, if you can get 8s to fold, all the more.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yeah, dainty little one that.
Yes, I mean, it's not an easy spot for 8s, but I think that's one where we do want to call once. Keep someone honest. You're going to have some hands that can call once, you're going to have some hands that can call twice, and you're going to have some hands that call 3 times. If you never call once, then you're folding too much. David, you've had a relaxed morning
I've had a lovely morning. Thank you for asking.
here at Merit. I saw you obviously earlier after you'd dropped the kids off at Kids Club. That's freeing you up for a little spa action.
Exactly. Well, this is one of the joys of the Merit Resort. There's a kids club, so if you do come and you want to bring the family, you can basically get rid of the kids and go do some grown-up stuff. Spa time, swim in the sea, go for lunch without screaming kids. It's just bliss, to be honest.
Or without your screaming kids, at least.
Yeah,
If you do hear some screaming, you haven't got to worry about it.
yeah. You do. Yeah, it's always. It's almost like you enjoy hearing other people's kids screaming. It's sort of like, they're not ours.
So did you get your little dip in the sea then?
No, not
Oh.
yet. I am going to do it though because I love sea swims and I do them in Malta most days. And I do prefer the sea to pools, but my son has got really into diving right now, and he loves just throwing a ball into the bottom of the pool and going after it and going back up again. So he's having great fun.
So you're playing fetch with your son, is what you're saying?
Basically, that's what it ends up looking like.
Okay.
Yeah. Which is fine because you can do that from the edge of the pool with a cocktail in hand and a steak sandwich.
And it takes some time. You've got to go down to the pool, get up, get out, bring it back to you. It's
Yeah.
a lot slower than a dog. Andy Siri. 10-7 of clubs. We'd like to see this hand defended. But she will for the min open.
A fine defend.
Martinovic, now the player in position against his opponent. Tables were turned a moment ago. Well, he's going to like that 2-diamond flop.
Half pot. Shouldn't meet any resistance. Doesn't. But no, on a serious note, I think it's well worth advertising that aspect to the trips here. Previous trips, I've been here with my son, and one trip I came alone, and obviously that was nice as well. But the fact that the resort caters so well to kids is a huge appeal for players out there who do have kids. You've probably found yourself, as I have as well, curbed in the number of stops you can do each year and maybe wanting to pick and choose your poker travel a bit more cleverly. Well, this is one where you can bring the family and they have a holiday and you go off and play poker.
Yeah, and I think on that point as well, it's nice knowing that the expense is set at the start.
Yeah.
You've got to worry about anything once you're here. I know, and I'm not picking this to to blast Poker Stars in any way, but I know the PSPC. I had a couple of friends go to that. One of them went with the kids, took the whole family, and it's thousands upon thousands out of pocket on spending money and all the food and drink for them whilst they were there, which is, it's not insignificant.
No, it really isn't. And yeah, I'm glad you're the one putting stars on blast for that, since I just put out a piece which raises a question mark over the tax situation in Spain, which I'm sure they're not loving right now.
I did watch that block-in that Dara recorded. His percentages are percentages. Picking percentages out of thin air, it has to be said. There didn't seem to be any science behind it, other than the tax number.
Yeah.
There we go. We'll
Like,
just see what
I guess we're always doing that as poker players, that we're guessing our edge and we're guessing the likelihood of situations that we maybe don't really fully know.
Big flop from Martinovic. Yet again, this time top two. Fernandinho with the gut shot.
Yeah, no heart on board, but might stick around to the right price.
That looks like the right price to me. Very small.
Yeah, when you flat in position here with these sort of suited connector, suited gappers, and you face these kind of sizing, minimum defense frequency, you must find some calls that aren't pairs, and this sort of just about qualifies.
Yeah, certainly does.
And you talked there about having hands that can call 1 street, 2 street, 3 street. Well, this is clearly one that unimproved can only call 1 street, unless the second street happens to be incredibly tiny.
Right, it's small, but it's too much. One would imagine for a gut shot.
Yeah, and doesn't make a great light 3-bet, or light raise, I should say, either, so
And the
neat
show.
and tidy. I remember Martinovic from some other streams. He's a canny operator.
Yeah, just looking at. Got 11th in one of the main events here back in March 2022, where the guarantee that day was just $1 million. So the guarantee's tripled.
Wow, that's an
In a year and a
amazing
half.
stat. Which time of the year was that?
It was March.
So that was the Carmen, probably.
Yeah, previous year. Not this year, obviously previous year. Unsurprisingly, Uwe Reichenstein got second in that one.
Yeah, well, he does come second.
One of his favourite positions.
You're getting smutty.
Stop it.
That's an amazing stat. Let's. Do you know what? I'm going to look that up at my next break and just try and
7,000?
offer some
7.
stat on how the guarantees have grown here.
Chart the
Maybe.
guarantees. Sounds like a
Yeah.
spreadsheet kind of job. That sounds fun.
Yeah.
I was going to use my break to maybe go back out in the sunshine, but you know, you put a spreadsheet, each to their own.
Yeah. That's my idea of fun. Because that almost feels like exponential growth. There was a 1 million guarantee that time. It's definitely a 1.5 million guarantee.
The last one was definitely 1.5 million, yeah.
Maybe even the 2.
The last one was 1.5.
Now this is the summer stop, which does generally get bigger numbers. We see there 6 million guaranteed for the festival, and they're probably going to get somewhere around 10 million in overall prize pool across the festival, one would guess.
Whoa.
Clipper.
Emptying the clip. Oh, sorry, Hauser was opening up just 60k. I was going to say, this is...
Gamble time.
Yeah. Says... Feels like that's going to be a lot of big ace combos. So let's run it.
Who's going to win this one?
Clipper.
Give us a 9 in the chat.
Clipper's going to win this one. Want to take even money?
I want to see your 9s in the chat.
Check 5 trace and back doors. For the 6 of clubs.
Far from over. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Never easy. Ari, composed as ever. Too many outs?
Game.
Right.
Bad turn.
Always a sweat.
Bad turn, yeah. Not for me. Thank you.
Ari on the rise. Ah, there we go. The
We are
voice of
very
God in
nice
our
people.
ears.
In this area,
David.
we are very nice people.
Is
From
that who that
Butas
is?
letting us
Hope.
know that the guarantee is dependent on the
This is
season.
the bad
So high
people.
season here in August, 3 million.
Not all of you.
When we get back here in
Not all of
November,
you.
the guarantee will be
Sit one also.
back down to 1.5 million, which does make sense, obviously.
Everyone is
It's
nice.
just bustling here during the
Everyone
summer,
in the
less
winter.
so in the winter.
But I tell you, that 1.5 million
I-
will be absolutely obliterated.
I
think
reckon it'd be more than 1.5 million. I reckon the guarantee by then they would have had a little, come on, let's bump up a little bit.
I'm not sure if he's got
I think that-
eyes, right?
I definitely think
he
that
have
one
eyes?
could hit 2.2, 2.3
Not sure.
from what I've seen. Such a wonderful playground for
Be serious. Come on.
poker
You have
players
to be
here.
serious. Not smile. You shouldn't smile. It's very... Okay. That's it. That's good.
Bit banter with the dealer here.
Keep a straight face 2 hours. No smile, nothing.
She's very tough, by the way.
I mean, we keep talking about how this does have that small room feel to it. Everyone's just so friendly, staff and players alike.
Oh, yeah.
So much history between both the dealers and the players.
Yeah.
The regulars here. And there's a lot of fun when you get these series on. They get to go in a costume, as it were. I saw, obviously, a lot of them outside the back of the poker room here by the Scala bar, which during these series is taken over as the staff break room. And they're out there posing in the outfits, taking pictures.
But getting the hair done as well.
Yeah. I got mine done, especially for the event.
Well,
I'll let you just look there. Well, you were expecting things to have changed from yesterday, were you?
I don't know what hair you were referring to. Tabiev getting aggro now. Ace 9. +1 here. Attacking Martinovic, who opened pocket sixes.
Wow. This is very aggressive from +1.
Can't
Again.
fold to this price again.
Yeah. Sizings are just off. It's 10,500 more to call. But I kind of actually enjoy this tank because it's, if I'm Tabiev, I'm not thinking it's sixes. I'm not thinking it's a clear call. Whoa. Okay. A little surprised by that one.
Yeah, I'm surprised too, and I think maybe as a little heuristic there, it's probably worth thinking about that spot there as if you're in the big blind and there's been a min open, because that's basically the price you're being laid, and wouldn't you call with sixes to set mine?
Yeah,
I know you're facing a 3-betting range, but that's almost all the more reason to call with
yeah,
sixes.
it's a great. You've opened under the gun. I mean, 3-bet by the next seat. It reeks of strength, and when you've got sixes, you want to be up against strength. You want your opponent to have aces, kings, queens, because you just call the 10k, flop a 6, say thank you very much.
Honestly.
Yeah.
Tabiev, 3-betting ace 9 offsuit from +1, now opening ace 7 offsuit from under the gun. Adusari just kicking 3s into the muck, despite being that deep. Kind of surprising as well. They get exactly the same sort of thing. Maybe you want to go after these deep stack situations with those small pocket pairs, but not quite as clear cut as the last one, of course.
I like Finiotis' table presence. She's a boss.
It's okay. They have
Just
plenty.
looking at her recent results.
Strong.
7th place finish during the ladies event at the World Series of Poker this year.
Wow, excellent.
Yeah.
Doesn't surprise me one bit.
Some other results in there.
What's 7th place worth in that? Maybe like 25?
26.
Yeah.
There's a man who spent a lot of time raiding the ladies event final table.
Just generally plugged in, James. It's my job.
You take it as part of the job you had to
Just I'm
inform the people what's going on.
Bring
I'm
food.
plugged into the grid at all
table.
times.
Should be
Probably
As a great journalist that you are.
I may have written an article about that very event. I can't actually remember.
Wow. So many written, huh?
Yeah, very hard. Tough.
You're a very nice writer as well, James, I want to say. I'm interested to know if you've ever blogged or written. Because I know there's a lot of writing behind what you do for Triton as well, producing, you're writing scripts and kind of things like that. But
I think there was a point when everyone in the dog had a blog, and I was one of those. I was an avid forum user back in the day. So. Not that that's the same thing, but it is somewhat.
can be,
Trip
though.
reports. and-
Absolutely.
Adusari. Loosening up. Ace deuce off from +2. We've seen quite a few of these already, these raggy ace off combos being played. And Tabiat's been playing them extremely aggressively. This one, though, of course, just calling from the big blind.
That was a
Seeing a
good flop
9-9-6
for the
board.
9-9
Both players
6-6.
won't hate that flop. I'm just sorry, does have the ace of diamonds. She's going to check it back.
Opening the door now for Tabiev to represent this type of board, even though he
Right.
actually has the other type of hand.
I mean, it's unfortunate for her that it's come a 7 because he just gets to bet this a lot more often now. Although, look at this. She knows.
Wow. Not giving up just yet.
Yeah, it's going to be a chop. But something silly happening. Well, that...
Good card for her in the sense that
Right.
draws all miss. He's representing a smaller range now. And he's doing so with a bet of roughly 1/3.
Yeah, just really trying to look like a
Mergey.
7 or a 6. Desperately trying to get called by ace high is what it looks like.
She might find the call here.
I'm just going to find the fold. That sizing just looks so milky. If you're bluffing, surely you'd go bigger.
Sticky, sticky.
No, he's going to think he's lost his hand.
Chop it up. Fun hand. Both players playing a little bit upside down. Obviously, he was targeting better aces there.
Yeah.
She raised with this.
She raised with this? Who said that? I definitely heard someone say she
Yeah.
raised with this.
I think it was... I think it may have been Martinovic or Ari. I don't think it came from the other end of the table. Well, a lot of jabs going on here, David. Well, actually, more than jabs, obviously. We had Paolo go a little bit crazy, a little bit berserk with the 10s. There's been a lot of bluffing him. Ari says, enough's enough. I want to have a little go at this. Jack 9 offsuit. When we come. Piniotas deuces in the next seat. A little difficult given Ari's opening off. Stack he is.
Yeah, you'd certainly be happy calling this one in the small or big, but she decides cutoff is okay too. Probably not the squeeziest table I've ever seen, but we have seen some
Yeah.
small squeezes actually on a
But
couple of occasions.
Yeah, Boris Tabiev in the small. He obviously squeezed up a minute ago, but that was with a6 from the button. Maybe less inclined to do so out of position.
Martinovic with a sort of fold it or raise it spot now.
Found the third way.
So he calls.
Tabiev was suited ace in the small. Now this is a
This
potential
is-
squeeze.
This is a lovely spot to squeeze. This is a lovely spot to make it, I don't know, maybe like 33 to go, 35 to go.
Yeah, I was thinking a little larger as well.
So if past is present, could make it 19. No, just joking. He actually calls, which is fine
Yeah,
as well.
flatting's fine. There you go.
Flatting is absolutely fine in this situation too. Suited ace is a great hand.
53
Play
players.
multi-way. Clipper finds his looses open from the hijack and
Yeah.
immediately gets called in 3 spots. He's far from out of it. He's actually an
Ooh,
equity
there's the
favourite.
deuce.
Not anymore.
Martinovic with a gut shot. Tabiev's second pair, but it is Finiotis with the set of ducks.
Yeah, and given that she's multi-way, bet is mandatory here. Needs to target a 5x, 7x. There could be pocket 8s or 9s could be out there as well.
Might flush draws.
Clipper could just decide to come with the check. you know, his entire range strategy here, even with big pairs. Given that it's 4 ways, that's a possibility as well. So definitely nice to see a bet and a nice sizing too.
Now, does Martinovic get too sticky here? I always feel like if players play a little too wide pre-flop, they almost have to justify it by then continuing
I know what
too
you mean.
wide post. And it seems to be the case here. That may save Tabiev now with the 5, with no back door. Seeing a bet and a call from the non-pre-flop raisers.
I wonder if he, again, contemplates another way to go here. Maybe feels like even the top of Kleiper's range can't withstand a raise. And Finiotis could be just taking a shot. Does decide to let it go. I think that is the better play, to be honest.
Yeah.
But just sort of thinking through all the possibilities here. Multi-way poker is so much fun.
Kind of a fine cover Finiotis to see, of course. 8-9, a possibility. Of course, 6-8 also a scary possibility, but can't be scared of the monsters in the closet.
No, and I guess just as likely maybe a hand like 9-8 would stick around for Martinovic here, so she can pursue some more value.
Also the
Pocket
heart
6s
draws.
and pocket 8s definitely have to stick around to another bet as well.
Yeah, heart draws. Only 7x. So going bigger, but not going huge. Just really happy to let the range continue here. She kind of knows what the bad cards are, right? If it becomes a heart, it's a bad thing. Anything else really is probably a good card. Any high card's going to be good.
I'm wondering if he thinks his hand is now a bluff candidate.
I'm going to say, sometimes you
He
see
can't
this,
call anymore.
players go a little too wide pre-flop and they sort of justify the mistake by then going after things. It's a 4-way pot. She fired, got called by the next seat, and then wants to fire again on the turn. There are, of course, some bluffs, but hearts being the obvious candidates.
Yeah, you could be wondering if Finiotis just has one pair here, could she withstand a raise? You think he's contemplating the call more so?
I don't know what he's thinking there.
I think he's come to the right decision in the end.
Yeah,
anyway.
just 2 streets too late, perhaps. Obviously, unfortunate run into a set there. I mean, there are sometimes maybe he wins the spot as played. But
Got to say, she's looked the best player so far, Finiotis, at this table. If I had to pick one, obviously we know the Clipper. We know what he's capable of. But based on this small sample, like her table presence, like how she's played some of these key pots. Just the right amount of sticky against the pocket 10s that time.
yeah, that was a bizarre hand.
Well, it really was.
Garbage for those up front.
Probably just not qualifying for Martinovic there. Maybe the King 9 gets in. King
Garbage,
10.
garbage for those up back as well.
Yeah, this has been a raggedy collection. Paolo suited here. Just gives the walk. Wow.
Very hard to fold those suited cards in the small blind. It's such a great price. Again, we don't know what's gone on before. Maybe Panandiak's been punishing any passive approach from the man on his right. Thus, adjustment could be to fold a little tighter from the small blind. Play those spots a little bit more selectively. FA, suited ace under the gun.
7.
How much? And he's going to get this one round to the blinds. I'm just sorry. The lone defender from the big blind, King 3 offsuit. Now, obviously, we are getting a great price in the big blind. These kind of hands do fare pretty poorly against the early position opens. F8.
4.5.
Some confusion on the flop, but looks like he wants to bet 4,500. Having had top pair, top kicker. Adusari with the king of hearts. Look at this, David. She's going to stick around. Actually, having to bet 3.5. I think he wanted to bet 4.5. A min bet was the result. Not quite sure what happened. Maybe a wrong chip in.
Yeah, and I guess with that king of hearts in hand, a pretty good call given
Yeah.
how sticky she needs to be against such a small bet. It's made it awkward now for FA.
Yeah, I think this was snap check check. I think I saw him check on the turn. So I think we have had the river dealt.
Okay.
I think he instantly checked back, and what's quite a scary card, really. Oh, pardon me. He instantly bet 6k. I thought he checked, but he'd thrown chips in.
Sort of an advanced blocker here, clearly targeting a weaker 9 or charging a flush draw.
Whoa.
Ambitious call here from Aldasari.
Well, I feel like if we somehow got to the river here with King 3 offsuit, this is a card we have to bet.
Yeah. And she might recognise that 2 very small bets. No, she doesn't. But I did feel as though maybe with those 2 very small bets both times, she might have been figuring him for marginal value, trying to get to a cheap showdown and gone for that sort of call, turn, attack river. In the end, she does shut it down. A little bit leaky in that spot, I guess. Just facing small bets, just sort of got a little bit kind of pot stuck.
I don't like it, but you've got to recognise when the board changes that dramatically, that when you're on those spots, if you have somehow got there with that hand, then maybe a bluff is in order. Certainly gets to have plenty of 7s there as played.
Yeah. Finiotis now 769k. Wow. From quick look at the chip counts across the room, that looks to be roughly top 10.
Yeah, I'm just having a quick gander on Poker News now myself. There are some big stacks in there from overnight. Obviously, will be a lot of movement today.
As we see Tabiaf open things up here in the hijack, Palandiuk with the smothered King 6. Ace Queen of Diamonds in very good shape here. Liable to win a very big pot if we find some more diamonds, which fortunately for him we do not. Big whiff actually for Palandiuk, so one of those spots for Ace Queen where it's a little tricky. Goes ultra small. And even though we have to call with a lot of hands at that price.
Yeah.
King 6 is a very hard one to find a call, and he does let it go. Tabiev, well, it's been a little unorthodox in his sizings, I must say, but it's been effective in this frame.
Yeah, there's been some stepping out, that's for sure, but it's been profitable nonetheless. How do sorry. Giving up the button. Away from the table for this one. Tabiev. He likes these hands from any seat. Unopened from +2, I expect to see a wager. Some love in the chat for Demir, of course winning the high roller.
Yeah, Zugralin with that incredible comeback a couple of nights ago. Gotta admit, I didn't see it coming.
No, you really didn't.
I'd already
written the
etched
obituary.
Uri Reich on the trophy, and
Ari check calling with that plopped second pair. There's some backdoor equity as well. That's certainly the backdoor equity. Turning 2 pair. It's made the backdoor house. Almost unfortunate the river comes a 6 because it just fills in so many of the hands he might check call the flop with, right? All those 7x's, the 5-6, 6-8s. He just has a lot more value now than if the river had been, say, a deuce.
yeah, Tabiev just obviously has some showdown now, but it's kind of fake showdown.
We saw him make a heroic all over with ace-jack high in a dry pot.
Yeah, 10-jack is the obvious hand here that he beats. 10-jack makes the most sense.
Yeah, it could be the 10-jack, 10-queen, queen-jack, those 3 gut shot combos.
Maybe a
Question
5.
is-
Maybe a 5 with with spades.
Right,
with
how
this.
many of the one, like, are there ever 1 pairs that bet here in the river? Or is it always 2 pair plus? There we go, just make the call.
Clipper gets value.
You have to show your cards to win a pot on this table a lot, don't you? There's a lot of fighting going on.
Yeah, there certainly is.
Players in the main event, last level for the entry of registration.
Okay, it sounds like the levels are about to go up. The announcement, this is the last level for re-entries. Looks like we've got 1 more hand at this level.
3,500. It is the last level for registration and re-entries.
So I think this is the last hand at 1535. Tabiev, the very openable ace-3 suited here in early. It's the kind of hand you want to include in your early position opens. Just have a bit of board coverage. Any suited ace really in this spot is good. Aldazari now. Suited connector. She bins it. Effa with the tempter.
Yeah, Tavia has been very active.
And again, the really small 3-bet.
These click 3-bets, yeah.
It's in vogue here in North Cyprus.
Certainly on this table.
Ooh, and Finiotis almost been given a price where she could consider a call here. These guys relatively deep with her.
Yeah,
Sometimes
could
just
see it.
flicking in the 12.5 or whatever it is, and you hope that Tabiev doesn't get frisky.
yeah, that's the fear, of course, as Tabiev reopens the action. But
It's sort of an
Obviously,
amazing spot here to put 12 in, knowing it's going to be, you know, basically 50k in the middle, and you just have to really win a pot-sized bet post-flop if you do make your set to justify it. You should get that.
the problem comes here when you get a half-decent flop
Yeah.
against undefined ranges. They flopping best on the 10.
Yeah, everyone with the piece here. Interesting to see how it goes. If the proclivity to small bets maintains, and it does, we could see a couple of calls here. Finiotis obviously suspicious of the 3-betting range of Effa here, but does have backdoor straight possibility as well.
Yeah, and that call should allow Tabiev to make way.
While we see that she is behind, I do like this call overall.
She's got a lot of hand.
No reason the backdoor hearts couldn't provide some assistance some amount of the time.
You've always got the dream scenario, the deuce 5 run out as well, and yeah, cause maximum pain to an ace. Maybe that's a little too optimistic.
So Effa betting 1/3 here, targeting exactly what she has and maybe a weaker 10 for some more value. Interesting, because she called a 3-bet, he's probably putting her on a hand like 6s through 9s a lot.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And I think that's probably the reason for this sizing and not a slightly larger sizing, trying to extract value from 10.
Yeah, the only realistic 10, I guess, is probably ace 10. So you're not loving life in that sense. A heart on the river, not ideal. Goes check, check. And FA will get to table the winner. Nod in admiration of the top pair.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
There we go. Change of level, change of dealer. Blinds are going up to 2k, 4k, and that's the effect it will have on our table. Chrissy Finiotis will, of course, still be the chip leader, but down to 700k after that. And brief step backwards. Tabiev, the most active for sure, with just under 500,000. Look at that. Even the shortest stacks. Palandia, Clipper, over 40 blinds. Last level of reg. I would say it's time for these guys to gamble it up, but they're far too deep for that.
Yeah, I think that will be the case on other tables, or indeed on this table, should one or two of these people get short. It does feel like a reasonable opportunity to take spots that are cuspy, just because if you do believe you have an edge over the field, getting back in is obviously worth some equity to you as well. In this situation, though, as James said, 40 bigs, the shortest stack. Everybody's sitting relatively pretty with playable stacks here, and certainly don't want to overdo it and be in the unenviable position of 100k and $3,300 poor. Tabiev, he's going to raise it up here with 7s, and right behind him, Paolo with the aces.
Yeah, that's the man who's been the most active. So therefore, it's going to be the man who expects to be 3-bet the most.
Now, we've talked a lot about sizings in this frame and how the default sizing from least 3 players has been smaller than we would recommend. This bit more standard from Paolo here. Oh, would you believe it?
I was about to say that. I was about to say again, I'd like to see this a little larger when we're under the gun +1. We're repping strength against strength. You kind of want to go a bit bigger, but it's at least a 3x. But already, is Aldasari going to somehow just flat here?
Wow.
She has. She just flats the kings, potentially allowing for some survival. We'll see.
Well, we see the
A lot
2
of cards to
7s
come.
folded. So Tabiev likely to get involved now, getting a great price, but both 7s have been binned. So
That's cruel.
he will struggle to find a path to victory now, even though our graphics will probably illustrate as if.
And rightly so. We're not in here counting mutt cards too often.
No.
But eagle-eyed from you.
But interestingly for Paolo and Aldasari,
Martinovic just thinking about here.
yeah,
Just a bit TV time, perhaps. Paolo desperate to see some action, holding those aces, being cold called. Now there are some hands Tabiev may elect to full bet bluff with. 7s do not fit in that camp, do they?
no, not at all. In fact, it's a fantastic set mining spot now for him. Just has to pay 14k to make a pot of 70.
But I do like the
against
thinking
two strong
because,
ranges.
again, we know that 7s is an instant call here. But making a tank allows him perhaps later down the streets to have different range of hands.
And of course, there will be a lot of boards which spell doom for Aldasari here.
Most boards.
But it's possible she will find an escape hatch.
Not there.
No, not
It's about as
there.
good as it gets for the aces in this scenario up against the 2 kings.
I feel like he can bet pretty small here, Paolo. He's obviously
Right.
only got a 3-to-1 stack to pot ratio, so very easy to get a stack in by the river here.
I was wondering, do we go unbalanced here? Do we think that Aldasari just has a lot of pocket pairs, cold cooling?
And charger max.
Yeah, and just
Well, he does go half pot, which is bigger than I
Yeah.
anticipated. So maybe thinking along the lines of you there, James.
just making it really easy to get it in for the shoots. And this is great because I mean she's so under-repped here. If he didn't have aces, we'd be talking about what a fantastic trap this is.
Yeah.
Tabiev. Well, those 7s are dusty now.
Yeah, she
to
has
this
got
action.
incredibly unlucky here. Aldasari, we obviously put question marks over. 1 or 2 light call downs in very small pots, I must say, like very small situations, but this is very different.
I have to say I love her line here because it was open from under the gun, a 3-bet for the next seat, strength, strength, and just maybe deciding to play range here as flats with the 2 kings.
Yeah.
Knowing that the undergun opener could reopen the action and also allowing Paolo to potentially blast off post-flop with both weaker hands for perceived value and also his bluffs. Now that Jack,
Welcome.
a not insignificant card because, well, Aldasari can certainly have jacks here and Paolo can certainly have jacks here. So
Yeah. Yeah,
card both were a little worried about.
yeah, Paolo's got to be a little concerned about 10s and jacks presence. And they are often those kind of, I don't really know what to do with my hand here. Should I fold it? Should I raise it? Maybe I'll just flat it in this spot facing a 3-bet.
Yeah, but both players, I guess, at this point just hoping the other's got queens.
Yeah.
I don't think Paolo necessarily expects the kings to have slightly free bluff.
What?
How'd you end up doing in the warm-up? Know what?
And
Yeah, this is definitely getting dicey for both. But I mean, it's still very hard to imagine a world that doesn't end up in, maybe even on the street. Sorry, may just decide to go with it here. Spring the trap, perhaps.
no, just to call again, and I have to say, I do really like how Aldasari has played her hand. Like you said, we looked at it from the beginning and we thought, okay, she's doomed. But you got to think about this hand in terms of the range she's playing against and how effective this line would have been. This is the bad case scenario for her. And maybe aware of her own image as someone who's a little
what?
too...
Paolo's checked the river with 100k back into 280.
Wow, and she checks back! This is amazing. Well, Aldasari given a bit of a gift of 126k there.
She doesn't even show.
Queens? Queens, kings, queens?
He even put her on queens or kings.
We missed you in that hand. We missed you in that hand. Bad personality, what can I do? Some people are good, some people are bad.
You had 5?
You're not playing. Penalty, one hand.
Not 2 1. 1 1.
Wow, I am gobsmacked.
And if you continue behave like this, you will get all round penalties, so be careful.
I am gobsmacked that he checked that river.
the other
Just
hand.
left 100k on the table.
Sorry?
Yeah.
We missed you too much.
And even more, so impressed that Aldisari somehow checked back.
Yeah, I guess she just felt like she had
Ace
reached
10.
the threshold of how many chips she wanted to put in the
with
pot.
ace 10.
Right, and
But
if he's bluffing and he's given up, I'm not getting anything more. Hard to think of hands he's going to check call with it. I don't know. I'm confused. Help me out, someone. Incredible.
Finiotis can certainly open this one up on the button. Getting close to the bottom of range, but
I reckon there's a few more steps down the rung there. Yeah, fresh face. Jumping in. I'm going to shout as well. I'm just reading the updates. In the chat we're asking about Dimir Jugradin. I can say he's, according to Poker News, got 360k in this very event, so going along nicely in the main. The High World Champion.
Tabiev happy to do battle here with the Queen 8.
She's not
Offsuit.
helping.
Dominating Finiotis, he won't know that.
I learned from the best.
She will find ways to win. This could be one of them. Flopping a gooder here on a rainbow 10-6-3. 9-8
Four.
should definitely come out betting. Best way to win. Ultra small, one big blind. Does the job.
Nice.
I like Finiotis' play here, I have to say. I'm very, very impressed over this couple
Okay,
of
now you
hours.
can play.
Welcome. Official.
Thank you.
Welcome
He's a very good player, you need to know, okay?
to a fresh face.
Thank you for the information. Tips.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Clipper doing his best job of keeping the person to his direct left flattered.
Palandiak. Under the gun. Ace Jack on. Oh, he's been sitting here and just watching action unfold all around him. Hasn't really had a chance to get involved. I can't remember a hand. Oh. Has the level gone from 1,500 3,500 to 2,000 3,500?
Yeah, and I would guess that's so that we can maintain a 25 big blind average for late reg.
Wow, incredible.
Yeah, so it's almost like it's flattened completely out. There's almost like no pay jump, or sorry, no blind jumps
Right.
from 15-3, 15-3-5, 2-3-5. They're almost the same thing. So we have 3 levels here today where these guys can tussle away at a 30 big blind stack depth
Off
that you
the
just
table,
bought in,
your pocket.
and
or
then
outside, yeah.
and only then do we cut them off and say no more.
Well,
20, 25 big blinds.
price of poker going up in this particular hand with Martinovic finding ace king on the button. Again, I'm going to be hypercritical, David. I'm on 3-bet size, but at least we're over 20k.
Yeah, based on what we've seen, this is a big one.
Yeah.
But I agree with you. You want to be looking. These guys are playing deep. There's certainly a time and a place for the smaller 3 bets.
Right.
But it's when it gets more intricate in the kind of sub 30 big blind zone. Not
Yeah.
now.
If we were playing 30 big blind poker, these sizings are much better. Sort of 3x's, near 3x's.
Dealer just making sure no one's got a card up their sleeve.
Here, you want to change?
Alduzari, baby pair here. Interesting to see if she gets involved. Lets it go.
Yeah, she has been reluctant to play small players.
It's actually pretty reasonable, to be honest. They get you in a bit of trouble there, early position 2s through 4s, even at this stack depth.
Martinovic. King 9 suited in the cutoff. Nice hand for that seat.
There is someone here.
As he opens it up with the King 9, we see there 1,145 players. Don't know if there are going to be any hovering around waiting for that last minute late reg. I assume there will be a few. Could creep up
Hey, you
towards
get
the
knocked
1,200.
out, you go for the last 45 minutes in the med, pop back in at the last moment. You say you've got an incredible 25 bit blinds. I don't remember if it's even near that deep, the max late reg, but these incremental, or not even raising blind levels.
Yeah.
This Tabiev just hates folding anything. Look at that, like folding Jack 6 on the button disgusted him.
Remember, the bubble normally bursts in these around level 2 of day 3.
Wow.
So if you do go for that last minute late reg, really only have to play about 6 hours of poker to get there. Now you're putting yourself at a chip disadvantage compared to the average, of course, but sort of playing into the reasoning of what we were talking about earlier there of why there are advantages inherent in that late reg option. So we see Martinovic improve from a open-ender to an open-ender with a flush draw now.
Yeah,
He's got his equity in a few places because his king high could be good sometimes too.
I like this checking back as well, because if you make your hand on 7, 8, 10 off checking back, a competent and aggressive big blind may really attack it when you're just lying in wait.
Double checking. It is as good as you think.
See this? Actually, a tiny favourite against the 2 pair of Pan and Diok. I think there's any reason to do anything but cool.
Yeah,
Still ahead some of the time.
half the deck. Get him there. Won't know the 9 is good.
No, he'll know the 6 is almost certainly good.
Yeah.
Pan and Diok, perhaps luckily he has enough to check down and try and beat some ace highs, some missed hearts, missed spades. But it won't be easy to fold when facing a bet here because, hey, it's hard to give Martinovic a 9, isn't it, when he checks back to flop?
Yeah.
It looks to me more like missed hearts, which we know it is as well, but
Maybe a
yeah, and I can't fault the call.
no.
He'll see missed hearts, then he'll realise the 9's in there with it.
Yeah, great read on the situation there from James from flop onwards, recognising the way it could play out and Martinovic take advantage of such against a smart opponent who could unfortunately find himself a little bit trapped by that play. Clipper's been quiet.
Someone get that man a crepe. What do you reckon that shirt's worth? As in, what's the number required to take that shirt from him? It's a lucky bit of kit.
I think I own that shirt.
You don't own that shirt.
I think I might have 2 or maybe 3 of those shirts. And I mean,
One. It's got history to it. It's like saying you own a football. It's not the same thing as the one that won the World Cup, is it? That was a really bad example.
Speaking of crepes, it has been a rather crepey hand distribution to Clipper here.
That was a stretch. You're warming up for the day, David. I'm going to go with that. I assume you've got better later on.
I don't think they get any better.
I trust that you do.
I think that you just get more tolerant as the day.
Well,
Aldazari, well, we've seen her call in this spot before. It's a tricky one versus under the gun, but...
yeah, we
Oh,
saw her
and-
defend
and-
with what the king deuce or the king three.
And actually, sorry, note the sizing here. I've just realised the sizing's big.
Yeah, okay.
So I think that changes it completely,
Yeah,
actually, and
this
brings it into the fold category. But she is going to keep her man honest.
I wonder if it was that king three at Showdown that has encouraged FA to bump this up so big, and Andusari is going to flop best on ace jack 8, but it is a board that obviously should favour under the gun. And I know the
Look at
kids and
this.
Dara told me that.
Look at
hello.
this.
Leading. Okay, so an FA just has to bin his fives.
Yeah. Putting the na in bandana. Nah. Yeah, it's a struggle, James. I'm not going to lie. It's a struggle.
Wow.
If
David, come on now.
flat myself down there. I
There's
don't
a
have-
job going here at Merit if anyone's about.
I don't have high standards to begin
Walk
with.
to the feature table, down the left-hand side there, past the cash game, through that back door, straight ahead. You'll see the cameras. What we need is a really big clash to get you going. We need another aces v kings, maybe.
That was a very curious hand.
Bizarre. It was. It was weird because in some ways it was so well played and well read by both players that I think they both knew the jack and 10 were bad cards. But at the point where we got stack to pot ratio of
Yeah,
like 35%, at that point it's whatever. Yeah, both of them have got to put it in the end, and some hat went check check. Finiotis coming with a raise. I think you should be pretty happy to see the kind of speculative action, curious play going on this table when she's sitting there with 700k. She'll certainly think she can build on that stack as the day goes on. I tend to agree.
Andy, you're going to speculate? Effa. Could just flatten a spot like this out of the big.
Certainly can. Obviously more encouraging to squeeze, given the button peel. But they're up against +1. Playing 100, well nearly 100 blinds deep. Closer to 90.
Generally going to have a very narrow 3-betting range. When
Yeah.
it comes from under the gun 1. So sometimes nice to put a hand strong as ace-queen into the flatting range. Be very
I think
deceptively strong, but...
I prefer the flat heads up, but 3-way I
Yeah, okay.
think I'd like to see a raise.
And again, could go a little bigger, but sizing's okay.
Yeah, make this like 9 blinds probably, but
Yeah.
middle less. Not so bad, especially when Palandiak's actually flatting off that stack size. That's go quite as big because you're naturally, it's naturally harder for Finiotis to play this hand with a player behind.
Yeah, and Finiotis maybe feels as though, well, it's almost 100 big blinds deep pot. She could take a flop with these 4s.
Yeah, and it's quite likely that Palandiak isn't going to jam behind, but thinks better of it. very hard to play that fours. We saw her before against the same player get stuck playing sixes, didn't we, on the 10-4-3 board, so perhaps that's fresh in the mind. If she could be certain her man had sort of queens plus, maybe would call, but no guarantee you're going to stack him if it comes a full. A lot going on in this room. Main event hurtling towards its completion, at least in terms of late regging, but there is the double board bomb pop PLO 8 max, pardon me, tournament later on today, 1K buy. Mixed max as well, final day. The mixed max is one that you can play along with the main event. You sort of finish your main event day one, go over to the mixed max. Day two, finish that off as it were. It goes along. You can play both at the same time. So
That's a clever structure.
yeah, that finishing off tonight, because you know, you play for 10 hours. It's not enough. These guys want more. Give them more. Tomorrow we have the Mystery Bounty, always a popular tournament wherever you are in the world. Mystery Bounty really has taken hold.
Is that the 1K or the 2K tomorrow?
It's a 2K with 1K going towards the bounty pot, so it's a 50-50 distribution. PLO in there as well tomorrow. Just casual 800. Hyper Turbo Deep Stack. That sounds like a bit of lap and late reg to me. There's Palandiak. Raises up here in the cutoff.
It's always tempting, like sitting here in the commentary booth, James, I know you feel the same way. Do you sort of get a little bit of an itch for, oh, I want to be out there?
Certainly do.
Maybe one of these days they won't want me to commentate, especially if I keep doing these terrible puns. I can come and play instead.
I like this from FA. That sizing really does makes it really hard for Palandiak to peel, but
I agree.
encourages a jam when you're sitting there with 10. You're okay with that.
Yeah.
There's also a casual, looking at this in the last stage, it's the casual Merit Classic, a little 3K, just thrown in there. Don't worry about it, no big deal. This FA, he's really grown into the frame. Been successful in most of his endeavours. Aziz. Rocking the Turkish banner. And surprising, most of his cash is coming in this very room. Most recent of which, I think a 21st place finish in the Vintage Series main event last year. Good for 17K. Best cash. And back in July 2021, the Merit Focus Summer Cup, third place finish. Well, a chop indeed, actually. Third place in the chop.
Tabiev. The loose open here, +2, King 7 suited. Finiotis going to defend this King 10 suited. These two playing pretty darn deep right now. 120 bigs effective. A little more actually. With the betting lead, Tabiev going to take a stab here with 3 diamonds in hand. Always going ultra small in these situations. I like it. Finiotis does have backdoor hearts, so may get sticky here. Obviously backdoor Broadway as well. 1 overcard. She finds call. And interesting to see if he goes for an advanced blocker here, goes really small, or checks back on the 7, having paired up. Goes for the latter option, and now presumably would bluff catch if Finiotis was to take a stab, which I wouldn't blame her for doing. Again, we've watched her chip down, I think, across this frame, but she's nonetheless been one of the players who's impressed me the most. Taking these spots as she should. A quick call from Tabiev, who recognises that against his incredibly small flop bet, her calling range would have been very wide and therefore included quite a few hands that felt the need to bluff river. He got his showdown on the turn, checked it back and was likely to call bets of quite a few different sizes on that river. Easy one on the very small bet.
Chattiest of lineups at this point. We're sort of approaching the halfway point in the day. Players eyeing up the next buffet. Or at least I am.
What do you even do after you've had cake? Cake at the last one. Do you go back to savoury now?
I'd say I've planned my day out pretty well here. So, let's see, on the next break, I'll be bowing out, making room for Ollie to come in here, and you can talk more about withdrawals and other such stuff.
Yeah, it could get very, very juvenile, the pair of us. As Tabiev, who's been opening light, probably lighter than anybody else from all seats, now wakes up with a real hand. And I'm sure it's not gone unnoticed to his opponents that he has been the loosest at the table.
How is that not the first? Am I going crazy? I don't think he's been raising to 8,000 before, has he?
No, you're right. He has actually made it a larger open size, which may draw some interest. Aldazari, oh well, he may have found a customer.
Yeah, very
in
playable.
her.
And suited Broadway combos.
Effa with the squeezable one now.
Yeah, and he's showing that move in abundance. That fantastic hand early on. Pardon me, that was the previous table, the same seat. Again, Tabiev's been the most active, and it's paying off here.
Oh, and look at this, Finiotis, wow.
Oh, this feels pretty grim. But FA's been 3-betting quite a lot.
The
She
small
saw him
sizing.
3-bet with King 10. A minute ago, she folded to his 3-bet. Cold.
Will she just flat again in the way that she flatted the sixes to the 3-bet? Is that the line she will opt for? Or because these jacks a bit better than the sixes, will she go for the 4-bet?
Well, I'm curious because actually, when he went kind of a too small a 3-bet before, it was King 10 suited. And I'd say he's gone too small again here, and it happens to be somewhat light. So I do kind of like this that she's cutting out the 4-bet.
And this
She's gone huge. But oh, wow. Simon's just on the table, looks down at Queens in the big blind to this action in front.
There's a lot of action, but you've only got 200k, and maybe you're thinking, well, we're still pre-end of registration.
And I would say that sizing from Finiotis doesn't look like Kings Plus. Call me, you know, results-orientated if you want, but those kind of, in an unbalanced range, would
feels
be
ace
smaller.
kingy.
It feels ace-kingy, it feels me. Not, yeah, I'm actually surprised a little bit it's Jacks, but it definitely feels ace-kingy. With all that money out there, he is just going to rip it in. And this is horrible for Tabiev.
Tabiev has to fold now. Look how many bets have gone in.
He's open. Aldusari's flat. FA 3-bets. Finiotis with the big 4-bet. And now Simon with no fold equity. Cold 5-bet jams from the big blind. Tabiev's finally found a hand, but all the action he's given. And I'm with you. I think he's just going to have to fold it.
Yeah, it's just too unlikely that somebody has aces or kings. Remember, the 3-bets come in, the 4-bets come in, the 5-bets come in. Any one of those guys can have aces or kings.
Yeah.
And especially Simon in this spot.
Right, this is the thing. Your best case is that Finiotis probably has ace-king for the sizing, and then you're putting Simon on queens, and you hold 2 queens.
And the problem for him is he can't just flat Simon's bet here with Finiotis lurking behind as the
Yeah, he's got to
Four
risk
better.
the 473k. Now, of course, if he were to rip the 473k, it'd be very hard for Finiotis to even call with ace king. So there is that. Maybe that's what's playing in his mind. But then Simon's probably just got better for the 196k.
Yeah, there's a lot of chips as well. Finiotis covers him. He's sitting there with almost 500,000, which is way, way above average. Average right now around the 280, 300 mark. Don't think there's any need to take a spot like this. Of course, we see he is chopping with the best hand that's out there, and it would be a plus EV spot for him if he knows the cards. But it's too much action, and I think he's got to let this go. You wouldn't even love kings right now. I think you go with kings, but you wouldn't love them.
You'd be reluctantly putting it in with kings. You're right. Wow, he has gone for it.
Wow.
Simon just feels sick at this point. It's what I've walked into. Makes Finiotis' job easy. She's going to save the extra 100 whatever K she was going to have to put in.
F is like, so nobody respected my 22k back then. Okay, fine. And Finiotis, well, this is an easy decision for her now.
She was going to have to put another 100k in. Now gets away from it. You would imagine, or
Yeah, like the only scenario she's praying for is two ace kings.
yeah.
That's way too optimistic in this situation. She's got to let this go. She's got to range these guys as both of them as probably queens plus.
Yeah, one of these guys has got a bigger pair than Jack's.
Oh,
almost every time.
Good fold from Finiotis. Obviously, somewhat easy fold, but you got to make it.
Simon's ecstatic. I mean, there's another 100 odd K that's thrown into this pot by the other players for these two to chop up, bar the very unlikely scenario. 9 tray.
Boring.
No suit combinations.
What do you have?
My wife is the
Ask Jack.
Your wife is a queen?
What do you have?
She's my queen, my friend.
So, Hamsa queens, not five.
Do
Jack?
you want me to sleep outside? You're the fifth queen.
Well, both players pretty happy with what just happened there.
She kicked my ass badly.
Like an amazing turnout, really, for them. And actually, Simon can be a bit upset because if Tabiev had folded the queens, like he kind of expected him to do, then he would have taken up against the two jacks and been in to win more than double up. As it is, adds 50% to his stack. Oh, sorry, 25% to his stack with effectively no risk.
Yeah,
Crazy hand, though.
Crazy hand, and I feel like almost like everyone overplayed their hand slightly along the way. But I've often talked about game theory optimal being replaced by merit theory optimal here, where everybody just accepts that everybody's going to play a couple of hands lighter than they normally would. It's sort of maybe the Mediterranean way.
Because I also afraid ace king call on the flop kings or ace, and she scared me. Go to home.
She had nines and 2 nines on the floor.
9, it's not dangerous.
It was dangerous.
That was his thought.
Finiotis
He
absolutely
thought she has
could
ace
have had
king and just decided to
let's gamble for $1 million.
push her out, or if she wants to gamble, she can gamble. Yeah, they play a huge pot. A little optimistic, but hey, it worked out this time.
Yeah, because I think you're right. I think ace king finds a fold there anyway. So.
Yeah, ace king is.
And it did look ace king. Like we did say it immediately.
No
it
queen.
did look a bit ace king.
She looked ace king to me. That sizing was huge. It went the 3 bet was 22. She made it 80. Nearly, very rare you see a cold 4 bet that's basically 4x the 3 bet.
Oh, runaway chip. Sorry.
You did your best.
Just
No
Simon
penalty
then.
for this one.
Welcome to the game. Finally found a
How's that
hand.
aim?
First hand he plays,
Yeah.
and was hating life with queens.
Are you legal to play? How old are you?
What do you think?
Clipper.
I shaved, so I look younger now even.
Barely legal.
I'm 24.
24. Yeah.
Is it 21 here? 18, no?
I don't know. I'm over 21, so
Really?
just a little bit.
Barely, right?
I know. I don't look
26,
like. I know.
27.
I know. I don't look like, but I'm over 21. Yes. I'm legal.
2 pair for Finiotis here. Martinovic with the awkward kicker.
Yeah, chance to get some of those chips back here for her. Wow, the face.
And 3 girls, all of them older than you.
Yeah?
The 3 of them. You could be my young son.
Well, then you should introduce me to one of those 3 daughters.
Well, one is married, and the other 2 are like they're gonna be like how do you say it for you? Okay, sugar mommy. How do you say it?
Yeah.
You're young. You're big. Okay, we'll talk after the. Ah. Yeah, the girlfriend.
Clipper trying to marry off one of his daughters there.
Or Lee's in the chat. I don't know what she thinks about this. Simon's a good-looking guy.
No, exactly.
Seems like he has some chat. in the meantime, Piniotis still holding what looks to be the best hand. Ace is up.
Clipper should just turn to him and go, I wouldn't want her to be with a poker player.
Martinovic. Let's pick up a gut shot.
I love Finiotis' glasses here. It's very matrixy.
Certainly got some style about her.
It's very matrixy. Her game's very tricksy. And a tricky spot now for Martinovic, having picked up the gutter ball.
Yeah, she can't really fold just yet.
No.
You're loving it when you face one bet on the flop because you've got top pair and you start to not like it so much. But at least it's an easy one, having that gut shot and, of course, a draw to the better 2 pair.
So 7 makes a straight now. That may slow Finiotis down.
Right.
Still, though, if she breaks it down, 6-7 being the obvious one. Ace 7, 6-7 being the only times he can have it. And wouldn't he bet it himself?
Some 7x of hearts as well.
That's true.
But
again, wouldn't he bet it himself? Can she pursue value from an ace jack, maybe being the top of his range right now?
You're also slightly concerned. Ace 6, ace 8 are possibilities. Of course, ace 4 would definitely be paying you off. But
yeah, you're kind of targeting ace jack and ace 4 if you go for a bet here, and it's very little.
Yeah, when you can have ace 6, ace 8, I like the check back. And of course, there are still 7s in there. Just a bad run out for Finiotis to get max. Well, a good run out in the sense that the turn gave him enough to call with, and the river didn't improve his hand because he had a lot of ways to win there.
Indeed.
Going up 8, going up 6, hitting a 9, hitting a 7. Welcome, one and all, those of you joining us on the Merit Poker YouTube channel. We are here for the retro series. I had to think for a second what we were doing. It's not Carmen anymore. It's not vintage. It's not gangster. It's retro. The clue is the dealer's attire. You think that would get me there sooner? If you are joining us, though, please do throw us a like on this stream. Every like helps. And, of course, if you really enjoy the content, then please do hit subscribe so you know when we're on in the future. We've been bringing, 2 tournaments of coverage so far, plus a couple of cash games have been in the mix. It's been fun stuff. You don't want to miss out on it in the future.
Yeah, 3 cash games so far. 2 Hold'em, 1 PLO last night. I will admit I was a little bit in the deep end in the PLO streets. I do play PLO, but that wouldn't be my main game. Obviously, you were in your element there,
yeah,
James.
It was a fun game.
Loving it.
There weren't the mass explosions, but there were some quite interesting hands that developed. Some pretty fun bluffs. Some good players on display last night. Clipper. Ace Jack, a man who we're used to seeing run the show on these streams, has had to be fairly quiet. The one time we did open light, just everyone plus the dealer called him. Here he comes with Ace Jack, and the future son-in-law is considering the 3-bet.
Well,
going with the flat.
TV table nerves. TV table nerves. Knocking over the chair.
You're from University City. You can't be nervous.
like a younger, bespectacled Espen Jorstad, maybe, Simon.
I see where you're going.
Can you see it? I can see it.
I'm just following the YouTube chat, and Ori Lee has asked, "Is Simon single?" So maybe there's something going on here.
Simon is not single, but
But what?
flirtatious.
You're going to finish that?
Flirtatious,
You're gonna-
regardless.
you're-
Oh, and Simon does flop a rather flirtatious flush draw here to the queen. Clipper has the ace of hearts in hand. Kind of felt like he'd go for a c-bet there maybe, but decides not to. And Simon, door open now.
Yeah, speculative call on the button has resulted in the queen eye flush draw. Ari certainly, I would imagine, not done with this hand, holding the ace of hearts to that size.
No. Could even turn this into a raise.
Right, yeah, I was going to say could get very excited, but currently has the best of it. Stays that way on the 3 of clubs turn.
Feel like Simon has a very good go big here on the turn, try and win it, and then maybe shut down river candidate. He would have a pretty bad river bluff hand.
37.
He is going to do exactly that. 80%er, maximizing his chances of winning on this street crucially, and that he does. And one wonders when Clipper looks back at that one later, will he think,
Nice hand.
yeah, son-in-law material, he played it well, or will he think, how dare he try and
It's still the family silver, perhaps.
take a chunk of money off his would-be father-in-law?
It's nice to see Simon as well, mixing in to the local culture and also losing some buttons somewhere in the journey down from the Netherlands.
It's actually you're making jokes here, James, but it's a real problem in this part of the world, the lack of buttons.
Yeah.
They just don't have them.
No, hard to get.
And you shouldn't mock that fact.
I was going to start an appeal. I wasn't mocking. Just trying to help solve the problem.
Can we do a whip round?
Aldisari. The kings against the aces. Now she finds jacks +1.
Simon's going to look down at 9-8 suited. Every reason to think that he might flat a hand such as this one, given the Queen 5 suited on the button last time out. It's definitely borderline. Yeah, I'm seeing a 21-year-old Espen Jorstad.
He's 24.
No, oh, he's 24. God, he does look young, in fairness. That's my look-alike for the day.
Espen fresh off a pretty impressive series, Triton.
Yeah, fabulous final table, that one with Chidwick and Ivy. I have to say I was glued to my seat all evening watching that one. One of my favourite ever Triton final tables, I think.
Yeah, he made 3 of them back there.
Back to back as well.
That's the mystery bounty. It's the tournament you don't want to win, the mystery bounty. In the sense that half the money's gone and the other side the prize pool. I mean, a win's a win.
Oh, I think a win against Ivy heads up is
Yeah.
a big feather in the cap of any young player, and people probably forget that Espen is still a relatively young man.
Just saw actually he stayed on and got second in the 10K at the World Series of Poker series in the same room. Wasn't even aware of that. Losing to Pedro Garignani, heads up. Pedro, of course, having a storming Triton series himself, winning the Turbo Bounty.
Tremendous talent, Espen. Obviously.
Yeah, he's in a different camp to you and I. I know we've had this conversation before. If we won the main event, I don't think you'd see us grinding away at a Triton series. We'd be, well, out of sight, perhaps.
I'd be on my horse, waving goodbye to everyone, saying thank you. It's been wonderful. See you at the main event next year.
Yeah. I'll turn up and say shuffle up and deal, and I might even play it, but you won't see me.
I've completed the game.
Studying ranges so I can play a Triton event. Yeah. I'm just sorry, picking it up on the turn. 2 jacks whenever in danger.
Amazing story that of Espen's actually, having lost so much of his net worth just before that World Series, in that crypto kind of Luna fiasco, and having to play much lower than he would have wanted or would have expected to have to, and then ran incredibly poorly throughout the entire series until the tag team that he won with Pads Leonard, and then carried that good fortune into the main, where he then dusted off 3/4 of a stack early and then had to battle back from less than 20k, I believe, 17k to win the whole thing.
Yeah, that was all anyone was saying this year was people who bagged small stacks. They were like, well, Espen bagged a really short one last year, as if it's like, oh, it's fine that I've dusted off most of my stack, because Espen did the same thing. It's good. I'd never met Espen until after he'd won, but obviously cross paths with him quite often these days. A lovely guy. And like there's no pressure on you play a poker tournament, you win it, you can be whatever kind of champion you want. But if the World Series were looking for a champion, there's your guy, a good-looking young guy, in great shape, loves the game, great for all the media stuff. They've done very well with him. Martinovic. I keep saying Martinovic, but is it Martinovic or Martinovic, do you think?
I would say Martinovic, but I don't know. I never know.
I'll switch now for the last 15 minutes of the frame, shall I? Where were you earlier? Chat, call me out. Ori's claiming she was asking about Simon's relationship status purely for her sisters. Sure.
Yeah, not a man you'd kick out of bed. On looks alone, obviously. And this might just get the job done. No, it won't. Palandiuk going to keep him honest.
Yeah, I think he's just a bit fed up. He hasn't really had a chance to get involved on this table. Seen a whole host of action. None of it his way. Whittled down to a starting stack now. I can't really think of a foot he's put wrong.
No.
He made that call a minute ago against Martinovic, but completely understandably. And here our man is again, this time flopping a flush draw. And I like this, just going pretty small. We go smaller. She's got so much of the hand, don't mind getting called. Great things happen when you've got flush draws. So we are coming towards the end of late reg. Time for a handful of more hands on this table, and then we will get that eagerly anticipated number, entries, but more importantly, the payouts.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to know what they're playing for.
$7.5.
All right. Suited ace. Going to go to the next seat with a similar hand. It really hasn't gone her way on this table, but more from like a little bit misfortune rather than any misplay.
Yeah, absolutely. I think she probably has lost maybe 25 big blinds over the course of this. Now, she had plenty to play with. I think she started with over 200 or around about the 200 mark. So no real damage done. But I think that's what's more interesting is having watched her play for this frame, just what a legitimate threat she's going to be in this tournament with that 700k stack going forward.
Yeah, I think the only sort of misstep I could really point to is just the sizing with those two jacks making it 80k over the 22k 3-bet. I think around 60
would have been lovely, yeah.
Exactly the same objective.
Done.
One.
I probably won't get big blinds.
One.
So Kleiper opening up the ace-3 suited here, smothering the queen-8 suited of Palandiuk, who's maybe a bit like what you said there, looking to get a bit friskier here. He's got the sub 100k stack, maybe happy to gamble it up a little bit more than the others.
Yeah, seems like it happens like this, doesn't it? Sometimes you see a table where there's a lot of action going on, and you just can't get involved, and you start to maybe play a little looser.
Interesting if Palandiuk might check again here, hoping his opponent has maybe a pocket pair under the queen. She'll bet. No, it does pursue value. And should get looked up for at least one street, and actually probably an interesting river spot ahead of us here.
Yeah, tough. Obviously, I don't know if he bets the sort of jack tens and king jacks of the world in this spot. Probably wouldn't happy to check them the second time, but
Is there a curiosity amount here that Kleiper might call?
sure there's a number, but that's quite a big bet.
Yeah. But maybe that is the curiosity amount. It's a little more polarizing, sort of saying I do have a queen or a 9, nothing else. Clipper disciplined, as we've often seen him be.
Yeah. I think I might have just given up the turn, but I don't know. It's tough. I have to say, David, it's a very impressive page of notes and doodles you've managed to produce during this frame.
Yeah. Sometimes they make sense. Sometimes they're informative.
I can just see Ari Clipper written in big letters on them. Just the key points to take away from this. We've got to watch our hero once again.
That was the first thing I wrote. Yeah. O'Carney thinks I have long COVID, but I just, whenever someone says something now, or if I have an idea of something I want to say, I just write down a word to remind myself, because I'm fairly certain I'll forget it 30 seconds later.
We're just getting old.
That's true.
Well, the players are getting up, which to me indicates we are about to go on that break.
Which?
Oh, hello. He's been trying to get involved.
Yeah, this is
now
beautiful.
More than the starting stack. It kind of looks like he's been trying to get involved. To us, we've seen the hands. Maybe to the players at the table, not so much. Finding the aces, the last hand before late reg closes.
Yeah, and Effa will be a customer for at least the flop with this king 9.
Right. Yeah.
Who knows? Should it come 9 high or king high, Palandiuk could get called in a couple of favourable positions. And there it is, 9 high. Wow.
Well, Palandiuk has been patient upon patient. Last few hands started to stretch out, and now may just get his reward. May just see a check raise here. Well, just check rip.
What a spot for Palandiuk. Right here at the death, right on the cusp of the end of registration.
Still has to fade the 5 outs.
And Effa obviously feeling like Palandiuk was maybe capable of a gambly one. Just decided, well, come on, gamble. Oh, and there's the 9. My God, there is the 9 effer.
Oh.
And another 9 death by quads
Running.
for Palandiuk, who at least gets to go to the cage if he's in the mood. It doesn't look like a man who's in the mood right now.
He's in the mood. That is cruel.
That is so rough. My goodness me.
He got himself.
Sickening. Absolutely sickening there at the death.
Incredible stuff. You see that?
Wow.
Aziz Efe now with 463k, over 100 blinds, coming back to the next level. But it is goodbye for now for Palandia. That just feels grim because he spent the whole frame watching carnage ensue around him, just desperate to build a stat. You could see from his body language he was trying to get involved. He was getting just the wrong side of little things. Finally gets dealt into the ginnest of scenarios. Last hand before the break, your opponent just check rips on 9-4-3. It's all hands rubbed together. And then...
What a sickener.
9.
Yeah. Well, we do say goodbye to him. We say goodbye to you now as you make way for Ali Najad. Just before we go, I want to ask you to reflect upon one strategic thing I noticed. The two biggest hands we saw, of course, until that last one there a moment ago, was the Queen's Jack hand, where arguably everyone played a little bit looser than one would expect, a little bit sort of more willing to get it in. And then that really kind of unusually tight hand with the aces and kings.
That was bizarre, yeah.
Where both Paolo and Aldasari sort of managed to not get it in when it surely was going to get in on flop, turn or river.
Yeah, I mean, exactly that. I can't really explain it. I think the queens, jacks, like Simon had the decision that with 200k, he kind of just had to go with the two queens. It kind of looked like it's up against an ace-king sizing. Then the other queens then jamming was perhaps a little on the loose side. But that happens. You know, it's a little loose. But the aces-kings, I can't explain how that didn't go on the river with just 103,000 back in a 282,000 chip pot checking aces. Didn't make much sense to me.
Well, Aldasari gets to bring those chips into the post-registration phase. Registration is closed. As James said a moment ago, we will be bringing you payouts, prize pool totals, all that exciting stuff now. We'll have to see if our poor man there who got done at the end will jump in right at the last second. But for now, and the Merit Retro Series main event, we're going to bid you farewell for just a few moments. Please don't go too far away.
Sipkatova has the least equity, but with two checks, or one check rather. Two checks in front of her. She follows through for the 8,000.
Yeah, obviously 7-4-3, not really her board having opened from under the gun, although in this case we can see she has caught a piece of it. But betting here, I don't think you're going to get raised that often, and the backdoor diamonds, I think, tips it into that kind of hand. You don't mind betting here. Alabi with the overpair, of course, going to come along, and now Kabir with the queen high flush draw. There is some argument to raising, as I was saying, that this is kind of more his board. He can have the two pair combos, he can certainly have sets, he can have the flop straight. But I'd imagine just calling. Sipkatova, of course, gets to have all those big overpairs still. And Halaby can be slow playing a set here, so proceeding with some caution and finding top pair on the turn. That's a great card for him.
Disastrous one for Halaby, though, as it leaves his nines now in second place and with very little equity.
A saving grace from him is Sipkatova, who's got the betting lead, and I think when she's called twice on this board and doesn't find any additional equity on that turn, well, he's going to have to slow down. But look at this. Halaby knows that, doesn't want to give another free card, so comes out betting half pot. Kabir, of course, going nowhere with this hand. Top pair flush draw. Well, I have slight concern about Halaby betting out. It's unlikely to be a bluff here. It's some form of value. As you can see, it's value that he beats, but there's plenty of hands he loses to. But of course, the flush draw gives him so much equity in the form of a redraw if he's behind that he's going to call, surely. Sipkatova just a bit annoyed they didn't check to us that she could take her free card.
Yeah. It is a peculiar line when we go from flat call, pre-flop, check call flop to then come out swinging.
I like Ali because he correctly identified the fact that Sipkatova is going to check back so many hands, and those 9s are so vulnerable if he checks through again in a three-way pot.
Now that he's been called by Kabir, though, what are his feelings about the 2 9s and about Kabir's range?
He can certainly still be ahead. He can be up against club draws, which obviously now he's beating next to nothing. He could be up against some of those sort of 7-6 type hands as well that want to call again.
And you see it didn't take him long to decide to check.
Yeah, that river is just the dustiest card in the deck, bar the 5 or 6 of clubs filling in. Kabir with just a decision of how much to go for. And he can, you know, put Halaby on some pretty strong hands as well. Like a set may well play this way. What size suits best? He's gone pretty small. I don't hate it going small just because we do just have like all the hands here. There's not many bluffs we can have. We don't really need to polarize.
$22.5. This sizing, it doesn't feel like the type that's designed to shed the opposition, much more so to retain it.
Yeah, and this is one of the worst hands we can really have here. 9s with not even a club blocker. Like I say, we're going to have maybe some sets. Don't want to lead turn. Maybe some flushes ourselves as well, of course. 8s and 9s, no club, probably the weakest hands. I think with that in mind, we're best served just to fold. Remember, this was a 3-way pot pre-flop. Bet on the flops to Sipkatova. Could be overcalled and then called the lead on the turn. He just doesn't really have that much that's going to bluff here. Yeah, nicely deduced. Another fun. Every hand so far, Ollie, has been kind of fun.
Well, obviously, it's never fun when you have to fold.
See those cards on the
Glorious stage. We just dominate the room. Tables either side of it. Tables out front of it. And Ali, it's nice. They put a little effect in there for me with the red telephone box. Make me feel like I'm at home.
Oh, yes. Jolly old. And their phone booths.
Yeah.
Which have turned into homeless shelters for the most part, it must be said, around the Mayfair area. So we just spent some time up and around that nook of the city.
I was sort of having a conversation with some of the Sharehand guys on the walk back one night to the hotel. And, you know, they're teasing me a little bit. I'm teasing them. And I couldn't really find a justification of why we still have so many telephone boxes.
It's for Instagram, really. That's the only reason. As Halaby finds justification to open from the button to 7,000 with Jack-8 suited, and it isn't simply, I lost the last one. But Sipkatova, plenty of kit, defends the king-queen.
Interesting, went 7,500 on the button with Jack-7 offsuit. 7,000 with Jack-8 suited. Like, I don't mind you calling too much with this one. Sipkatova smashing that flop, and Halaby with a hand that could look to shovel some chips down the streets.
Well, for now, interactions with the queen of spades and the betting lead are what come together to deliver 6,000 forward on the back end of the Sipkatova check.
Yeah, just definitely got options here. Obviously, he can come with a check raise here. Look to stack hands like ace-king and aces. Get ace-queen in there with some more. But I like this just flatting with the top 2 pair because you're unblocking. Pardon me, you're blocking the top pair. I like check raising queen-6 because your opponent has more king-x. When you've got the 2 top cards, check calling, allowing to bluff later streets. Here we go.
Yeah, Elisa agreeing with you. After she flats, she does respect the arrival of a 3rd club.
Yeah, it's not a great card for her to see. But of course, your opponent is going to have a lot of lone club hands that want to bluff this card. So as it is, Halaby stepping way out of line here with the no pair, no draw, no equity bluff.
Oh, but an opportunity presenting itself potentially if we are looking to really just barrel away as the fourth club leaves the king-queen quite uncomfortable. Ace-jack has also gotten there.
Yeah, it's kind of a grim one. And, you know, Halaby will be concerned that she's got a hand like the queen of clubs. That's obviously a prime candidate to call. But I don't think she has too much ace of clubs. Yeah, I love this. He's gone for it. Oh,
How about this, James?
He's overbet jammed. And those two pair have just shrunk right up. Like I say, she does get to have some clubs. She can have, you know, a hand like any hand that's got the queen of clubs in it, a hand like queen jack, king jack with jack of clubs. Even, you know, king, queen, king nine or queen nine kind of hands. She
Well,
under-ripped her hand.
Top two pair looked like two plums, now much more like two prunes.
The only thing that could perhaps lean her back towards calling here is obviously the sizing. This is just pure ace of clubs only. If Halaby had gone a smaller sizing, could perhaps have had a little bit more in the value range.
Let's give Elisa some credit. A lot of players might reflexively have simply taken this spot and thought, well, I can't beat any club whatsoever and take it. And yet she's dug in, recognizing the polarity, understanding that it is ace of clubs or nothing at all that approaches it in this way.
Yeah, it's just so grim though when you got king queen. All the good reasons on the flop to have king queen are now bad reasons here. Your opponent's barrels are just weighted way more towards flush combos because you hold the top two pair.
Yeah.
And of course, don't forget Sukatova also has all the two club combos in that hand that would have called pre-flop. Check called flop, check called turn. But credit to her for thinking this is one of the worst hands we can call with, but she still wants to call with it. Maybe senses exactly that, some frustration perhaps from Halaby over the previous hand where he lost with 2 nines. Gangster Series isn't till November, but there's some gangster poker going on right now. From everyone at this table. The senses are just there.
And she lays down the winner, James. Ultimately, the aggression rewarded for Mazen Halaby.
Yeah, that was
818,000, James. And here he is playing against a group of relative unknowns to him, as he is not a regular at Merit.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Cypriot flag on his hand and mob as yet.
Valeri goes to the shades as he lights up 6,500 with the A7 offsuit. And I remember hypothetically you were talking about, well, 3 bets might come in against Pak if people get the sense. I think it was a queen jack for Halaby in that spot that he is opening this sort of kit. And
yeah, he opened ace-8 offsuit before from this seat. Now ace-7 offsuit. These are hands that just don't really perform very well.
Well, they're going to do better than average against ace-deuce, suited or not. As you see the equities. The lone customer is Nikolai Sabal, but paired board with 2 hearts.
I'll take the ace-deuce, Ollie.
Yeah, feels like that's the better kit now.
You want to wager? I'll bet you lunch.
No. Even though I know it's free of charge. Still don't even want to make the bet. As we can see Sabal in such great shape here. You talked about a little wager, 7,000 into 19,500. That is the figure dialed up by Pak. A flat call from Sabal, who makes the hearts no waiting. And that 9 does give the bad end of an open-ender to Pak, but he recognizes that it is time to slow down.
I'm just checking back. I've got a red ace, but I don't remember exactly which one it was.
Sure.
Oh, it's the ace of diamonds. What a shame. I mean, that just card fills everything in, not just the flush draw, obviously, but Jack 9 suited. Whoa. Okay. Pack's getting frisky.
Yeah.
Again.
And now that card puts a 4-liner on the board. Puck really in no man's land with an ace high. The 7 doesn't play, and oh, this is this is Valeri doing what worked already.
Yeah.
Earlier here at this feature, but it's an exercise in futility now, as we know at bare minimum Sabao will call.
Yeah, the hand earlier was up against a much wider range. You could rep a lot more hands. This time you've opened +2, been called by +3, it's called a flop and wants to bet this turn. They just have a lot of this. Now, this might look genius against King 10, for example. But I mean, everything else is caught there. I don't know what we're targeting with this bluff. I really don't.
Yeah, and Sabao doesn't really know where to go other than call, as we see Puck wasting no time.
Yeah, that was
folding his hand.
His decision point there, whether to raise with the nut flush on this pair board or just the call. Retro series main event. Nothing retro about it. Double the guarantee of the last series, aren't we? 1.5 minute guarantee. Yeah, we'll just make this one 3. See how we get on.
Ask yourself the last time you saw a tournament series that had that much confidence in itself to double a guarantee from the last time around. I mean, it really warranted levels of ambition, and that is the sort of ambition we're seeing from Hamnet here with registration still open. He decides the last 40,000 is going to be hitched to 8-9 suited, and unfortunately for him, in the cutoff, 2 8s await. As Hakeem Mahidi flats.
Seems
no.
reasonable with
30?
re-entry still
40,
open
okay.
to just rip 13 blinds in here with 8-9 suited, and Mahiri with 2 8s flatting behind. That puts hands like this, ace checker pack, in a real tough spot because Mahiri can just continue with all his range as a flat for 13 blinds, so there can be traps in here as well. So although Pack would have taken on the jam, it's a lot harder to continue now, but he does decide to do so.
And remember that he does have the covering stack in terms of he and Mahidi, but if he is covered in turn by Sabao, and Sabao feels like he could get interested.
It's a weird one because, I mean, Pack's just never got it here. Yeah, Pack is, this just isn't a trap.
But the side pot is dry right now, James, and that is a bit of an issue because why would we clear people out when there's no upside?
Well, because the upside is you just have to beat one hand to win this entire bounty, and he has counted out the raise, and it's just he just hopes Mahiri's not trapping. Mahiri's trapping, it's a big mistake, but if he's not, then he's just going to pick this. Well, pick this up. He's going to pick up the opportunity to run down the all-in hand. And Hamlet, like loving life, he's been called in 2 spots and going to get ISO'd and find out he's 40% with a dead ace and jack in there as well, albeit 2 dead 8s.
Well, that's all given that our assumptions about whether or not Mahiri and Pac will want to continue are correct, but you never know, James.
It's just been put in the bin here, unfortunately. Like I say, I mean, he doesn't. It's not like he has bad hands here. He's called a 13 big blind jam. He has to have like, at least maybe 7s, 8s, and then hands like ace 10 suited, ace jack off suit himself.
Well, what does he have to have in order to make this call or come back over the top of it for all of his stack?
Well, he gets to have all those traps. So if he's got aces, kings, ace, king, queens, all these hands, they're all going to play the same way.
But what's the bare minimum that he would proceed with? Or should proceed with? If I put you in his spot here.
I think jacks, I go in and go with it. 10s I feel pretty nasty.
So there's
ace, queen feel nasty.
The line.
Like I say, anytime you can still have the nuts, you don't have to call as light. Hands like, wow. Cutting it out looks like he wants to just take it to a flop, but I mean it's another 80k of his 240. Maybe just thinking, hey,
146, right?
if I just call here, I can just get it in on the non-high card flops. And if that's his thinking, he's spot on. because he is against the big ace.
And it feels as though that's more reasonable, because why jam when we know that we're never going to get a fold out of Sabal for the extra 100 and change, right?
Exactly that. You can't deny equity here. It's not a thing at this point. No, good fold.
Boy, it took a lot out of him, though,
He's
didn't
going to feel
it?
sick when he sees it.
Of course he is.
And Hamnet just loving life. There's 160k in this pot, and he started the hand with 40, and he's just got to beat 2 overs.
Let's put a couple weights out there.
What he doesn't know is that an ace and a jack are already into the muck. Of course, he is behind, but 40% equity, as you mentioned, James, for the 8-9. And of course, that falls to just 20 on an ace-9-5 board, as suddenly the 2 8s can feel a bit more relaxed for Mahidi. And less relaxed as you see Hamnet rubbing his palms together, looking to will in the 9, 8, or 6 that he needs. And unable to do so.
Good luck, guys.
As the rich get richer here in terms of Sabal, the big chip lead. And I have kind of taken note of the fact that he's dialed back the involvement. When you're out there at the table, you still think every time that he gets in there that he's up to no good.
You don't think about the hands he hasn't played, you think about the ones he did.
Good point.
Here we go, Sipkatova. Been forced to be quiet. This hand's certainly going to be good enough to play.
She agrees. She makes it 7,000 to go. Now, Queen Jack for Charcota. These are those troublesome sort of hands that don't necessarily perform all that well against legitimate raising hands. And so he will look for a better spot.
Here he has been the most active of late. Finds a clear 3-bet here. A little on the small side against +1.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Again, you do have position, but just want to take that a little larger. Thing is, Ollie, it just means Sipkatova calls with almost all the hands she opens with to this sizing, so you don't really define her range much. Alabi, well, he wants to play 4s for the open, but not much he can do to a 3-bet. I just checked, because we are approaching that break, and I wanted to know for myself and for our viewers. Sadly, we are going to lose this group of players, but I'm sure we'll be set. A fresh lineup will be as intriguing in their own unique way.
I'm not so sure about it. I hope so.
Is that why you're storming out of the booth to the beach?
That's in protest. No. I mean, every one of these tables you can reach out into the field and grab one is likely to be delivering some excitement, much like this pot here where Mahidi has 3-bet the Sipkatova open, and now pocket 4s for Alabi.
Yeah, he's
big blind.
He's done some, yeah. He couldn't really ever play that one. Like I say, this bet size just doesn't allow a hand like this to fold, so expect Sipkatova to continue here.
Even in the big blind with the big blind Annie invested, James, the 2-4s need to go away.
You've got the open still to worry about as well, of course.
I think the flatten and the prospect of a 4-bet behind that really dissuades. And a 4-less ace-8-6 board will be relief for Halabi.
We might not be done on this one yet. Mahiri obviously smacking that ace, but Sipkatova's got a gut shot, and if she's up against some non-8, wow, he checks it back, getting trappy. Second flush draw on the board. It's kind of scary, but this may be a little bit of frustration creeping in from her that she's just electing to take the first spot she's been given.
And note that this is the byproduct of Mahidi checking back on the flop.
A very warm welcome back to the Merit Retro Series. It's main event day 2. registration is closed, and I have some big news. And that is that there are 1,223, possibly 24 to be confirmed. The guys are just doing the final bit of maths, entries, and we've broken a record. This is the biggest field there has ever been on this property.
I mean, you know, we thought, James and I talked about it, we thought perhaps it's a bit ambitious to go from a $1.5 million guarantee last time around to a $3 million guarantee this time around. In fact, not only was it not ambitious, but it was good business, as records being broken, as you mentioned, David, and obviously the players love to see it. Now we're playing for even more money, and the amount of enthusiasm that you feel about the room when you're walking around here is an unprecedented sort.
Yeah, I feel like everything's growing exponentially here at the resort. We saw there the size of the fields a year ago. We actually dwelled on it, myself and James, in the last frame, and how there was 1 million guarantees. They became 1.5 million. Yes, this is the summertime. Yes, this is going to be when they can probably get the most bums on seats. Sure. But this is huge. The MPP was a big one here a little over a year and a half ago. I think it got just over 1,000 runners. This got 1,223 runners right now.
Yeah, consider in terms of percentages, we're over 20% bigger field than we were then. And as you talked about, maybe some seasonality has something to do with it. I would like to believe it's much more word-of-mouth marketing.
Yeah.
Each and every person that comes here for the first time goes home and raves about the experience, and then a handful of their friends join them at the next stop. And, you know, it doesn't take much to understand the way that that trickles out in a beneficial pyramid, and all of a sudden, your cup runneth over. And I think it's a wonderful way to lead into October. You saw the calendar on the screen prior to us coming back on. The EPT, paying a visit, that is going to be a seam-bursting sort of affair, if I had to guess. You know, hotels not just here will be packed, but I would imagine those closest to us right here on the Marriott Complex also going to be packed, as well, obviously, every single table and every single seat.
Yeah, I have a prediction that not only will that be incredibly well attended and probably break new records for the property, but I also feel like the word of mouth that you described there, that sort of exponential growth, will just run it over at a new level. The EPT is obviously an old festival in Europe. It's been around for over a dozen years, and I feel like with those players coming here and the quality of the experience that I believe they're going to have when they come here,
sure,
cat's out of the bag now.
Yep, no question about it. And the antes are at 4,000 with small and big blinds of 2 and 4,000 as you get your first peek at the chip counts here. Day 2 registration closed in this $3,300 buy-in $3 million guaranteed main event. We will have coverage through a full 9 levels here tonight. We didn't bring you the first level of the day. 8 in total going to be delivered to you. And then, of course, we'll bring you day 3 tomorrow, and then the final table the day after that, as 393 runners do remain at present.
Can I just say, my eye is out on sticks here. Tahir Khani, the overnight chip leader, had 900k coming into today. An enormous stack at the end of today, let alone at the end of yesterday. He's got 1.5 million now.
You know, it's interesting because Kanan, you know, a real presence, let's call him, at the table. I mean, he takes that seat, and you wouldn't necessarily think to yourself, well, this is a guy who is an operator, but absolutely is that. As we see him with King Queen, 3-betting up to 20,000 over the top of the opener with King Queen suited up front under the gun. This is slightly dangerous procedures against an under the gun open, but with the big stack, we are able to apply so much pressure, David. We've got gambling chips if we want to use them.
Yeah, we saw a player like Rigby in the World Series main event do this kind of thing, just really run away into a big chip lead where suddenly he's playing a kind of a loose cash game style against all these guys playing sort of ICM-aware nitty poker.
Now here we are with the ace-9-7 board. Evagoru not in love with it by any stretch, nor is Tahir Khani. Both of them picking up the gut shots, courtesy of the 10. On the turn, I thought perhaps on the strength of the King of Hearts and the betting lead, Tahir Khani would maybe look to ask a question of sorts on that texture, but goes for the passive line, and let's see. Evagoru looks like he now has become a bit curious. Leading out for 18,000.
Yeah, blocking kings and queens, which are maybe the obvious mix-in check kind of hands here. Interesting to see him choose this holding for a bet. Obviously thinking that maybe a pocket pair is out there, or maybe a weak ace, which he plans to barrel off across 2 streets. King of Hearts in hand for Targani now, sort of the key card in this hand with the 4 of Hearts on the river. I don't know, Ivaguru, I'm not sure I recommend that turn bet if I'm him. He's sort of made an awkward bed for himself here. Will he try to get out of it now with another bet, a follow-up bet? And yes, he does. Almost pot size.
Now things getting a little strange. I mean, credit to Taharkani for calling the turn, but nothing more than a bluff catcher here on this river with the nut no pair.
True, but a bluff candidate too. I feel like against a pot bet it's a bit dangerous.
80 into 86, and yeah, he agrees with you. And credit then to Evaguru for summoning the courage required, as you see him guessing that perhaps an underpair to the aces, specifically jacks,
No, I thought he had
was what he was up against.
Hearts and diamonds, almost same.
Yeah, and I suppose what's
Half an hour,
interesting, we're
delay.
coming in cold on this particular table. These guys have created a dynamic for 4 hours now, a dynamic which has seen Taharkani go from 900k to 1.5 million. One would assume he has been at it to some extent. There's no real way of building a stack from 100k to 1.5 million without playing loose, without getting your hand caught in the cookie jar once in a while, obviously mostly getting away with it.
And there's quite a few candidates to be playing Sheriff over here, as some merit regulars, including the man pictured here with the ace-queen, Nicholas Schweedy.
Yeah, serious operator, Schweedy. We saw him on the live stream a couple of days ago. Played superbly well that day. Probably didn't get to run the cards on the final table he would have hoped. Ended up laddering, I think, to maybe like 5th place, if I remember correctly. Disappointing result for him. He was probably the best player on the table. That's arguable. There were a couple of other very good players as well, but yeah, just ended up in a spot where he kind of just got into that unfortunate situation where you make the second best hand a lot. Obviously keen to rectify that in the next event. And Evaguru happy to complete here in the big.
King 10, both cards clean. More than we can say for Asmalov's ace 8, as the raggy deuce-deuce 4 flop awaits this 3-pack.
Decent board for Schweedy to fire small on. One feels like, you know, if you had the best hand before, you probably still have the best hand on a baseball card flop such as this. Oh, love those glasses. Just spotted that from Asmalov. Wow. Very futuristic.
Very unique.
Yeah.
Geometric. In fact, as Schweedy does bet and take it, and taking it is something that he's done plenty of throughout the course of his career. One of Lebanon's finest. All-time money list, second out of that nation, surprisingly enough, given his 4.5 million in career live earnings, 2.2 million plus his best cash. And how about top 400 on the all-time money list, David, considering how many people are on the list in general?
Oh yeah, that's very high.
That is a very impressive result. So we're looking at a very sharky customer in Schweedy. Got his feet wet in some Triton events as well when they paid a visit to Cyprus on more than one occasion. Most recently a 25K pot limit Omaha back in May of this year, where he finished 6th. Finished 2nd in the GG Super Millions Live just 9 days prior to that. And these were big scores, 636,000 for that Super Millions. Scrolling back in search of his massive $2.2 million score. It actually came very early on in his recorded results, and it was a 10K EPT main, the grand final in Monte Carlo, all the way back in April of 2010. So we're looking at a true veteran of the game, as the all-in from King Queen for Gazarian does pick up Nigbolu. Ace Deuce is the better of the two kits on an Ace Queen 6 board. The pair is working for Gazarian.
I can.
Not quite as hard as he would like it to, as he now hunts a king or a queen to stay alive in this competition. Unfortunately for him, the 6 will leave Nigbolu to collect the remains of his stack, and rebuy period is closed, so that walk is a little bit longer than it might have been earlier.
Yeah, maybe we'll have to hop into tomorrow's mystery bounty. 2K mystery bounty.
There's
on the
always
card. There's always
a
something.
seat in something available, that we know. Nigbolu, by the way, David, a name that we've certainly called on multiple occasions.
Absolutely.
Throughout
yes.
our time commentating here in Cyprus, taking a look at his results. 446,000 plus in career live earnings, 175K. His career best cash, plays under the Turkish banner, as does Tahir Khani, by the way, who we see here with the King Jack. Tahir Khani also with results in that same neighborhood, 450,000 plus in career live earnings. And it all came in a $20,000 Triton Super High Roller Series 7 Max event right here at Merit, where he finished second in May of this year.
Did you preside over that one?
Certainly did.
So no stranger to Ali here either.
No, and actually had the opportunity to sit with him at dinner here at the steakhouse and kind of talk over his background and how he got involved in poker.
I assume he just had a salad, maybe.
He's
Doesn't
That's only because they ran out of meat.
Now a formidable table presence here.
And a formidable kit, top pair, under the gun razor, following through for 12,000. Now the open ender for Schweedy, who has a table for 2 if he wants it. Which of course he does. Note the king would be a problematic card, and the queen in some ways is as well, because now Tahir Khani has an open ender and second pair, but Schweedy with top pair and an open ender of his own has the better of the 2 holdings. Checking. And into this 57,000, it looks like Tahir Khani will be firing 20K. How do we feel about this bet, David, as played?
Yeah, kind of what's known as an advanced blocker in this situation. I guess he has a decent pair on the flop, which is downgraded somewhat. He can still draw to the nuts as well. In this situation, obviously diamonds have missed, so he's charging flush draws. He's also maybe setting his own price against a queen. Queen, obviously an interesting card if Schweedy has straight possibilities here on the flop, as we see he did queen 9. Obviously 8-9 got there as well. Not a card that Schweedy could ever raise him on, because he, of course, has much more ace-kings than Schweedy ever possibly could in this spot. So yeah, worked as an advanced blocker. He loses the hand, but he actually played it very well, choosing his amount there, that 20K. He would have faced a larger bet perhaps on the river. And he did manage to get some value from potential flush draws in that situation too. And of course, blow the pot slightly. Had he made an ace or 9 on the river there, he could have gone for some nice value.
One of those instances in which both players played just fine.
Yeah. No, I really like the decision to bet there rather than check on turn. Not a situation where Schweedy can ever raise, so you can just set your own price.
Tahir Khani, for what it's worth, David, of Iranian descent, speaks fluent Farsi, and walking around the halls here at Merit, there is no shortage of that being spoken, as so much support from Iran for what's on offer here at Merit, which of course, as we know, is not on offer in many of the parts of the world from which the customers travel to the event.
Oh, don't get me started, Ali. Like, I'm not going to name names here for just in case I do end up on one of these tours, as I often do because I travel to everything. But, you know, we're a little better than cattle to some of these organisers. Get them in, get them out, get bums on seats.
Yeah.
Couldn't get a more different experience here at Merit.
Yeah.
Really feel valued, really feel valuable. Yeah, it's worlds apart from, you know, an awful lot of the poker you see out there these days, where operators are just keen on providing a reasonably okay poker experience. Maybe they can get a big field in there, so you know, pursue value anyway, but don't ever get the sense that your custom is special.
Yeah. King 10 deuce is the button in the big blind. Fail to connect, but that plays right on into Nigbolu's favor, as with the betting lead. Cenk will barrel, take it down. Notched a result in the $3,300 main event at the Middle East and Cash Game Festival right here in early July. Second place result for $175,000 was the biggest of his career. So some momentum there, some wind at his back. And I think for any poker player, there is that point at which a validating score shows up on your resume and you begin to actually experience a sense of I've arrived, or, you know, maybe I really am good enough to play this game at a top level. And I think that's a bit of a turning point, is you're emboldened and you're confident. And of course, poker can humble us rather quickly when we're feeling that way, but you can see some real runs put together.
Yeah, I think when players get the monkey off their back, so to speak, sometimes there's no stopping them. There can maybe be a mental block of, like, I've never been there, so could I ever get there? And once they do, then even just having that knowledge and experience allows them to execute better maybe in the end game.
Schwede getting after the blinds with an ace-9. Of course, Marjanovic with pocket fours.
Yeah,
will
definitely a
stay
shovable
involved.
one here. He can go clunky in this spot here. 24 bigs, is it? 23 bigs.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
feels like you do. That off of 92,000 back, the jam is the right way to go. And you see Schwede just wants a count.
Yeah, this is really, really close, to be honest. Really, really close. There's definitely some small pairs, and there's definitely some inferior suited ace-X that would do this. So Schwede will be in good shape a decent amount of the time. Very close one here. Also very possible for Marjanovic to have king-queen, king-jack suited, jack-queen suited, that kind of stuff as well. Super close one now for the veteran. Maybe just about comes down to read on the individual when it's razor thin like this. He may have profiled Marjanovic as tighter than some.
Yeah. Lets it go. Only had 8K invested, David, and obviously Schwede, not the kind of guy that needs to go racing with people. He can rest assured that there are going to be spots in which post-flop play will be afforded him, and in those situations, I would imagine at this point in his career, Nicholas very much feels as though that favors him versus the field.
Yeah, I think you can edge pass your way through tournament poker, particularly in this phase where we're not really in a kind of a high ICM situation. We're not really into the end game by any means. We're still navigating our way, what, 1/3 of the field remaining, maybe a little less. And yeah, I think really good poker players understand that they get most of their money by making river bets where they already have the best hand and they're trying to get value from someone who definitely doesn't have as good. They're the spots we want to set up much more so than these, like, okay, I kind of getting the right price here. I guess I have to call for a third of my stack, or okay, a sixth of his stack in this situation, but not really the way good players get their chips, or at least not how they get them at this stage of the tournament. Late on, okay, we got to flip some coins.
Ace-6 suited as we
That's good.
see Nicholas raise and take it. Now, there was some sort of beverage there consumed by Taharkani, and I have to imagine it's a high-protein sort of affair. A smoothie of some sort. One does not arrive at this stature without some hard work and some supplements.
Yeah, it's almost a Terminator build.
Well, the glasses certainly lend to
Yeah.
the Terminator assessment, don't they?
I just watched that Arnold documentary actually on Netflix. Very good. Recommend it to anyone out there who hasn't seen it yet.
Newly released?
Yeah, newly released. 3-part documentary on Arnold Schwarzenegger's life, sort of his bodybuilding phase, his acting phase, and his political career. Sort of 3 separate documentaries mixed into one. And
Worth a watch.
Taharkani will be back here.
Jack 7 suited, the kit with which he's open from the cutoff. No takers. A really delightful situation with re-registration closed, and obviously the shift in terms of dynamics at the table very palpable. To just chip up, and I favor, even when they know what I'm up to, carry on until somebody demonstrates that they're going to create a lot of resistance and problems for me. But until that point in time, with impunity, we can sort of get after it.
Yeah, and I think maybe in a way even more so, because what was a re-entry tournament is now a freeze out from this point forward.
Right.
It won't be as efficient as it should be.
And he's just so far ahead of everybody else.
Yes.
It is kind of ridiculous right now. Remember, the average stack right now is about 300k, maybe 320. He's got 1.5 million.
Surreal to be able to amass that sort of stack. And, James and I had presumptions that stacks that were very, very big to start the day were built on simply breaking hearts and crushing souls and just showering people, right?
Yeah.
But we saw some very straightforward, like, multi-barrel spots, and it wasn't, simply jamming and then spinning the roulette wheel. It was people putting a lot of pressure on, and then to greater and greater effect the bigger their stack got, and certainly to the greatest effect once the rebuy period is closed.
Yeah. Yeah, Taharkani's stack would be roughly 30 of 60 left. But right now there are 370 people left.
The diamond, the one is much
Simply incredible.
especially the TV table.
And note that there's been an expedient amount of attrition in the field since that rebuy period shut down. And the product, of course, of different approaches to a short stack. A lot of people get down under 20 big blinds and decide, I don't want to grind. Let me just go for a double, some breathing room. And if it doesn't work out, then Godspeed. And if it does, then we play on.
Yeah, definitely that, and also the fact that at least 40 or 50 people will have just decided to eye up last minute late reg on this. They may be bust yesterday, they may be bust a few hours ago, and they decided, I'm not going to jump straight back in, I'm just going to come in at the last possible moment. And when they do so, they obviously only buy 25 big blinds, so they are immediately looking to, win the first, certainly one of the first 2 pots they play, or else they're in big trouble.
Now, producer Milbutash coming in to affirm your speculations, David, advising that he saw at least 40 of those last-minute registrants at the desk.
Yeah, so I think that will also explain the attrition right away, as we see it tick down once again now to 377.
Sorry. Store water.
No. Evaguru. Obviously thinking about 3-betting this one. Could think about just shoving it in here. Degtiarovas has made it 12. Prefer the flat. I think you want to keep some ace-x in your flatting range here, and the weaker ones, the offsuit ones, sort of useful. You're hoping that your opponent will not have the ace but represent it, and you will get your chips that way, maybe across a couple of streets. Exactly what's happened here.
Yeah, that flat, obviously absconding the strength, if we can call it that, with ace-6, certainly post-flop with top pair and facing 10K from what is just 8 high.
And part of the story here for Evaguru will be to, look a little pained down these streets here. He wants to look like he has a queen, maybe a weakish queen that can be barreled off. The fact that Degtiarovas has now picked up some showdown.
Yeah, binking the 8 on the turn.
Kind of interesting, I suppose. Like he probably doesn't think his opponent has much 2x given he 3x opened. So maybe feels like he's up against a queen most of the time. And when he's not, he might be up against a hand like King Jack or King 10, which has also got ahead of him. So maybe just waving the white flag. Not a terrible idea now. Other option, of course, is to target that Queen X. Go big here and try and turn this 8 into a bluff. I think on balance, I like this give up. Question for Evaguru now is whether he can pursue value. I think he can. And that bet of 18K gets a quick fold from Degtiarovas.
Evaguru. David, almost 200,000 in career live earnings, best live cash, 45,000 and change for the Greek Cypriot. Most recent tally was from the Bonanza Festival in a 30K guaranteed. Early June, picked up just shy of $2,000 for that one. Also worked his way out to your neck of the woods late last year in October in the Battle of Malta, where he notched a 63rd place finish for a modest $364.
I managed to come, I think, 20th in that tournament. Big field, Battle of Malta, credit to them. Actually do manage to get incredibly large fields these days. 500 buy-in, which is interesting because that's a price point I've noticed across Europe being a very popular one if you want to get a really big field. Yet, I guess the people at Merit have just decided, no, we'll get a big field with a 3,000 buy-in. That's no problem.
In fact, if the fields get too big, you can always just eke them forward. But the one thing that I'll say as we look at Degtiarovas, with a couple of aces, a lovely follow-up to having lost that last pot on the button, maybe looking a bit like he's forcing the issue. 3-betting a Schwede Open under the gun, which is a bit out of line. King 6 suited. Don't think Nicholas is going to have too many designs on a defense of the Open. Yep, and down it goes. So the point that I was trying to make, though, is obviously if all of a sudden we get to a place where there is just too much demand and not enough supply in terms of seats or rooms or whatever that's going on here at Merit, one might be tempted to think, well, we'll just keep raising the buy-ins and whittle away, cull the herd, if you will. But the one thing that I love, and I think this stems from the culture created by Ms. Sungul, who's the president of poker operations here at Merit, and all of her lieutenants kind of underneath her. They know the players whose loyalty helped to build this room, the foundation. And the last thing that they're ever going to want to do is to alienate or abandon those players. They are the bread and butter that really, showed the kind of support that was required in order to get this operation up and off the ground and help it grow to the place it is. So I can almost safely say they will never turn their back on those players, and as such would much sooner figure out how to accommodate all of the newcomers than to turn away sort of the OGs, if you will. Meanwhile, an ace-king, never going to get turned away, as we see the 8K min raise from Marjanovic. Look at Schweedy. This is a man who obviously understands that he's got a deep stack, but also is so confident in his post-flop abilities. 7-3 suited, wants to take a peek. That peek is unattractive, to say the least. Top pair, top kicker from Marjanovic. Somewhat textured board. Don't have to get too cute looking to check back. So even just the 7K bet will get things done there.
Yeah, one thing I spoke with Darragh O'Kearney about during the warm-up, and this was something similar to what you just mentioned there, about as the numbers grow, how do they accommodate those people? Obviously you're talking about in terms of hotels and in terms of bums on seats in the room, or do we move to the bigger premises over at the Diamond? And you know, they obviously have options available to them. The other thing we thought about was, do they ever speed up some of the structures and make some of the structures arguably not as good as they are, because they're incredible right now.
Sure.
And we were thinking, well, I suppose you could make the warm-up a little bit shorter, because it's got actually the exact same structure as this main event. It's incredible that way. It's really just another main event. But I also just get the impression that they understand their customer base, and the guys love these structures. Like part of the appeal is coming to a festival like this, knowing that you're going to get so much play. So yeah, interesting challenges as you grow, obviously. That's great problems to have.
Yeah, challenges that we know that the team is going to be able to meet if we had to bet on it. Challenge issued by Ace-7 suited. Well, producer Milbatosh stepping in to say he would bet against any changes to the structures, at least for the remainder of this year.
And I think that's wonderful, because that shows a lack of greed on the part of the operator, and it's that kind of greed when people realize they're onto a good thing and they're getting the customers in, that they squeeze them, and then the guys feel squeezed, and you sort of spoil the thing that's so great.
Yep. I think the team here is very mindful of not being cut from that cloth or evolving into that type of business. Monotone texture here, Queen 3 deuce. Little gutter for Kanan.
Yeah, I feel like he almost has to come with a raise rather than a call in this situation. It's not good enough to call.
Yeah.
So he has to take the aggressive approach, and it works because he's got the chips to do it.
You know, it's so easy to look down at 6-4 clubs and just go, well, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
Right? On an all-diamond queen high board, but he fights for every pot, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he makes people realize that as soon as they're in a hand with them, they may have to play for their tournament life.
There is a subconscious fear of entanglements with boss stacks such as his. I love that he's got the middle seat too, isn't it? Doesn't it feel
so
mayoral, almost like a, you know, gentlemen, welcome, members of my cabinet?
Yeah.
Haven't really seen participation from Barindik. Continues to be the case there. Of course, that will not be the case for the ace-queen suited of Asmalov. $9K. The sizing. Have a go to hijack, ace-4. Not sure he'll be inclined.
production team have chosen such a good table for you guys over the next 2 hours. This really, really has all the ingredients. I feel like we really do have maybe one of the best tables in the room, maybe the best table in the room this time round.
I'll tell you what, if I'm at this table, I don't feel like it's the best table in the room. I feel like it's one of the toughest in the room, as we see Nicholas Schwede three betting to 32,000 with ace-jack suited, and now Tahir Khani, who's going to look like a man who's just leveraging a big stack here, but actually has the goods with this ace-king suited, peaks down at prime opportunity to 4-bet.
Yeah, Asmalov's going to genuinely feel like he has maybe a real decision here if indeed Schwede's a very likely candidate to 3-bet wide on the button, and Tahir Khani is this guy who has had the wrecking ball out for maybe the last 3 or 4 hours. Ace-Queen suited becomes sort of the light one. You know, it becomes the one hand you decide, okay, I go with this light because it's got the right blocker effects to the hands that call, and it maybe plays okay against the calling range. So even though this looks like a snap fold, if you're under the gun and you face this much action, because it's Schwede and Tahir Khani, I think this is actually a really tough spot for Asmalov.
You're so right about that. It is specifically the size of these stacks and the pilots in the cockpit for each that really leave us wondering if this isn't just a couple of bullies flexing.
Yeah.
But finds the fold, nevertheless, does Timofey Asmalov.
That's a much better fold than it looks like.
Agreed.
Because of this dynamic. That would have been one that really, really would have tempted me in this spot. Schwede, definitely capable. Tahir Khani, over capable.
Right. The kind where, like, we think maybe we just jam and take what feels like some prime dead money out there in the face of a jam. And no, by the way, that Schwede also just defers, doesn't try to get heroic.
Yeah, could have played a big pot in position there, but decides that tangling with this man is inadvisable.
Now, I believe that Tahir Khani shared with Schwede that he had an ace. Nicholas said how big, and I believe the response was top 3. Now, if that's the case, then at bare minimum, it was ace-jack, and Schwede can rest assured.
You had one mistake. You had one mistake. One mistake. Smaller than you. Yes, and suited.
Asmalov can come again. This time with bottom of range. Can't be loving these bottom of range spots with this murderer's row in position.
Credit to him for staying the course of, you know, trying to do what he can. As we see ace-6 for Degtyaryovas, suited, in fact, into the muck. Another ace-4 suited for Evagordu. And I do like the ace-deuce through ace-5, as do the solvers, quite a bit more than the ace-6, just given the ability to use both cards toward a wheel.
Yeah. Can come with the call here, can come with the raise. It's probably one of those ones that's a pure mix in solver land. Schwede, well, maybe just too much action in front. Don't think he can overcall, don't think he can 4-bet here. We see he has way the best hand, but he won't know that. And yeah. Annoying not to get to play these 8s, but oh, or maybe does just find the flat. Okay, very interesting pot developing now.
We'll see what Asmalov's response is. David, is Evagordu recognizing the way in which that ace-4 suited performs, 3-betting, but Schwede's flat is in particular what I've got my eye on in terms of how it impacts Asmalov's willingness to continue. Man playing under the Russian banner with Career tournament earnings of $121,000 and change. Best live cash just shy of $37,000.
Yeah, tricky one to balance this with the eights. I'm not sure what else he flats here other than pairs. Does he flat a king queen, an ace queens type of hand? Wow, Asmolov comes with the cold or with the 4-bet over the top of the 3-bet and the cold flat. Wow, this is really interesting. This is really interesting poker.
Well, let me ask you this. When you have the ace-4 suited, you would much sooner be a man 3-betting, as Evagoro did against the upfront opener, I would say, than 4-betting against not only the 3-better, but the flat caller behind. This is quite a bit more ambition than that on display from Evagoro.
Yeah, it is. And I talked there about balance and how I would have found it very hard to balance my range and Schwedi's situation there in his seat facing that action. But actually, when we talk about balance from Asmolov's point of view here, he's opened the under the gun, bottom of range ace-4 suited. And Solver will like ace-4 and ace-5 suited as the only light cold fours in this spot. It will very much feature. Not at 100% frequency, I would assume, but at some frequency so that you do have some light ones.
And
so
note that it puts not only the other ace-4, but the pocket eights into the bin as so much strength is exuded there from Asmolov. Credit to him, David.
Oh, huge credit to him for that spot. Yeah, like that's one that we see in the solvers. We crunch our numbers. We know that they're some frequency cold fours, some frequency 4-bets facing that much action. That's more than a 4-bet really because it's facing a 3-bet and a flat. But you know, seeing it there as a solver as something you do a quarter of the time and actually deciding I'm going to do it this time or ever really, because I think we do disregard, maybe some players disregard the small percentage frequencies that were advised on by the solvers just because it's so murky and it can lead to very complicated post-flop spots as well.
And it feels like the far less frequent kit that we observe 4-betting in that spot. Normally we have the 2-8s and we consider ace-king bottom of range. And of course, the big pairs, which have us in awful shape. All of that obviously playing into Schwedi's decision. As we see Jenk. Min-raise open with the suited connector. Making sure that he's balanced.
Jenk looks like a rock star.
He really does, doesn't he?
Definitely.
Like in the event, and I know the man isn't Armenian, but if System of a Down suddenly found themselves in need of an added cast member, I would nominate Nick Bolu in a heartbeat. He seems like he could grab a guitar and shred. Meanwhile, it is Asmolov who's been doing the shredding of late. From the ace-4 to the ace-queen as a flat defense. Table for 2. And no pairs served up on the menu, other than the 9s on board, of course.
Yeah, backdoors here for Nigbolu. Certainly going to come with a continuation bet. He's hoping to explode. Oh, he's not. Look at this, Ali. Very tricky here.
He picks up the diamond draw promptly, David.
So maybe feeling like the delay C bet is the more attractive route here versus an opponent who will maybe be forced to check back twice on this kind of board most of the time. I'm surprised he didn't continuation bet, but I'd be very surprised if he doesn't bet now.
You know, sometimes it seems too obvious, not to cut you off, David, but you know what I mean? It's just so expected for the C-bet to come in there that we feel like it almost doesn't serve our interests as strongly as betting on delay does, as we see him fire 14,000. But now the ace-queen maybe feels okay enough to take the river. Not that it wouldn't have taken the turn in the face of a bet.
No, exactly. Like I think, I guess 9-9-3 just doesn't hit your opponent at all. The risk you take is that you give him the turn to hit by giving him the free card. But then, as you say, maybe, just maybe, you rep the over pairs better with the delay C-bet. So I guess there's pluses and minuses.
Well, here's one of the minuses, is if we're going to miss the diamond, hitting a 6 or 7 is obviously the path to victory without having to bluff. And now a bit of showdown value for Nick Bolu. Asmolov will be quite disheartened to be shown this hand. Boy, wouldn't it be great if he had a little guitar and every time he pulls in a pot, he just 3 seconds. I noted the Led Zeppelin T-shirt, by the way. I think we may be onto something.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he definitely plays an instrument.
Yeah. In that particular pot, he played the Osmolov.
You hit the board with every she dance. Which you gonna fall? I was talking to Jeremy. I'm talking to Jeremy. I go to him.
One of the things that I love most, David, about the opportunities to come here and observe players who may be exclusive to the Merit Complex and Merit Poker is the fact that just because they're not venturing outside of these borders, and just because we don't see them in more mainstream affairs, doesn't mean that they're not brandishing some very high caliber poker. I mean, really, it's almost tempting to say, guys, venture out a little bit and, you know, carry the flag a little bit for Merit, because I suspect great successes would be available to many of the players who are regulars here if they chose to do that. Now, I'm not saying leave and don't come home. Please come home. We'll miss you. But have the faith to understand that you are not simply a good player here at Merit. You are merited to be playing beyond these borders and performing quite well, is my suspicion.
Yeah, I think just the way poker is these days is very different from what it used to be. I think there was probably an era where any strategic information was like gold, and people who had it didn't give it up, maybe shared it with one or two others, and you know, it was very hard to get better at the game. And if you did end up in a little player pool such as this one, maybe you reinforced your mistakes with them and no one really improved a huge amount. However, these days, and you see it there with the caliber of players that we're seeing, particularly on this feature table, I think this might be one of the highest caliber ones we could have found in the room, is that all of these guys have access to training material now.
Yeah.
The world is just so much more open. The information is there. You can pay for an awful lot. You can, you know, create social groups with other very good players and talk hands with them as well. That's a little more old school these days. The solver stuff being the more modern bit of kit to interact with and improve your game with. But like, there's no borders anymore in the same way. Like, I do know what you say there about, you know, this being a community of people who maybe a lot of them come from the Middle East, and this is their poker holiday 5 times a year. But you're right. Like, there's no reason why these guys can't show up at the World Series and crush every single year.
I would love to just like take a piece of Team Merit and send them out, you know, into another field elsewhere and just kind of sweat their performance, because I really do suspect they would give people some fits as anonymous entrants, you know, to more mainstream festivals. And the point we're trying to make basically is that there's a lot of talent coming out of this room.
Yeah, that is the thing that really struck me the first time I came here and commentated, was how many times I looked up the Hendon Mob, that thing you do when you're commentating on people that you don't recognize, and found that some of them had almost exclusively Merit things, Merit results, Merit wins, Merit final tables, and then thought to myself, okay, I wonder what that means. I wonder how well they play. And then you watch them play tremendously well.
Now then, Dektiariovas, small blind with the 2 sevens. Had some higher hopes in terms of runouts than this one. As 4 to a straight rolling off. Evagodu with the ace deuce. Well, turning him into a bluff. Barrels deciding that the line taken by Evagodus was not going to contain a queen all that often. And successful deductions there from a young man who was impressive on the other occasions in which we've watched him operate.
Yeah.
David.
Good river.
Yeah, I think this might be the third time I've watched him play over the 3 series. Obviously, the Western, the Carmen,
Queen.
and now at this Retro series.
But no, I don't.
Yeah, ace high. Yeah,
Impressive operator.
I have better hand. I have better hand.
you win, yeah?
Still no word on the payouts. I imagine they will be coming fairly soon. I boldly predicted, and I'm now very confident in that prediction
looking for
because
you,
we
right?
got a higher number
was
of
looking
entries
for
than I
you,
actually
right?
believed we would, that there will be
Yeah.
500,000 first prize. That is huge. That is big news in European poker.
Really big news.
If you check the river, I bluff.
Yes, I bluff first.
Barindic with a fairly pure sort of flatting hand here. King Jack suited, so nice, so pretty to play in position. Particularly against someone like Taharkani, who could be coming in light with hands you dominate, maybe some weaker kings, as is in the case here, and some weaker jacks too. Brings in Degtiariovas on the button here with the pseudo connector, and likely Evaguru too with a pseudo connector as well. They've all got a little something something here. Definitely some boards that can interact with, in particular,
Equally,
the bottom 3 hands you see on screen. There's still a big blind in this hand. We don't know his holding yet, so we could yet go 5 ways. Getting a brilliant price now. Does let it go.
Ends up 4 ways as Avogodu's diamonds are smothered by Barindik. 4-way affair with 44,000 in the middle. It comes Jack 7-4, and that is nice texture for Barindik. But he's up against the spade draw for Taharkani, who started this party. And then the pair of 7s for Degtiariovis. Not to be overlooked, the backdoor diamonds and the gutter for Evagodu. So all stovetops contain at least a saucepan.
I've never heard that expression before. I like it.
22,000 the follow through. Half pot.
Yeah, and Barindik's shallower than most. Degtiariovis does have fewer chips, but he will probably be happy to take this hand to the river across most runouts. Evaguru will be tempted here. Backdoor diamonds and drawing to the 8 goodie, as you said there, Ali. He's playing deep with Taharkani, who's shown interest in this one, so every reason to maybe try and spike this one. Obviously, we'll feel like the 8 of spades is a mucky card, but he won't be aware that diamonds are smothered, so he'll feel like he has a lot more than 11% in this spot.
Note that 1-8 hit the bin, the one that was coupled to a 7, which was good for a pair, but not good for 22,000, as we are down to 3 players with 110,000 in the middle, and Evagodu does pair. Checks once more, and look at Taharkani. This, again, is the kind of behavior that we are afforded with the big stack. 70,000 into 110 now.
And I think he's using the fact that Evaguru flatted here in the small blind as a little bit of extra leverage on Barindik. Obviously, he's bet an amount that if Barindik goes with his hand, then he calls it off. He has a flush draw, he'll have the price. But Barindik has to worry about Evagoru's range behind, and that's a card that can have definitely have hit the small blind range pretty darn hard here. So I actually quite like this bet from Taharkani, aware of how much pressure he can apply on others. Now, Evagoru picks up a pair to go with that goodie, but I don't think he can face this much action now. And Taharkani, amazing to really drive the worst hand home here with brute force and a keen awareness of the positional advantage he found himself in.
Yeah.
Evagora wondering, well, how often is this ace king, ace queen, maybe two spades?
Yeah, I played, but in the
Is
morning
it
I
possible?
played 100, 200, and sometimes 400. I played the one round
My
each.
hand could be good now.
One round each.
Not often enough, I don't feel. And I feel like the body language is
Like you're
already
bluffing, no?
giving that away.
Looks like you bluffing. Huh? Yeah.
Note just how well Tahir Khani is performing here with this bet. He got rid of the king-jack. Obviously some concerns by Benedict that maybe Evagora is out there with something in the weeds for him.
Ali, if you continue to play the hand having made that speech, we're really, really into some metagame.
Looks like that metagame is not lost on Evagora, but nevertheless, even he who looked up and said, it looks like you're bluffing, has to respect that just incredibly imposing force that is not just Tahir Khani himself, but the chips that sit in front of him.
I will see that then. Huh?
Yeah, he's both the
you're too strong, yeah?
irresistible force and the immovable object.
I will see it, yeah.
Kanan suggesting that he was loaded
I
for
just had
bear,
a 10.
saying that he was ready for a
I
raise.
just bought the cut shot, yeah. 8. Yeah, it was so close. And the 10.
Like, it was a great read on the situation, but again, he just both didn't have enough
Maybe you
hand.
found it.
And
You need a 9.
I had a very strong hand of flop.
I think that positional disadvantage, just amazing from Tahir Khani to recognize how he could get a bluff through in that spot.
Go on, David.
No, it's not a visual medium, but Ali Najad looks like he's about to do a spit take here at my expense.
Well, I've found the delightful vanilla latte station up at the bar. And
There's always
couldn't help
secret
myself.
places that you find. How do you find all this stuff at Merit?
I poke and prod, much like a honey badger, David, until I find what's on offer.
9,000.
And there's been some poking and prodding going on out here as well, as we see Evagora on the button, 6-4 suited. Getting after tough customers in Nigbolu and Shweedy. A lot of really hazardous stacks to be opening into directly to his left. But he seems up for the task, as does Shweedy. He defends, gets outflopped on a king 6 deuce board.
I remember once in Paris they did.
Second pair.
8.
For Evagora. Following through.
No bluff.
And declaring no bluff, by the way.
I love this guy.
He is something, isn't he?
Good. I have the best hand pre-flop. I have queen high. You better. You are better, yeah. But my hand is more beautiful. Okay, hold a better hand. Pre-flop. Yeah.
Nice pick up there for Evagora, as Shweedy just concedes.
Lead guitar, bass guitar. I think bass guitar maybe.
King deuce.
What did you show?
Should be like this.
bass guitar
Otherwise, anyway,
feels like the right read for Nick Bolu. Is
They're always cooler.
Jack 5 suited. Yeah, yeah. He doesn't have the eccentricities of a lead guitar kind of guy. He just quietly handles business. Worth saying that this is entirely a fantasy of David and I.
Yeah.
Just our creation, our imaginations running wild. No actual intel on whether or not Nick Bolu has aspirations of rock stardom. But obviously his aspirations on display there with Jack 5 suited. Dreams came true. Raise and take it. Now then, but Indiku did fold that King Jack. David on the turn, 70 into 110 to Tahir Khani, suggesting that maybe we're dealing with a little bit more conservative play, and yet under the gun, the ace-6 suited, raising it up, would seem to conflict that.
Do we have an eyewear sponsor here at Merit? 7 of the 9 bespectacled here.
Really? Well, perhaps we should, if we don't.
Raise and take it for Brindic. A reminder, we are playing 3 more levels after this one. Ali and I will be together for this level and the one after. And then Ali and James taking it home for the evening. They're giving the guys a reasonably short day 2 here. Mix Max is still in the mix. And some of these guys are in that tournament. It's a nice feature here. It's kind of the evening time tournament. Allows the players to play 2 tournaments at the same time.
This is 100? 100?
Obviously the challenge logistically of pulling things like that off is not for the faint of heart in terms of administration, yet they do it oh so well.
Yeah, and I think the consequence of that will probably mean reasonably long
Lucky
day
ladies.
3 and final days. We've had a few final table days that have ended at a reasonable hour, but I wouldn't be surprised given the numbers in this field and the fact that we've shaved 1 level off if we were to go a little later tomorrow night and late on the final day. So loads of poker to look forward to Wednesday and Thursday. As we take a step back there for this blind increase, Tahir Khani 309 big blinds, and that's after we've increased the blinds. Shweedy with the devilish 666,000.
Normally he'd be tremendously proud of that, but then very much in the shadow of Tahir Khani. He's got him out-chipped 2-1, and you know, there's a real snowball effect that's taking shape for Kanaan as we've seen what multi-barrels are able to accomplish here with closed registration and players who really are almost waiting out this table, hoping maybe at some point they'll be broken down and drawn elsewhere into the room, as it is really the toughest that I can imagine is on offer right now.
Yeah, it's got to be one of, if not the toughest table in the room at this stage. Remember, 363 players left. Obviously, we've had 900 bust outs or whatever it is. You're still hoping for a reasonably good table with some spots, with some, maybe more predictable opponents, less sophisticated opponents. But no, this one, all killers. Asmalov, who, remember, stepped out with that amazing ace-4 play earlier on, now waking up with the Djangos here. And Tahir Khani, definitely someone who could join him in a big pot here. Can't imagine him going away with the pocket eights here. That's way up his range, remember, given that he's opening the widest from this seat.
Yeah. So
nice sizing here from Asmolov.
In comes that 3-bet to 40,000. And this is where it gets a little bit delicate too, because you begin to question, is this somebody who thinks I'm speeding and here I am with a real hand, so I should play back, or is this somebody who's way up in range, as one presumes they should be, if they're going to be willing to tussle?
Yeah.
Haqqani decides maybe it is more of the latter than the former, as he flats and fails to improve on the ace-10-6 board, but that pesky ace, we'll see what kind of response it creates out of Asmolov.
Yeah, it is a pesky ace. I think you have to see bet it regardless from a strategic point of view. You can go very small here. What's more interesting maybe is if Haqqani, because he has the 7-9 backdoor, considers a flat. He doesn't in this instance. I think that's probably wise on balance. Your opponent's going to have so much ace-x there. He's going to have big ace-x in his value range. He's actually going to have some weak ace-x in his light range. So very tricky to proceed there, and I think just well played again by both players.
Now, king's being slid on over to Evagoru, as it's a cowboy-rich ranch.
10.
They'll take it up to 10K at this new 2,000, 5,000 level. Little baby-suited wheel cards for Shuidi. Not interested.
Asmolov with the hand you would defend in the big blind, but not getting a big enough discount in a small. Lets it go, and Degtyaryovas. This is definitely one you can let go. The 7-3 certainly. The 7-4 does have a teeny bit of connectivity. That's why he's made the call. Oh, and look at this flop.
Problems for the two kings and a dreamy development for Degtyaryovas, the kind that he really would love to be in. Two pair against the overpair.
Yeah, and just can't really slow play it. Too many scare cards to lose his opponent, who definitely can have a reasonable number of these overpairs. He wants to get it in on this street.
There is the check 3x. And of course, range advantage for a big blind defender in this spot versus the under the gun opener. So one could certainly see a world in which Evagoru is shackled moving forward.
Yeah, it's so draw heavy. He's probably incentivized to get it in as well. He's got the king of clubs in hand, which is handy. Can find him a way out if he was to be up against 5-6 or a set, or in this case, I guess he has okay equity against the two pair combos, one of which is in the hand of Degtyaryovas. But it's so draw heavy. I think that maybe, just maybe, he goes with, and he does.
Oh. Double espresso, please.
I thought maybe that Evagoru would skew toward a more conservative approach, but with them playing 103 effective in that spot, in go the chips, and we play for 233,000 on the turn. The jack, that or the 8 would counterfeit. The king would work as well. And instead, a red deuce as a nice and tidy run out leaves Degtyaryovas taking a bite out of Evagoru's stack.
Yeah, nothing either player could really have done in that spot. Obviously, Degtiariovis, he calls the 7-4 pre. It's a fine defend. It's borderline. It's rock bottom. You have to defend rock bottom, and clearly gets the dream flop. And when he does, every reason to play it fast. And on such a draw-heavy board for Evagoro, every reason for him to just want to get it in there on that street as well. He obviously had okay equity there. I think he was 29, 28%, something in that region against the two pair.
And consider this, by the way, if you're from the school of thought that like, oh, I don't really want to play with things like 7-4 offsuit up against an under-the-gun opener. It only has to go right very seldom, as it did right there, to make it profitable.
Yeah, you're only putting in one more big blind, so you can release your hand on flop on turn without having really commit that many chips. So, that's part of the strategy. Also part of the strategy really is that just how balanced players are these days and how we don't really just end up in spots where people just will automatically give you all their chips with over pairs. Clearly in that spot, that was one where he had to. But there are so many situations where, over pairs against, your flop pair that maybe picks up a draw or whatever, gets more navigated, and maybe even bluff opportunities are presented to you with a 7-4. You can still win it in other ways.
Not to be results-oriented, because I think we both presumed that, especially given the run-out that we saw, the Kings would have found themselves playing for all of Degtiariovis' stack anyhow. But looking back, do you feel as though maybe a flat call there would have been okay some of the time, or you always want to seek the fold equity and put the max pressure on the check raising big there?
I'm not sure. I think because he has the king of clubs in hand, then if the club comes, which might be the card that your opponent wants, because he's on the club draw, you're still going to be incentivized to go with it because you've got the redraw. So I think it was played correctly, to be honest, from both players.
Meanwhile, Evagoro, this time a defender with 3-5 suited, and might be thinking this is no fair. Where's my two pair?
Yeah, right.
King 9 jack board, Sweetie. Firing after the 9 pairs, taking it down. Ace 5 here for the human mallet, Tahirkani. I would love him to just go up to that 90% VPIP range and just see
what
if
happens.
anybody wants to dance. Maybe that's a bit self-indulgent of me, isn't it? But you saw how effective it was as the King's rich environment continues. Degtiariovis going to try his hand with them.
Yeah, hoping that his kings do not have a similar fate to those of Evagoro moments ago. Interesting here, Evagoro has not released a hand that probably doesn't make a particularly good flat, so maybe considering a 3-bet. No, thinks better of it. And unfortunately for Degtiariovis, doesn't look like he's going to get any action here.
It's not 7-4.
Yeah, but it's kings.
Wow, how about that? Nick Bolu suggesting that the 7-4 is the key to proceeding, and Degtiariovis somehow has the other side of that needle.
That's very funny.
Yeah. Talented young man is Degtiariovis. David, both in terms of our observations, personal assessments, but also in terms of some of what we find on his resume, including earlier this year at the Western Series in January, where he was third for 168K in one of our events there.
I remember that event. we called the action on that event. It was very impressive performance.
Producer Milbutas, by the way, saying he's an online spin and go player.
Well,
bit of a specialist.
That is a special thing, and I suppose really a lot of those guys are basically glorified heads-up specialists who sort of moved into the three-handed realm because maybe they have to play three-handed for four hands or something like that before it ends up being heads-up. But yeah, a lot of value in that. Obviously, the sit and goes online more or less died in the past 5 years or so, maybe longer ago even. And yeah, the spin and goes, espressos, hexapros, whatever you want to call them on whatever site they are, have basically taken all that short format liquidity. Aces now for Schwede.
That which has not died is the big pair parade. It's this time Nicholas enjoying things. Less enjoyable for Taharkani as we see Schwede with the slow play.
Yeah, very tricksy here.
This is opponent specific, I would say, as much as anything else.
This is just going to be a...
Well, it's going to be a check raise. Did you think that maybe on the strength of having the ace of diamonds as well, that Schwede would be more inclined to check call and then see what happens on the turn? Maybe allow Taharkani to barrel off?
Yeah, I did think that was going to happen, but having said that, I suppose what he's doing instead is recognizing that the 9-2-5 really doesn't hit the kind of range that can raise in that spot. If you think about it, okay, maybe 2s and 5s, but 9-5 mightn't call, 9-2 mightn't call, 5-2 mightn't call pre. They're actually all three hands that are borderline folds to an under the gun open. So maybe Schwede thinking to himself, oh, this is a board where my check raise will make no sense at all, and I have an opponent who loves to read people and suss that out. And if he does have an overpair of his own, a jacks, tens, queens, he's likely to lose a lot of chips to me now. I think that was probably the logic of that one. Actually quite like that maybe he saw that which we didn't initially see. Because yes, I think I would have, having flatted pre-flop, continued with the check call trappy line. Interesting gears being shown by these guys. Very playable one now for Evaguru.
Queen jack suited, cut off, fold it around to him.
12.
Raises it up to 12,000.
And he picks up Taharkani in the big blind here. Oh, no, he doesn't. Suitedness would suggest that should be a call. Not going to lie.
Big stackedness as well. That really was surprising.
Maybe a hand that has cost him dearly in the past.
PTSD.
Yeah, it can happen sometimes. Kings were my one. I'd look at kings and just immediately just imagine. I used to have a thing where I would look at pocket kings in my hand, and I would imagine the ceiling of the hotel room I was staying in, because I knew that's where I would be in about 15 minutes time, lying on the bed. And then I would play them, and then I would lose to an ace-x hand, and 10 minutes later I would be there on the bed staring at that very ceiling.
That is great.
I think I had about a year of it. They don't scare me like they used to, but I swear I had about a year. And I think maybe every professional poker player will say that they had a year of kings just being the hand that did them in so many spots.
Sometimes it's even aces.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's ace-jack. Although that doesn't rate to be the case against jack-5 suited. The eye roll there, by the way.
Yeah.
From Evagoras, who might be thinking about a pound of flesh after his kings were showered by that 7-4. No action for Degtiariovas. Now, if Nigbolu is going to be a rock and roll star, then I think we do need to submit Degtiariovas as perhaps a Eurovision contestant, a boy band sort of situation. I mean,
I was going to say he looks a bit like Flea from back in the day.
yeah, okay, a very young Flea.
Yeah.
From Red Hot Chili Peppers,
Yeah.
of course.
Probably mostly the hair, but
Yeah, it's 100% the hair, let's be honest. Although I suspect that's a man that we can get out on the town with and not regret it. Perhaps a party or two on the docket. There'll be plenty of cause to celebrate if you manage to make a deep run here in this Merit Poker Retro Series main event. Smashing records, as mentioned. Smashing the guarantee. And giving us smashing action for the most part here at this feature table across these two levels, down to just 352 as registration is closed. And you see Shwedi looking like he's feeling the effects of
Turkish coffee?
some late nights, maybe. Nigbolu suggesting perhaps some Java.
We need one more. Maybe you need ice americano, fresh and.
Actually, you're right. Everyone. No, that's mine. That's mine. That's mine.
Oh, okay. Good job.
That's your card. That's my favorite card, though. It was. Yeah.
now that we're doing lookalikes, I feel like Evaguru could be a mix between Jerry Garcia and Carlos Santana.
Oh.
They could somehow be fused into one
Okay.
music star.
Sure. Had bumped into Carlos Santana on a few occasions back home in Las Vegas, by the way. As
No sugar, yeah?
he lives in the city.
For me.
Very cool dude.
Oh yeah, super approachable, down to earth. 6-7 suited, also quite approachable in the face of this modest 6K tax being placed on the big blind. Osmolov will defend. Under the gun queen jack offsuit, by the way, let's keep an eye on that in terms of Degtiariovas' procedures. Ace 8-5, open ender with backdoor hearts for Osmolov, more than we can say for this queen jack, which despite being in front right now is actually the equity dog.
Gonna rep that ace. Asmolov won't have too many raises in this spot. So probably coming with a call. Yeah, makes sense. Definitely a board that favors the early position opener. No improvement for Asmolov, and not really a card that he can perhaps lead on either. So maybe a check give up here. But Degtiariovas would have to find another bet here without the goods. Strong.
Not just one, but two barrels fired now by this queen high. As the young man continues to represent strength. Ace X, such viable kit in this spot. And at the end of the day, this is simply 7 high.
Yeah, and I think if Asmolov had thoughts of calling a 40% bet on the turn, should that be the sizing, unlikely as that maybe was to be the sizing, now that it's come 80% and he's not getting the right odds to call. He's presumably considering how likely a raise would be to get through, maybe feeling like he needs that way to win as well to justify proceeding. Out of position, so hard to get value when your draw comes in. Has to find other cards he can bet on, and there's no real obvious ones here.
Maybe some diamond combos for Degtyaryovas, removing a couple of our outs.
Yeah, right now he's trying to do two things, I would assume. Work out if there's other cards he can represent and lead on. Should they fall, diamond's certainly a possibility, Ali. Maybe a 3 or a 4 would make sense too. Maybe a 7 or a 3, because that would be a gutter that picked up a double gutter, but it's all very murky, and I really do like the fold there, even though he was sort of, obviously he was behind, but he had a hand that had more about it than Degtyaryovas, who executes a very nice flop small bet, turn big bet, double play, combination punch.
Yeah. Jab and then
roundhouse.
Yeah. Wasn't quite the big haymaker, but 41,000 into 51. Makes contact and takes it down. And he is northbound, trending very much in the right direction in his bid here to make a deep run at this main. Sweetie, ace jack, min raise.
Got to say my preference in these spots is to flat. I think, you know, just whatever ICM exists in tournaments sometimes leads these ones to being better flats. I think in cash game poker you'll often see 3 bets in these spots, but I think in tournaments with any amount of ICM and with your tournament life on the line, etc., I think these hands work very well as calls. Indeed he does, and that brings in Nataliev, who I believe is a new player to the table.
King 9-6, pardon me, David, as Nataliev has the best of what's around. Both blinds checking into Sweetie.
Yeah, who recognizes that while he doesn't have a hand here, it is his board. Up against the blinds, wide ranges. If Asmolov had the 7 of hearts in hand, he may get sticky. I think with 7 of diamonds, 7 of spades, it's more difficult, but sticky he will be. And that brings in Nataliev as well with middle pin, which will be very bad news to Asmolov, because that's almost always value when you hold 2 7s in your hand especially.
Now, the 3 on the turn is dry. Another 39,000 slid into this one, courtesy of that 13K C-bet from Sweetie.
The 3 could hit the big blind here, but it's a bit of a blank overall, as blanky as they really come. 2 of hearts, not a blank. No one with a flush. Maybe the 2 people with made hands, enough hand to get to showdown and not enough hand to value bet.
So after a round of checks, Schweedy does shut it all the way down, and the Queen 9 is able to haul one in without any further altercation.
Yeah, great result for him to face no further action. He had a sort of one and done call there in the big blind, facing a bet and a call. And yeah, always nice to pick up that one when I guess the complexity of a three-way pot sort of leads to some honesty from your opponents. They're afraid of each other's ranges, so you end up getting to showdown with a pretty weak holding, which happens to be good.
Evaguru. Pocket aces here under the gun. Makes it 13,000 to go. Oleg Nataliev, by the way, David.
Our new player, yes.
Under the Russian banner, 174,000 in career live earnings, just shy of 50K, his biggest ever score. Did show up for the Vintage Series as well as the Luxembourg Mediterranean Poker Party, where he did bubble the final table.
Ouch.
Of that one. Meanwhile, but Indic's second tour of duty with King Jack of Diamonds. You'll remember the last time that he had this flop top pair.
Yeah, problem spot here.
Unintrusive suited one gapper from the big blind will happily take the price, and we'll play three ways for 46,000.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. How about the nuts with a heart redraw as Degtiariovis continues to be the nemesis for Evagoru's big pairs? Wow. This is disastrous.
And this is very different to the 7-4 of before, because the top and bottom pair always a little bit vulnerable. This 8-6 suited, basically invulnerable. Similar proposition when it gets to him here, that maybe you want to just shovel chips into the pot right now. Lots of scare cards could come, draw heavy board. You can definitely have draws and monster draws, combo draws. I think you want to just start building a pot right now. I know that sounds strange. A lot of the time people want to keep nut hands into the trap range, but I don't think in this situation. Low board, dynamic board. This might be your best shot at getting a big pot right now. Make it 70K. Make life hard for your opponent's overpairs. Oh, even a small little 58K. Very, very tempting.
I'm a bit surprised, if I'm honest, David, to see a willingness to try to put in this small check raise, because this is much more so in favor of inducing the 3-bet from the under the gun raiser on the occasions in which he's got the overpair, which of course aren't 100%. Sure. He happens to be right about it, but we could just lose customers sometimes as well.
Wow, he makes the fold! What a fold! 7-4. What an extraordinary fold.
I am speechless.
Oh, that's crazy. But you didn't show.
Absolutely brilliant.
We are friends, but not anymore.
Wonderful.
Somebody showed the aces. He cracked aces and kings to me. Yeah? Aces we don't know, kings for sure. Aces we don't know.
Yeah, but if he don't beat me, he has like a good equity. Yeah. I have no heart. He has like maybe 6 with heart pair.
I had 6-8.
Sweetie, trying to wind up his opponent there.
You bet me, I just flat you.
and you take it all.
David, I can't remember,
No chance. The 3 by 6 8.
especially against that sizing, the last time that I saw somebody just step away from a pot like that with aces
Live tables
on the
like
flop.
I hate them. Always like this.
It's a gross spot, unquestionably.
Cannot make the one.
To be honest,
good,
I think his mistake is c-betting that board texture. It's a miserable board texture for your aces. And I think you probably want to put your aces into your checking range there. In fact, I think you maybe have a 100% checking range theoretically there. Having bet it and then facing a raise, it's a very, very grim spot for you. And I guess he recognized that he was just in a spot. He spoke it himself where he's either behind two pair, a 30-70 dog. He's up against the nuts or something nutty like a set, or indeed the 8-6, where he's virtually dead, or his opponent has a monster draw that's probably got nearly 50% equity. And against the balance of that stuff, he's happy to just toss the aces in the bin.
I suppose if we think at best we're steamed, maybe on average we're grilled, and then at worst case we are fried. Then the aces going into the muck is understandable, but still I stand in awe. And
I do too.
dare I say admiration at that fold. I mean, many would look up at that and go, so easily exploitable are we, as we see a duckling roost on the turn here for Schwede in a monotone king-queen 5 spot where Evagorou had the gutter and the spade draw. Osmolov had top pair, round of checks, and now things have gotten quite interesting. But just to put a button on it, that gentleman there on your screen, absolutely bang up fold there. He was drawing dead for the time being. Against that 8-6 suited, that will definitely leave some jaws and mouths agape when it is viewed on the delay by the table. In the meantime, matter at hand, where Evagorou has activated, as has Schwede, as 12 becomes 37. Awkward for Osmolov, by the way. And he decides without a spade, time to get out of there. Evagorou disappointingly folding to the raise behind him, as if it were a given that that was going to be the case. Maybe
You made a
Osmolov
very good
feels
fold.
different.
I have straight.
F straight? 6-3?
8-6.
Really?
Yeah. I put him on like aces, kings, pockets, something.
I have
strong.
8-6 suited.
Huh?
I have 8-6 suited. That's pretty bad.
So honest word coming down from Degtiariovas, who admits that he had the straight with the 8-6. And I'll tell you what, that, you know, you could have lived in Evagorous' head rent-free for at least the 30-minute delay. But I guess he just didn't have the heart to torment his man to the left, especially after said, we're not friends anymore. And he's like, no, come on.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
No, and I think sometimes when a guy does that, and you know he's going to find out in half an hour that he did a great thing, there's an almost respect, sort of like, oh, well done, that was a bit above the rim. Congrats.
And Evagorous
Nice.
did claim aces despite not having shown them?
Yes.
When he laid it down?
No, I think he showed them.
He did show them.
I think
Okay.
I'm almost certain he showed them.
Obviously, if we're willing to show that we will fold to the check raise on that board texture, we do open ourselves up quite a bit to being exploited, David. But
Yeah, and I think that's maybe where the mistake was. Again, I don't like the c-bet. I think that's like a board where it's just not your board. It's the flatter's board. It's the people in the big blinds board. and you're meant to check range and navigate turns and rivers, probably calling both in most situations, but that's the usual way to proceed.
Well, the button has brought Ace-Jack to the doorstep for Degtiariovas, and he's saying he's not in the mood for any company, as the 3-bet will dispatch the Asmalov Open. We got to visit the costume department before this one's over, David, see if there's a box of, you know, when you go to a photo booth, they've got all the props.
You
Maybe
should do
we can
the
find something.
winner's interview wearing
pearls,
that necklace, yeah.
I had a hunch that's the direction we'd be going with it. You know I'm game. You have to twist my arm to have fun. Mischief, silliness.
Delightful.
Definitely what I'm all about. Todd Connie has quieted down quite a bit. Could be just a product of card distribution, but could be clutch in, shifting gears as well.
Yeah, I feel as though he's as game as ever to take on these guys, but he needs a little bit of kit. Your dream of 90% V-pipping is something he's maybe heard by now on stream and decided against.
Not one to indulge. Should be said, by the way, you can bench press over 1,000 pounds, that you don't have to indulge anyone in anything.
Indeed.
I don't know if that's the actual figure, by the way. I don't even know if that's humanly possible, but...
Is that a ton?
2,000 pounds is a ton.
Okay.
And I am fairly
Oh,
certain no one
it's
can do
kilos,
that.
sorry, 1,000 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I don't really...
Me and my imperial measures as 553. Blind v blind. Open ender for Nigbolu. Flicked one out there. Look at Tweedy. Spends 5K. Just to see whether or not another barrel exists. Sees that it doesn't. Turn. Pairs the jack. Let's see whether or not unimproved 6 high, which has no showdown value, will get after this 41K. Oh, we've got our answer, David. And for Schweedy, what do we have in mind?
Well, he does beat the draws on the flop here, and his opponent, I guess, can be repping a big card here. I guess, like, maybe you would do this with an ace or a king.
Are
but
you suggesting that
think
there's a world in which 9 high gets
Yeah.
curious, David?
yes, and I would appreciate if you didn't utter that phrase if it is done so. We don't need to hear 9 high like anything. But yes, I do think it's very possible because he beats 6-7. He actually turns it into a, okay, so he raises anyway. So
It does feel like, obviously, just to make sure we clear what might be an accidental value bet
yes,
from some random combination of cards, the raise certainly feels like the more favorable course of action. And these are the pots which really give you a glimpse into how much thought goes into
it's
a
more
day at the office for Schweedy.
it's more gangster if you call it the 9 high though. Let's be honest, it's sexier.
Oh, 100%. it's soul crushing is what it is. And it's a bit of an announcement public service, in fact, in nature to the rest of the field that I'm not the one, boys. You save that cute business for another target. Here we are now. Hi, Jack. This is a little frisky. 7-6 offsuit.
How much you have? Like
Oh, it's 300, yeah.
Not sure why the 10-5 offsuit wanted to count, but nevertheless, asked and answered.
Just wondering how many of his chips he has.
Those look familiar.
Oh, look at this. Tarkani back in action here.
Ears must have been burning.
Good
David,
hand.
as we suggested, that he had gone into spectatorship mode, and there he rises up with the King 7 suited. 3 bets from the big, takes it down.
Great hand selection. Great hand selection if you are going to do that.
Why is that?
Well, because you will get called by, obviously, better hands mostly. But you do have suitedness. You do have a king blocker. You can proceed down the streets out of position in lots of situations. But it's actually very hard to construct a 3-bet range from the big blind. Usually what we do is we put our very strong hands in there and we go kind of polar. We have some maybe ace X, you know, small, ace 5 suited small, ace 4 suited small, but also king 6 suited small, king 7 suited small. They kind of function in a similar way. So if we're going to have a larger 3-betting range, which clearly he wants to do because he's in aggro mode right now, and he's able to leverage these guys who have 50 bigs and sort of say, actually, I'm going to put in a big 3-bet. Let's play a big pot, and they don't really want to play a big pot against him. Then he's picking the right hands. He's plucking the right candidates from, you know, all around the grid, if you will.
Right back at it. Degtyaryovas this time with legit kit. Ace Queen.
Says the action's on Evaguru here, but I think he's folded already. I think action may be on
Nigbolu?
Yeah, there, indeed it is. Who just
flatted.
Oh no, he
No,
didn't.
wow, I
it
thought
was
it was
two
two
chips.
blues and-
Yeah, it was 2 chips, but it was
30K. It's a 25K and a 5K.
This is awkward. Both of these guys 60 bigs now. Degtyaryovas probably has a 4-bet fold candidate. He can maybe make it 85, 90 and fold to a shove. You can also flat play this ace queen out of position. It's an option as well. Interesting to see which he goes for.
Two tens
my
and a
goodness.
queen, and where did this board come from? As Degtyaryovas defends for the extra 19,000, dominating, and now very dominated. Queens and tens up against trips. With 72 in the middle. Nigbolu betting lead, and very much the lead in the hand, as you can see, a 9-1 favorite with 2 to come. Follows through for 21.
And so much of Degtyaryovas' range will have hit this in some fashion. King, queen, queen, jack. Ace, queen, as we see here, being quite high up that range. He could have some inferior tens. That isn't out of the equation either.
Broadway gut shot acquired. As the check call brings the pot to 114.
Terrible card if you're Nigbaloo, knowing what Degtyaryovas has. Obviously, it could be the card that makes his hand from his perspective. Maybe a King Jack has now picked up a pretty strong holding. In fact, it's a terrible card because it's the one that Degtyaryovas would have maybe hated more than any other in the deck. And one feels now that if and when the second barrel comes in here from Nigbaloo, Degtyaryovas in a much more difficult spot here. Asking himself, what does he really beat now at 2 barrels? Small sizing though from Nigbaloo makes it tempting. As you said, Ali, he does have that backup of the Broadway goodie. I think Degtyaryovas will feel like he's behind most of the time, but of course, he only has to be good 20% of the time in this sort of spot. Wow, and this may actually make it hard for Degtyaryovas to fold because combinatorically the King X have gone way down. It is possible that he has some King X. Does he think he's maybe able to go for a little blocker in this situation and trust that if his opponent was to raise, he would be bad? Look at that quick check back from Nigbaloo with the
Tens full?
Yeah, with the full house with the 10. I don't like that he took no time over that one. I do understand that King X was a reasonable portion of Degtyaryovas's range as played, but does it check to you? Yes,
That's
it may
exactly
do sometimes.
the question. Yeah, it's not 100% of the time that the King's full is going to bet on the river, but it certainly feels like maybe we get after it. Perhaps a respectful check back, just identifying that Degtyaryovas is a candidate maybe to put us in the blender on the river with a check raise.
It's so hard though. You can definitely have Ace King there and have taken the exact same line. So I'm not sure you can get put in the blender too often.
You being Nigbaloo.
Yes, sorry,
Yeah.
yes, you being Nigbaloo. But I suppose what I didn't like about it most is how quickly he made that decision.
Yeah.
I think that's actually one that you do think about for a good while because you're trying to piece together the range of your opponent and see if there's enough value to pursue, Queen X being the obvious one. Anyway, on we move.
These are the pots that we reflect upon at the end of a long day at the office and sort of reconstruct and try to figure out whether or not we've left a bit of meat on the bone. As Osmolov is the meat on the bone in this situation. King, Queen suited against Ace, Queen, Evagoru in a terrific spot, but obviously mindful of the under the gun position. See if he's got designs on a 3-bet. Not obligatory. Lappin with the Ace, Queen. We do see some flats.
Yeah, I think flat is reasonable. I think from what we've seen of Evagoru, he tends to take the aggressive line with hands such as this. But Ace Queen suited feels like a better flat, if that makes sense, because you'll just flop much better. Ace Queen off, I think, probably plays better as a 3-bet. But I understand exactly where you're coming from. I think it's a kind of go either way situation. It's borderline. Asmolov with a interesting hand here. Obviously, it sort of functions as a 4-bet fold, bit like the hand we saw a moment ago with the Ace Queen against the Ace 10, but can absolutely flat as well.
So then, Osmolov comes along, and neither player connects on a very arid board. 7-5 deuce rainbow.
Yeah, unlikely either player has any of this, and therefore one would assume the player with the betting lead finds a way to win. Backdoor hearts. Scant for Asmalov. King high. Yeah, it's a little hard to proceed. You do have to add hands in here as a minimum defense frequency to find enough. Maybe sometimes you find a double backdoor hand to raise. Single backdoor, I think you pitch. I don't think you have to get sticky with this one. I think you have better calls if you want to be a sticky adversary.
Really just the deuce of hearts interaction. The 2 overs, which obviously can be dominated as we see. 22 into 70 though, it is size-wise quite tempting.
Well, he's going to take this shot here and raise it up. No, he's not. You're right. He is going to call. Wow.
Oh,
my
pick
goodness.
Up the heart draw on the turn, and obviously we don't call the flop with designs on folding the turn once a card like that comes off, and it does also provide Evagora with the wheel draw. Let's see if he wants to check back and realize equity, maybe decide on the river whether or not he's a bluff catcher or allowed to get to showdown for free.
The big factor in this one playing into my head is the previous hands. That king's hand, that ace's hand, where he met this sort of board after he 3-bet. Or well, sorry, in those cases it was a single raise pot, but after he was the aggressor pre. And wondering if that's why Asmalov has dug deep down his range to find a hand such as King Queen of Hearts to continue with.
You don't suppose that there's some world in which a barrel from Evagora here would be pushed back upon by the covering stack, given that he knows big folds are something that Evagora can make?
I think so, and I think actually on a lot of runouts, Asmalov was thinking it'll go check, check, and I can bet river and get ace high to fold if that's what he has. But look at this, Evagora, with the ace of hearts in hand, remember, as well, goes 73 and does create that exact spot Ali just mentioned where semi-bluff door is open. The light part of Evagoru's opening range could contain ace-3. His 3-betting range, I should say. So, not inconceivable for him to have a lot on this. Also, could just be aces, kings, queens pursuing value despite the wetness and lowness of this board against hands such as 8s, 9s, 10s. When Evagora makes this bet, he's got a hand like 9s in mind. He's trying to put max pressure on 9s.
You see Asmalov shaking his head. But it would be so incongruent of him to peel on the flop as liberally as he has and short a king or a queen, to pick up this card in particular and then be unwilling to proceed. Yes, he gets the hunch that he's beat, and he's not wrong. And it's not hard to be beaten when we have king, queen high. But we know we've got equity, bar ace high hearts being across the felt from us. And when that's the case, sometimes we pay the price and try to get there. And note, by the way, that the hearts aren't the only path to victory. A king would be clean.
Yeah, incongruency is the word here, Ali. You're spot on about that. And I guess this is the question you have to ask yourself now, is that You get one of the best cards in the deck, and you don't continue? Well, what were you hoping would happen? Obviously, you're hoping your opponent doesn't bet 73k, but...
No need.
So...
A reluctant call, let's call it.
Calling to hit, but absolutely going to bet on a lot of low cards here.
No need.
No question about it. I don't think he thinks King High is good.
Oh, how about backdoor second nuts? As all of the reservations that he had about finding his way to this river are vanquished in one fell swoop in a 260k pot, and how demoralizing this is going to be for Evagoro, depending on whether or not he faces a bet or will be allowed to check back, which I'm almost certain he would be willing to do, although one never knows with the Ace of Hearts. Maybe he feels as though he can apply tremendous pressure. I think it'd be very ill-fated.
You remember, Evagoro thinks he's trying to get a hand like maybe 8s at this point. 6s and 8s are the obvious hands he's hoping to get to fold if he was checked to and would decide to use his ace blocker to bet. So that's why.
Oh.
Well, now we see that there's just nothing he can do.
Yeah.
Just play. It feels like it's been played like a set now, from Evagoro's point of view. He feels like Asmolov probably had a set. Hard to put him. Maybe like the 7-8 of hearts, the only other sort of candidate.
Would the set really go sailing for all of it, though? Granted, it is a covering stack. Once it is more vulnerable than it's been prior, given the arrival of the backdoor hearts. Maybe those are the questions. And yeah, this has been a very deflating level.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I think this might be the last hand, as they said, maybe with 30 seconds on the clock. Do you mind thinking about this one for a while so we can all go away? I think he needs a bit of time anyway.
This is going to be a very low note on which to end this 2K, 5K level, David, for Evagoro. I don't see a world in which Ace-Queen is thinking about a call, and sure enough, the hand eventually finds its way into the bin.
He's played so well, Evagoro.
Conversely, he's run so bad.
Yeah.
But Kings against 7-4. Aces, a wonderful fold that really blew our minds against the 8-6 check raise. And then, just then, Ace-Queen against King-Queen in such prime position to be able to take it down, and just runs in to the King High flush for Asmolov, who currently sits 4th in chips, quite a ways in front of Evagoro, who descends down the leaderboard at this featured table with just 31 bigs when we return to the 3K, 6K level. And we also will be returning to the desk here inside the Merit Crystal Cove Resort and Casino Ali Nejad alongside David Lappin. And obviously the focal point for me would be Evagoro in that particular frame, and specifically the aces, the hand that is going to be talked about in this poker room and perhaps elsewhere for those who ingested it on this stream.
Yeah, I think the Takargani show became the Evagoro show. There was obviously a wonderful ensemble cast at play as well. I think they all deserve Emmys, Asmolov especially. But what's that phrase? Once bitten, twice shy. You know, he had that experience with the Kings on that exact kind of board texture. Maybe saw, you know, history repeating itself. George Bush had that great phrase. What was it? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. I don't know. It kind of felt like that. He felt like he'd been bitten and didn't want to repeat. And can I be honest with you? I'm leaving now, and I'm very sad to be leaving now. But I would be doing everything in my powers if I were you to bring these 9 people back again. That was an amazing frame of poker.
It really was. Although I think they'll be all too happy to be disbanded, preferably away from one another, as that really was a tremendous amount of talent on display there. We're going to go to a break. David, as mentioned, will be ceding the seat to James Dempsey, who will join me, and we will take you home for the final couple of levels here on day 2 of this Merit Retro Series main event. Stay close.
There we
Oh.
go. Ace deuce straight. Easy.
Very easy game indeed. Well, no reason to bet it yourself here. Hoping to have had some domination rotation, I guess, is the dream. Maybe an ace king or ace queens out there. Paolo, every reason to just bet really tiny here and try to take it down, deprive some overcards of equity, keep the betting lead.
And then, of course, Gabby Lifshitz, who is no longer flying under the radar after the summer he had out at the World Series of Poker. Deep run in the main event, James.
26th in the main, 345k for his efforts. Yeah, the secret out maybe a little bit. Obviously, someone we met here by his association with Ari Clipper, who was on just a couple of frames back and is another firm favourite in these parts.
Very much so.
But look at that. Look at the depth. The seventh stack is still 53 blinds. I mean, what more do you want from a tournament? Just Vadim short.
Yeah, 13 bigs for him, as each orbit will cost 15,000.
He's already inside.
Nine-handed affair.
The link, yeah. He knows.
About, let's call it 1,700 coming off your stack on average. Each hand that is dealt. There's Lifshitz.
Mate, you're doing some unnecessary maths earlier. I appreciate it.
So everybody already knows.
I caught the sunset, by the way. It was beautiful.
No need to rub it in, James. We're here in the cozy confines of the booth. Just beyond the Merit Poker Room.
It wasn't all roses and clouds out there, Ollie. I sustained a loss on the break.
Uh-oh. Of self-control at the buffet, or?
Well, that's a given. I went out, sunset,
Okay.
chill in, decided to go to the spa, catch the last 45 minutes in there. All good. Decided it should not just be me who would get in the jacuzzi, but also my earbuds. So that's nice. They're gone.
Oh, no.
It's a tragic day.
That is.
That's it. You don't need to cry.
Were they Apple?
No.
Okay, so off-brand.
Well, Bose, they might survive.
Oh, Bose.
They might survive.
You know, as long
was
as you
one of
shut
them-
them off, you can dry them out.
One of them was submerged for quite a long time. It was
Fishing
a
around.
weird situation where there's other people in the jacuzzi and I'm fishing around on the floor, trying to do it cool first with my feet.
The chips of my friends.
Oh man! When I pulled it out, the light on it was still flashing, and then
I like to
it
put
sort
the
of
chips.
it faded like in a movie scene. It just got a little weaker.
Yeah, your chips.
Oh well.
Yeah, just
The good thing is there's loads of stores around here where I can pick up a replacement pair.
Yeah,
so
no question about it. And I've also loved, by the way, equally as weak as the ace-9.
I don't want to talk about the hand. I'm still talking about my earbuds.
Ace, yeah, no, I understand. That's your focus.
We ask two, yeah? We ask two? Yes.
But I saw the sunset, so
That was an expensive sunset, though, as it turned out, wasn't it?
they had a good few years in them. They've done me proud. Blankets on order. The Merit Blanket. Is the series complete without
Don't what do you?
seeing a bunch of them?
I'm unique, brother. I'm unique. I hate.
Tell you what, just the fact that they exist and are available for anybody that might be feeling a bit chilly shows the degree to which the room is prepared for all eventualities.
Maybe I could wrap one on my earbuds.
Oh, they're going to require more than a blanket.
She never imagined I could
I
hate something.
took an aggressive maneuver
Knows
actually
I'm
straight afterwards. I took
personal.
them into the sauna, thinking the dry heat might, you know.
Oh, I don't know if that's the right play.
I think it might have been a
Baked
fish
them,
off. Like,
Yeah. Would you put them on the hot rocks?
no, I didn't go that far. I mean, I just had them by my side,
They've
which
also
again drew some eyes.
puts the King Jack on the hot rocks with the 15K open.
can't
Into the
comment
bin
on
it
that,
goes.
I'm sorry.
Hajduk,
Yeah, nice ball.
Jack 8.
Yeah, inappropriate. My wife is watching probably.
Just 11 blinds behind.
No, she's definitely not.
For a
watching.
2.5x, Ali,
No,
this
she's
is
not watching. She
pretty
doesn't
grim.
really-
And I like that open size for exactly that reason. Looking at the player in the big blind, these short stacks, obviously,
Yes.
they've got the best chance of realizing the equity opinion from the big blind.
Better stop
So when
now.
you've got short stack in the big
She loves when I
blind,
take her to
it
sushi.
actually makes sense to
Better stop now.
raise slightly larger to sway different peeling. And we see that getting the jack
Okay,
8
I
to
love
fold.
you.
Now,
Just
obviously,
in
Ollie,
case. I mean, just in case.
I gather there was a little fold of aces whilst I was away.
Yeah. You check, raise, which put aces into the bin, and it was the correct fold, believe it or not.
Novoselov. King 10 suited this time. Still going to be open. Let's see what side he's gone this time. Oh, he is sticking to 15. Maybe that's just his number, 2.5x. He is pretty deep, and a lot of these players are deep as well, so may well be the case. There's Corey Corkmans, a man known well in these parts. '13th in the main event, Cash Game Festival during July. Lushitz calling from the big blind with King 9 suit. Seems pretty reasonable.
Dominated.
Yeah.
As we head to the 39K flop. Oh, 9 high as he hits the side card and quickly checks. A snappier check back from Novoselov.
Yeah, I feel like Novoselov just does get to bet this flop. Obviously, we always say a board that contains like a 3 and a deuce is a bit more of a big blind peeling board than an opener. But when the opener's open 2.5x, you can take some of that trash out. It's going to feel very comfortable with hand now. And also, Maywell Ali perceived to be up against an ace-x type hand, which would, of course, picked up a gut shot on this card.
It's not the phone.
So has gone quite big. I like the sizing with that in mind. You really want to tax those ace-x hands.
It's steroids.
Tax to be paid.
No. Sir does. I do.
Liv Schitz
Natural
takes it
water.
down. And that is a very competent player there. It's not by accident. He's landed on 1.5 million plus in career tournament earnings, playing under the Israeli banner. 351,000, his career high watermark in terms of cash, which, by the way, supersedes the 345K he picked up for a 26th place finish in the main.
L'ho bevuta io.
That
No gas.
351,000 came
Yeah,
back
no
in
gas.
December of 2019
Okay.
in an EPT Prague main event where he finished 4th.
Nearly, man.
Tell you what, if you make a career of nearlies and they're in the 300K plus range, you can be a very successful pro. King Jack suited now for Subramaniam.
There we go.
I'm going to go with that.
I wanted you to have first shot at that one, Ali.
Mariappan Austin Subramaniam, playing under the Singaporean banner.
All right.
By the way, as we continue to increase
it's
our diversity here at Merit.
It's not a flag you see too often in the poker streets. It wasn't that long ago poker was completely outlawed in Singapore. I don't know what the situation there is. I actually played in the first poker tournament ever held in Singapore.
Really?
Yeah.
So your behavior was the reason that the law came onto the books?
They thought,
said
wow,
no
this
more of
game's
that.
good. Let's get this guy back.
British holiday makers out here causing a ruckus.
Yeah.
Well, Korkmaz causing a ruckus now. Ace-Queen suited will 3-bet. Subramaniam's open. Now a couple of nines making things awkward.
Yeah, Kara Nuri is a name and a face I do remember from a previous stream here. Somewhere. Certainly play with him somewhere. Yeah, pretty grim spot. Korkmaz 3-betting off 50 blinds. Really making it very difficult to call with nines from the big, especially as you've got the open still to worry about. Who is going to flick in the additional? King Jack suited seems reasonable. King hijack the cutoff. There we go. And whoa!
Oh, my goodness. How about the nuts with the nut redraw up against top 2 pair? Buckle up, kids. 99K in the middle, and it isn't going to stay at that size for long.
Yeah, just the raw flush draw. No big deal. Are you leading? Wow. Okay, this is really bizarre. Obviously, this is a board that it hits both of you, but you always check and foil on ace, queen, 10 to the 3-better. And
well, clearly not always, James, as the 55K over half pot sizing does create some real concern for Korkmaz, I would imagine. Obviously, top 2 is a lot of hand, but I can't imagine that he's going to want to raise it up, but yet we see him do exactly that as he jams and gets snap called, and that instant deflation.
Yeah, this was going to go in. I just didn't think it was going this way.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to see
Yeah.
a check call on the floor, throw some rope over to the 3 better as it is.
No time wasted as suddenly an explosion.
Not dead.
And the turn, delivering aces full to Korkmaz, but you're very right. 1 out, the lone 10 of spades for Subramaniam here. And instead, it's the jack. And let's face it, one way or another, it does feel as though the chips were going to get into the middle, but the only silver lining for Subramaniam is the fact that he was the covering stack. So he will fight on with 67,000. That'll be good for 11 big blinds. But that is far fewer than he had to start that hand.
That was a wild hand. The flop came down. We're going broke, but we weren't broke in a very different way than I thought. One of these players, even versus the 55k lead, I think top 2 we can just call. But these guys have been playing with each other all day. I always say we dive into these frames. We don't know what dynamics are instilled, and what knowledge players have of each other. So we kind of have to take a back seat a little bit in those kind of.
Registration closed. This kind of broke is a lot better than the actual. As those 11 big blinds could spin up.
All of us. 271.
Wild, wild stuff.
Didn't take long for carnage to ensue here at the feature.
I'm not going to lie, I wanted to see the rod on the end. The Manx drama. Clip that hand, send it around the world.
Oh, for sure.
I don't think I've ever commentated on a raw flush, actually.
I don't think I have either, have I?
Very top heavy.
No way.
Novoselov
First time here, so.
commenting on his King 9 suited.
Okay, so now we are reverting back to a more standard open size. You see here, he was making it 15k before. Now down to 12. So it may well be adjusting that based on the stacks in the blinds when he opens, which is good to see. Hajduk starting to run it with 11 blinds, and this is good timing. The snap. The King 9 suited.
So then, Hajduk, a 3-2 favorite, as he pushed his 64 forward, and that was not going to be enough to dissuade Novoselov from spinning the wheel off of that very deep stack, the extra 52k offered up. And on the Queen 9 deuce board, he has the best of it. Second pair.
Activate stand-up equity.
Yes.
Activate stand-up equity, says Hajduk, and there it is on the turn. The spade arrives.
That's where he needs a backpack.
143,000 chip pot. He needed help, and no spade, no ace. No further participation.
He didn't commit to it. He stood up and then leant forward over the chair like he was expecting to hit. You've got to take the mic off at that point.
That's a pro move.
That's a good one.
If you're going to do it, really commit.
Now we're closer to the
Well, in that case, why not just go into the car park and get, turn the ignition on, and then have someone text you and say, hey, by the way, you doubled. And then repark the car, walk back in. I mean, where's the limit?
Kudos was saying car park, by the way, over the parking lot,
I'm
catering to the local crowd.
Yeah. I mean, they drive on the left here. This yet another one of those parts of the world that you guys had to plant a flag in at one point. It's been supplanted, for the record. But
They still got our plugs. They drive on the left. Don't worry about it.
let's call that
No, it's cool.
imperialistic
It's
scar
refreshing.
tissue. Remnants of a bygone era.
Now it's ego thing, actually.
If it was original, I would.
Subramaniam, by the way, James, man who only has $1,020 in career live earnings, coming courtesy of one cash, and that came in April of this year in a deep stack 6 max $600 buy-in at the Carmen series.
Okay.
So
it's the usual game. If someone's had 1 cash, it's always in this room. It seems to be the thing, all the regulars. Yeah, nice. I have to say, I mean, he seemed completely unfazed. Just took a brutal bad beat.
well, that's the point I was going to make, is in spite of the fact that he's kind of in the relative infancy of his tournament poker career, one would imagine that he handled that one like a pro. And I do like to lay praise upon those that do that, because let's face it, he flopped the joint, instantly got showered, had one out, of course, difficult to hit, and took it very much in stride. And that's a fine example to be followed.
Cool.
As we see a raise from Jack 4 suited on the button from Karo Nuri. Both blinds calling with hearts, and yet the 4-3-3 board. It's more than one player. Advantage Vinci in the big.
Yeah, Vinci over here, one of a collection of Italian poker players traveled en masse to this one. They do come in force to the Merit Series, a partnership with the Empyrean Club in Milan, I believe. Tends to be where all these players come from.
Pasquale Vinci, man with the best hand here, is one cannot blame Karo Nuri for following through. Nuri, by the way, playing under the Swiss banner, as mentioned. Vinci under the Italian banner. Dukic
hello.
under the Serbian banner.
All right, so Nuri, unlikely, does flop good on this 4-3-3. Comes through with that C-bet, as you said. Dukic deciding with 2 overs and backdoor hearts to have a little look, and Vinci with the best of it. Although, the way he's motioning, and this to me just seems like a clear call with those backdoor hearts as well. Plenty of playability. But you are worried when Dukic calls, of course.
I was thinking the same thing.
But this is too much hand. Without the backdoor hearts, maybe you could start to make an argument, but as things stand.
Now then, the deuce on the turn.
The under. It was unlikely.
And not just any under, but the one that will give the ace X's, which do lurk from time to time in a 3-way affair of this nature. The wheel draw, but of course we see no ace out there.
This is a weird one for Nuri.
Yeah.
You just got to not give up, but
Can I get a...
some of the hands we want our opponents to have.
Thank you.
5-6 that we're ahead of on the flop, we're now obviously dead to, or near dead to.
And some of the discomfort that Vinci might have been sensing after overcalling on the flop has been relieved considerably by this king on the river, now giving him kings and 4s.
I wonder if Dukic, he's arrived on the river with one of the worst hands he can have. He wasn't planning for this one to go 3-way, one would imagine, which does complicate matters. But certainly a candidate.
What? No.
He is going to go for this.
Yeah, ginger tea and honey. Thank you.
Bet 1/3 pot. Just trying to make Vinci fold this kind of hand. I think Nuri's got not a lot. As it is, Vinci got the best river he could find. Calls, easy fold for Nuri, and Dukic will table the bluff. Dukic's like, yeah, well, I ran into that one.
Yeah, and also who knows if the king doesn't come off.
Right.
How Vinci's going to feel about it.
Yeah, very hard for Vinci to call.
But then you do have Nuri back there that can very well bluff catch with the Jack 4 behind him, so not sure that that bluff had really much hope. Never know. Non-zero chance it gets through.
Ooh.
And a Karos. Hasn't displayed any skills just yet, early in this frame.
14. Lifshitz, suited one gapper in the hijack, a man who's very comfortable navigating post-flop waters, and that has a lot to do with why it is that he will happily open. Note that he goes north of the minimum. Later position opens tend to be incentivized to do so in order to have the opposite effect on the hands behind them in terms of how attractive proceeding will be. Ace-jack suited, though, for Nuri, and he is happy to flat call. Another suited ace in the small for Vinci.
Yeah, Nuri could go either way with that hand, as can Vinci here. This is a nice spot for a squeeze, potentially, but a flat's also completely fine.
Seems Novoselev didn't have anything to speak of, as we will play a three-way pot of 54,000. Jack 4-3.
Okay.
Nuri, top pair, top kicker. Note Vinci's got the backdoor diamonds and the wheel gutter. Dust for the party starter, Lifshitz, and he promptly checks it.
Yeah, there's some road left in this hand, Ali. Backdoor clubs, gut shot. We're not done yet. Nuri with the ginnest of hands, of course, with that. Top pair, top kicker, backdoor flush draw himself. 22k, and Vinci's... He gets me every time when he picks his cards up, Arde. It looks like he's going to fold. Is he thinking about doing something else? Kind of a fun spot to check raise. Gets to have... He can certainly have 3s and 4s. He can have some jacks from the small. No, he's just going to fold.
Brilliant, brilliant.
That feels like a bit more snug than it needs to be.
A7 off?
If we are going to bother.
I was blocking.
I mean,
I was blocking.
if you know you're up against exactly ace-jack, it's a pretty good situation. Obviously against range, we definitely do want to be taking one off there. Vinci's going to wait till he rivers top 2 and stuff, or top two pair anyway. He finds that king, that'll do him. Chill out for an orbit, avoid the marginal spots. Looks like a pretty tough table, to be fair, from the tables I've seen so far today to this one. I know you guys had a pretty tough one last
Here,
frame.
everything is already resolved. It's all solved.
It really was, dare I say, the toughest feature table that I've ever commentated on from here at Merit. And, you know, one might imagine a final table would be
done.
the nature of the assembly that we would identify as the toughest, just given the challenge of making it to an FT. But really, it just was a random collection of really accomplished players, and even those who were less accomplished being on the very talented side of the spectrum. Meanwhile,
it's funny, look at this man, he's got his one cash, but the way he handles the chips, the way he handles himself, is, this is a man who's played a lot of poker.
18,000.
Yeah, he's coming into it here.
Lifshitz suited connector, he's never going anywhere.
No. So Ramian opening off, 11 blinds. Avoided just going all in, but one would imagine Lifshitz is going to ask him for more than the 18k. Be some suspicion about the non-all-in. With some players, you can be certain the non-all-in is like super nutted. But for all the reasons I just mentioned, this man looks like he knows how to navigate a poker table. I'd be requesting a little more. He's just decided to flat. Okay.
That's yours, yeah.
He's against the 3x. Which means, of course, less likely it's going to go multi-way behind you when you flat. But I'd still prefer just to make things easy for myself.
The clock's paused for some reason. I don't know why.
Lifshitz is so balanced, James, and so unafraid to play post-flop. You saw last time he opened unfavorable texture when he had that 9-7 suited. Just happy to check and fold.
Well,
a lot of discipline, and there won't be any check folding in his future. As we see Subramaniam outkicked. Top pair, sub 1 SPR, that being stack to pot ratio as he sits with 49, 51 out there.
Yeah, both players just thinking how they can get this in.
Yeah.
So Brahmin, I'm just going to rip it, and he won't be expected to see many better aces. But there is one. Pretty torrid time for him at this feature table.
Yeah.
Not dead yet.
Hasn't done anything wrong either.
Nope.
Just has run into it on more than one occasion. And this second one is the one that spells the end as he's unable to connect with the 10.
At least he hasn't soaked his earbuds.
No.
You know,
No, he hasn't.
Could be worse.
He has been showered, though. Gabby Lifshitz, the beneficiary. I do appreciate the long, dramatic sip of tea, then the water, and then a slow walk away from the proceedings. Some gravitas to that exit.
Looks like it might be a slow walker. Crutches at the hand. Maybe he is running bad outside of poker as well. Or strapping to the ankle.
Doubtful that the injury was sustained on the felt. Non-contact sport is poker. As we see,
wow, look at that.
Novoselov, 947,000, and the shortest of all stacks. Is that what you had your eye on, James?
It is.
Iraklis Manikaros, 51 big steep. Late day 2 of the main.
You get play down here. Like I say, it's nice. I always say this with my favorite poker venues are the sort of destination venues where they don't hurry the tournament because it's not a case of people are flying out as soon as they bust. It's like, well, we're all going to be here for a week. They played 9 levels day 1, played 9 levels today. There's no rush. It's chill. In fact, the unique structure here is some of these players are also going to be still in the mix max. Because each day 1 plays, in the evening the mix max kicks off. And
So
it only plays like 4 or 5 hours a day and then finishes tonight, or maybe 5 or 6 hours. So some of these players will be on a day 3 later tonight after finishing their day 2.
I mean, the point there is that their work isn't even going to be done once we draw the curtain on the main. Many of them going to go, and then who knows after that one wraps up whether or not there's a little cash game action that they're going to want to hop right into, as those games have been going around the clock.
I might advocate sleep, but
Some
sure.
technical issue or something.
Sleep is for the weak.
It's weird.
James.
It's weird. Yeah.
Another sell-off.
It's actually
Popping up this time.
It's not really
Garbage
true.
on the
Let's
button.
see
Queen
what you
forward.
fold.
No small blind in there, of course. There's
Yeah, on the topic of weak, Novoselov.
It was probably
Queen
ace
4,
off, though, right?
not a
Like
strong
Emirates,
kid.
yeah.
Quite the opposite, though, for Korkmaz, ace-king suited.
100 big blinds deep, so I want to see him come pretty big here. Unlike this, he has 60k. Looks like that sizing.
Yeah. Like that jacket, too, by the way, Balmain. Don't need to ask where he got it.
Sorry, there was a small blind in there. Apologies. Say again, sorry, the jacket?
Yeah,
you like
Novoselov, very flavorful.
You like a big label, don't you?
Listen, you don't plunk down the kind of capital required to make the sort of investment in a nice piece of Balmain attire because you're looking to keep it a secret, James. A well-placed logo, or 12.
I was going to say.
Help make the investment feel worthwhile.
It's okay for those that are listening and want to understand. Me and my
at
guys here
this.
are opening a coaching school. for
Blankets
poker,
abound.
But only if you like playing A7 offs. A7 off or better. A7 off or better.
Is Lifshitz leveraging the feature table appearance here to promote coaching
Please see us
opportunities?
in next Merit series for further details.
Fair play.
For more points.
I'm not mad at it. There are certainly way worse spots to get your coaching than a man who has proven, based on his resume and the company he keeps, that his approach to the game is quite the profitable one. As ace-queen rates to be profitable for the time being here. Dukic, 13K to go.
Very playable Queen Jack suited from Lifshitz. No decision here from the big. So be 100% cool with this one. There are trouble boards though. That not really one. Dukic having all of this one. $1,223 entries total in this.
How about that?
That's a number.
I believe the prior high water mark, as David Lappin mentioned, came on your watch when you were delivering commentary from right here for the Mediterranean Poker Party main event there. Over 1,000 runners, I believe, or entries, I should say. Note, by the way, that Lifshitz was retained despite the seabed, and obviously this is just kind of designed to find out whether or not Dukic has connected with that flop texture in any manner that would see him betting the turn as well, and if he doesn't, maybe we try to take it away.
Yeah, I'm a fan of this a little bit more against late position, but against +1, we had to give it a little bit more respect. And also, the sort of the king highs are going to be betting here, so it's not ideal. It does size up nice and big on the turn.
A7 off?
Up against
Always.
diamond combos, maybe some weaker ace
Had me
X.
beat. Hello.
Hello.
So Dukic does shed the queen jack.
See another Swiss man join the table. Randy Hofmana.
Mr. Frank and Khalid Reza.
Oh, yeah,
Benji exposing the king as he folded.
All king.
Thankfully for Dukic, it wasn't the 7 exposed. Still hold some hope with this hand.
Oh, 1-7 and 1-8 counted for.
Yeah, you won't start folding on stream, I guess.
Oh, interesting suggestions, by the way, by Dukic that we've had a very sticky customer in Nuri to this point, and
No
he's going to
fault,
stay the
please.
course in spite of being on the stream.
No fault,
As we see both players hitting the 8, does rate to be a chop the vast majority of the time.
And a board that Dukic obviously isn't supposed to hit too often opening from under the gun. And interesting that he's chosen a sizing of 2 big blinds. Give Nuri some pause here.
Yeah, sorry. My bad,
If it was 4-4-9, then maybe you see a little bit more betting from Dukic, but Nuri gets to have a lot of these medium cards, a lot of gut shots potential on this board, so going at slightly larger size does begin to put them under pressure. Not for 1, but maybe on the turn. Look at this, it's going to check raise with this top pair. He is. And it's where things start to work against Dukic now, because he holds a 7 of diamonds, which is one of the cards you wouldn't mind your opponent having. A hand like 7-5 of diamonds, 7-6 of diamonds. There's a possible raise. Obviously, you can get the same kind of hands in hearts or spades. There's still plenty of bluffs there. And actually, Nuri holds a 6 of diamonds. So there are some scenarios where he ends up blasting it off into the flush if it comes that way. And here we go.
Queen of diamonds does present Dukic with the diamond draw, as at present it's a chop pot. 97K in the middle.
Yeah. Nuri check raise that top pair. Can still have the best hand, just decides he's going to try and get to showdown now. It's hard for Dukic to bet anyway on this turn after Nuri's check raise, because he can still have the 4.
He can bet, but it would open the action up to another check raise, which would make things deeply uncomfortable. And the 4 is about as untextured as things can get on this river here.
Very choppy now. Yeah, I think Dukic best served with a check back here. Hard to think what value, what hand you can get value from, I should say. No, he's check raised. What you really hoping he's just got 7s or something? It doesn't really make much sense. Fair fight.
So uneventful in the end.
Yeah, I was going to say there was some events.
Yeah, but you know, after the turn.
Fair.
Players paying a visit to the carving board there. Note also, by the way, for Dukic, having to show down the 8-7 suited, that's something that people will be keeping an eye on as within the range of an under-the-gun open for him. Important to be logging these sort of data points as we find ourselves potentially up against him in future spots.
I think Nero just made that point.
Did he?
8-7, huh?
So stacking you or something, it would be like comes 8-7.
Si gioca a questo livello e un altro ancora, o questo è l'ultimo? Last level?
One more after.
18?
Yes. No, 18 will be the last. Yeah, 18 will be the last, yes. 18 will be the last, yeah. That's close enough to the money, but still not close enough to get it to the bounty. So.
1,223 entries, 273 remain. We are some distance from the money still. Was there any talk of prize money being announced? Yeah, you heard?
Can't effort the response here.
Wasn't sure if they announced it during the last frame or anything. Ah, 567,000 for the winner. Here we go. I ask and I shall receive. 143 players will be paid.
That is tremendous, by the way, to be able to make the money as part of the top 143, let alone to take down over $500,000 in a $3,300 buy-in event.
It seems like we have... I've noticed as a theme before with some merit tournaments is the jump from second to first is slightly smaller than the jump from third to second, which is
atypical.
It's something that happens here.
It stands in contrast to the World Series of Poker, where you see these really crazy top-heavy payouts, and I, for one, like it. I think that it keeps, the money in circulation, doesn't funnel everything toward a small select few in any given event. Liquidity is important, but you're shaking your head, James.
That World Series of Poker payout this year was just, that was not cool.
Well, for those that don't like that sort of payout structure, come on down. Nothing that you got to worry about here.
Yeah,
and I know it can be difficult to get to from the U.S., but truth be told, almost all major cities in the United States have flights into London directly. And then from London, you can make your way down to Larnaca. It's a quick car ride over. And one stop to get to the Eastern Med and to get your beak wet out here in this terrific poker room in this really well-run event. Now then, Novoselov, Queen 10 offsuit, awaiting Lifshitz's reaction from the cutoff.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think typically you probably play this hand as a flat, but Novoselev's been very active, so I like mixing in some 3-bets with this. You see, sometimes you see people a little bit too scared to 3-bet with the suited combos because they're worried about potentially losing their equity with it. But it's not like Novoselav gets to 4-bet that often here, and if he does, we're in pretty bad shape. So it's no disaster if we don't see the flop.
Lifshitz isolating. Has the better kit here. Unintimidated by Novoselov's big stack, by the way.
And I mean, I said all that, and then Novoselov just put him in the bin. Instant 4-bet.
Yeah.
In that case, let's not 3-bet the King Jack suited.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Not lost on Gabby is the fact that we are staring at a chip leader under the gun, one who apparently does recognize, as proven, the latitude that he has to open a wider range of hands.
Yeah, and he has a good hand.
And it was kind of an I know, you know.
Gabby's going to be for a little surprise in 30 minutes time.
We'll see on stream, boom, get wrecked, like 6-8 off or something.
He recognizes the possibility that Novoselov there might have been out of line and just putting Lifshitz in a blender.
Well, he made me look silly anyway.
12.
Not difficult.
Now then.
Jacuzzi and earbuds can do that to me.
Open here from Manny Carlos, who has been the most limited in terms of participation here at this feature thus far.
Hasn't been dealt in at all. Just had a lot of dust. Had some good results this summer during the World Series.
You're playing under the Greek banner, as many do. Very easy to make your way to Cyprus from that neck of the woods. Very easy to see Dukic proceeding with the ace-9 suited. That's what he does.
Yeah, he's not going to make the mistake of 3-betting the under the gun open. Just you saw how that went last time out. Novoselov completes from the big with a not sure to be live 3-4 suited, and he flops the flush draw on this Queen Jack 8 a little bit for everyone here. It's a board that both Manikaros and Dukic do get to have quite a lot of. Manikaros is going to like to check it on over to Dukic. Could see him go both ways with this, actually. Sometimes betting just makes the hand easier for yourself.
Just the gut shot.
Yeah, I mean, Dukic can't really bet this one, I don't think.
No, he does check back, so Manikaros holding on, being up against the flush draw.
Now, normally I'd say we still have to check this in the seat, but I just said this guy 4-bet Queen 10, so.
Look at this. He's saying, listen, boys, if
And
you
look
don't want that
bombing it.
45,000, I'll take it.
Look at the size.
How big is it?
It's huge. It's like 3x pot or 2x pot. Wow. Bomb. Have that. You checked the jack on the flop. Good luck calling double pot.
Force feedings like this are generally reserved for a foie gras farm, James, as these geese succumb to the might of Novoselov. Even the Jack 10, especially with a hand behind him, just forced to get out of there.
This guy is relentless. I love it. I think buckle up, Ali. You make a hand on this table, you just got to hold on for dear life.
You know, we saw something different out of Kanan Tahirkhani in the initial portion of the program when he was on stream on the featured table. He was somewhat aggressive. Then he kind of dialed it back. But Novoselov stands alone in terms of big stacks that are willing to make the big moves thus far and do so with consistency. The 4-bet in particular against Gabby with the Queen 10 offsuit, the one that stands out. And then, of course, the rare 2x pot with just what was 4 high for the time
Yeah.
being.
What he did there was he cleared up the spades. If someone had a higher flush draw, they couldn't stick around. So at least he had that going for him. Lipschitz.
You play
Two
around
threes.
300, yeah?
Slightly over.
Over.
Slightly.
Information for all the players on Boko. In few minutes we will start. We will start in this main room, the yellow.
$14K. Says Lifshitz. Not sure. Did Vinci know it was on him? No. Okay.
I don't know. He has taken some time to fold some clear folds. So I don't know whether he's maybe just thinking, hey, this table's not quite what I bargained for when I came down here. I'll just play a little slow in this last frame and try and find the bag. He was asking, is this the last level? Certainly has that feel to it.
Yeah, I think he's looking to punch his ticket into day 3 comfortably. Nothing wrong with that, strategically. As we see Manicatos, the lone customer with Queen Jack flops, the second nut flush draw on a King 7-4 board. Lifshitz also with the club, and the only pair in this twosome with 37 in the middle.
Yeah, I think you can come with a tiny bet here. I haven't seen much of that on this table. Everyone seems to have gone pretty hard, but even there, one of the bigger of the small bets, quarter pot, third pot even. Oh, he slides chocolate in my direction. Not quite sure why.
Not just any chocolate, white chocolate with pistachios, James. Just some of what's on offer here, as we want for nothing in the Merit Poker Room. We want for a club, however, for Manicatos, after he check calls the C-bet from Gabby.
Yeah, seems pretty reasonable with the Queen of Clubs. Can still be ahead as well, of course, against some hands. 7, I'm about to say, the 7's a nice card for us to have some leads on. We have a whole bunch of 7s. Our opponent just almost never has one. And this is a move obviously we can make when we have flop flushes as well, because it's a card our opponent checks back a lot. Yeah, these single club. Wow. It's just onto it.
Well, a 7 or a 3 would work nicely for him, and perhaps he thinks a club would work as well, but we'll certainly take the 3 of spades instead as a dreamy river for Lifshitz. And now all of a sudden we're adrift if we're Manicatos, unimproved, but having taken the betting lead, worked the pot up to 99,000 in doing so. And if we're telling the story that we have a 7, the 3 is of no concern to us, and might the tale continue to be told?
Yeah, we get a lot of value here. You can have a flush, you can have a 7. It's not like he has every flush here, obviously playing this way, but he's going to have some flushes, some 7s. The only bluffs are these kind of high card club combos that do decide to take off on the turn. So no surprise to him go here and go quite big.
Yeah, the only flushing here is going to be that which is down the toilet with this 75,000.
He's desperately unlucky here. He was going to win this pot. Lifshitz finding the only card that he gets to continue with. Now,
even a club folds to 75K?
Well, I mean, Manicaros would obviously have the high flush.
But I'm saying,
right.
Is he going to find the bin? TBD, maybe some bluff catchiness with the flush? Never know.
I think it's hard to call with the 3 clubs there because a lot of the bluffs are these hands. Now just a question of whether we go for the lot here.
Well, there will be no question as to how to approach it, even if it's a min raise. There's Manicatos with just naked queen high, dead chips walking.
He is going, as you suggested, less than the all-in.
But obviously, in terms of playing off of 293 back on this street, the 190 is so meaningful, regardless. And the snap fold from
You'll see it on TV.
Queen High.
Ace 7 off.
Pre-flop, I swear. I swear. He can jack 10 of it, 10 of clubs. I swear I folded. I controlled myself somehow. Like it would be a nice spot.
Well, that was a hell of a river. None of them are putting them on
Probably,
threes.
Good for,
Two out of
that's
line,
for
yeah.
sure. Good for your general image as well.
Yeah.
Right?
No, it would be too much. I still have some reputation, kind of.
Hello, sir. How are you, sir? Yes. You're very handsome today, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
It's nice when you sit down at a table, isn't it? Novak Golden just getting
Yes,
told he's
just
very
for you,
handsome
sir.
today.
Got him. Sure, sir.
Getting to know Novak Golan,
I appreciate you a lot.
a compatriot of Lifshitz playing under the Israeli banner, 234,000 in career tournament earnings, 50,000. His best cash.
Probably since 30 years.
One peculiar line item, as we see Hoffmanner, the other new arrival, at the feature with the pocket nines, making it 12,000, and Vinci, who has appeared very passive here.
He gave us
30 years?
Toward the end.
He's 26, yeah.
With an ace queen suited.
He's 26 and you gave him 30
Yeah,
years.
I know. After I thought, okay, maybe
Yeah,
he's not even
you can
30.
definitely go both ways with this
No,
hand.
he's actually over 30.
And I'm not surprised to him take the passive route from what we've seen, but look at this. Novoselov just,
He's been coming here for long.
he doesn't have breaks, Ollie.
Three bets with queen four suited on the button to 45,000. Ace five suited.
And
diamond smothering hand in the small for Manicado's change.
I'm not ruling this out. Manikaros has been sat here. He's seen this guy just go off his lids every hand. These are the kind of hands that do play really nicely, because if you get caught, you've always got around 30%. It can never be disastrous, but he does let it go.
But has he actually seen Novoselov at Showdown with all of the kit that he's been out of line with?
You see a frequency. You got to start to suspect things aren't quite right.
Sure.
But you're right. I mean, we don't know what's been like before the stream as well. Maybe Novoselov wasn't doing this and has suddenly decided, hey, you know what? Let's put a show on for the fans.
Now then, Randy Hoffmanner.
Yes, it's grim. He's just arrived at this table, what, an orbit ago. I think maybe he was witness to the 4-bet from under the gun.
The Swissman, 112,000 in career live earnings. 109 of that came in one fell swoop at his best career cash, which is his last cash over in Rosvadov, May of 2022 in a 1K, where he finished fourth.
Yeah, sniff this out. I think there might be something going on here. And Vinci.
Yeah.
Overcalls with the... Well, one of the better hands he's going to have here in ace-queen suited.
And let's see what we've got in store. 150K pot, king 8-5.
Now you're in our
a single diamond on board.
Do you think it's going to slow down our man?
Nobody improving.
He's very small. Ballsy in a three-way pot.
Not quite the wrecking ball. And note Hoffmanner hanging tough with the nines.
Yeah, Vinci seeing a corner in front of him is going to give it up. And
yeah, did have the backdoor spades, would have picked up the Broadway gutter instead, table for two, and let's see whether or not we come with something higher caliber in terms of the firepower on this turn. Reaching is Novoselov, and really no hesitation. He just continues to bludgeon away.
this is fun because, okay, the sizing he went with on the flop, 30K, all these kind of hands continue. The 7s, the 9s, the 10s, they can't fold the flops. They're all still in there now. The main hand you're worried about in this spot is King-Queen. Right, Ace-King's going to 4-bet pre. He's got King-Jack, he's not going anywhere. King-Queen's the one you're worried about. He has the Queen of Diamonds.
Okay, so he
blocks
blocks that.
some of that. So this is actually not, I mean, it's out of line. Let's not, you know, sugarcoat things. But there is some method to this madness here, and I just think Hoffmanner has to swallow. Hoffmanner himself, I guess you'd want your opponent to have maybe a a 9-10 of hearts, queen 9 of hearts kind of hand here to have the bluff. So that's the 9s with the 9 of hearts aren't the best combo.
Bomb pot?
He's suspicious.
But the problem is, Suspicion would deliver another 150 into the middle,
Right.
bringing the pot to 510. He's only going to have 190 and change back, and you could very much see a world in which all of that gets asked for, and bar a 9 on the end. How are we going to feel about a whole variety of cards that could roll off?
I was going to say, I think if you call here, Novoselov gives up, but he
don't
hasn't
make
shown
any
any signs
assumptions.
of giving up just yet.
Well, as metaphorically we attempt to express feature tables from time to time in terms of the animal kingdom, I believe what we're staring at here, my friend, would come from the sea, the mantis shrimp. Are you familiar? The strongest punch in the animal kingdom comes from this diminutive crustacean, James. Knocks out fish in a split second. Go ahead, look it up.
Are you implying that Hoffman is a fish who just got knocked out?
No. Rather that Novoselov is out here throwing hard punches at the field and to great effect.
Yeah, look at that.
2-1 chip lead almost now over second place Koray Korkmaz, who's done well for himself as they try to keep their heads above water with the blinds now going up to 4,000 and 8,000.
It's funny, you asked me to start this frame what kind of stuff we're going to see. Do the big stacks, get to bully the medium stacks? And I said, not really. ICM's not a thing at this point. It's always an advantage to have a big stack, but it shouldn't change the play too much. I was wrong.
Yeah. And so was Hoffmanner with the 2 9s.
Now, this is the hand you needed last hand. We've just piled it in pre.
Oh, and he would have done so quite happily, too.
12,000. 16,000. 16.
Here's the last level of the day. Might be the last time Hoffmann folds to level up as well. He's had enough.
What's happened to
I'd have had enough.
What happened to the hand that he dipped C1 based on the turn 150? So the whole fold.
Min raise open.
Yeah, some power poker as well.
Yeah, I think.
Dukic and Gabby well aware of what's going on now. Gabby must be thinking, I shouldn't have 3-bet that King Jack suited if I wasn't willing to go with
By the way,
it.
Novoselov has his eyes trained on that corner there. I think he's very privy to the conversation. It's like, guys, I'm right here. I know you're talking about me.
Not as subtle as you think.
Ace 10 from Honeycaros.
20 blinds. I would feel Hoffmann is going to be opening slightly tight to this hand after getting bruised the last.
That's 4.
But he feels he can try and get one through here. And I like going for the non-all-in. It looks super strong. You're targeting under the gun. And under the gun's still going to have to fold a lot of hands. So what are they going to do with Queen Jack? What are they going to do with the King 10 suitors of the world? What do they even do with Ace Jack? You can't continue. 8's just horrible. As it happens, he's just got the bad timing. Hoffmann is going to pick up some of the chips he lost in the last hand. This is fun.
The jam now.
Getting some street poker late in the night.
Honeycaros does concede in 3-bets like that off of
Gabby.
His stack.
Nodding.
More painful.
In admiration of the 3-bet. He liked it.
Very observant, whether he's involved in the pot or not. It's a man who's got a taste in a wristwatch, isn't it? Well, he's playing under the Swiss banner. I mean, it's almost compulsory to either have a fine piece of chocolate or a fine timepiece.
Maybe both. What is the watch, do you know?
I thought it was a Rolex.
18.
So you're kind of free to talk about watches here, aren't you?
Why is that?
No bills to pay.
Ah, yes. In contrast to some of our other duties where we do have watch sponsors and as such are dissuaded from talking about other timepieces. Meanwhile, Lifshitz decides under the gun it's time to go to 18,000 with the king, queen, Dukic, Jack 10 suited.
The table
free
mates,
betting.
they're having a lot of banter. There's a lot of chat about this sort of stuff going on. And for that reason, I wouldn't rule out Lifshitz using this as a bluff still.
Well, let's find out precisely how he feels about it.
They're playing up
Super
between
easy.
50 and 60.
Super easy.
Easy. Super. I want to see a flop. You wanted to see a flop? You should call.
There. No, it's fine like this. I think.
Good subject. We have to teach in the school, A7 or better, that if you want to see the flop, you have to call.
Yeah, less raises, less raises.
Your chances.
Your chance of seeing the flop when you 3-bet are lower, 100%.
You cannot see the flop.
Because sometimes I will fold, sometimes I will 4-bet.
Exactly. And especially for him is bad.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
cannot see the flop.
Yeah.
No?
Like for the curious people, definitely flating is the higher fee decision.
I'll live, I'll survive.
Somebody weighing in on the curriculum for the Lifshitz School of Poker, which is apparently the school of A7 offsuit or better.
Want to see the flop.
Yeah, we've obviously missed an earlier skirmish.
Yeah, but flop would be nice. Yeah, see the flop just.
You can rabbit hunt on TV later.
Yeah.
Vinci just dreaming of a table redraw, I think.
It was reasonable.
All right, Ollie, I can't let this sit in front of me for this long.
I don't know, I don't care.
White chocolate, pistachio, it's going down.
Now, for the record, James, white chocolate is not actually chocolate, but it is delicious, especially when paired with pistachios, as many of these Turkish sweets that we are surrounded by every time we pay a visit to the Merit Complex.
If I call that
are.
hand in that spot back to your 3-bet.
It may be a minute before James is able to clear the palate, as he is currently nodding in what seems to be approval.
Doesn't matter what you had in that situation.
Yeah.
I want to learn more about chocolate and why white chocolate. What makes
Approving of the A6 offsuit. Yeah, I'm not sure why it isn't chocolate, but it is.
Actually,
it's just a sugary confection.
I would call probably with my hand too.
Who invented it?
Like 20%.
You take care of this, I'm going to Google.
Investigative journalism from Mr. Dempsey. Really, the BBC news channel lost you to poker, James.
Ace-9 deuce, a bit for each.
Top pair against second pair. Lifshitz's defense followed up upon with a check. Not going to be able to go anywhere just yet as Golan fires 9,000. This is downsized.
Yeah, this is more like the sizing. Ace-9 deuce for rainbow against a big blind defend. We do go really small. Lifshitz going to come with a call with a 9 and an over. There are some times we want to raise a 9, but I think 9 with a bad kicker rather than 9 with a nut kicker.
How about 3 9s with a nut kicker? Is that's what ensues upon,
I think,
Lifshitz's flat?
This is like we just saw before. These are the kind of spots where the big blind likes to lead these boards. You've got hands like 3-4, 4-5, 3-5. But obviously, can't call again. You want to bluff with them, and you combo that by leading these second card pairing hands, and you've got to balance that by, of course, betting when you have it sometimes as well. And here we go.
Yeah, and forcing the ace, by the way, to pay a price to see the river. And that price is going to be 19K.
Yeah, I mean, Golan's still liking this. He's going to know that his opponent has those wheel cards some of the time here.
Yeah, but really unable to do anything other than call.
Oh, yeah, you're calling, but you're thinking you might win a bigger pot here. He's not going to enjoy it so much when the bomb comes in on the river, but...
So another 38,000 goes into the middle as the compatriots playing under the Israeli banner entangle. And now it's 9s full of kings. And a card actually that Golan likes, James.
Yeah. He loves it. Obviously, a kicker, not an issue. Not that it was likely he was up against much ace-x the way this one's played out, but any worries he had are now alleviated.
Look at Lifshit's salesmanship here, stroking the chin.
Yeah, Lifshitz knows he's only getting paid by an ace here. And all those aces are now aces and nines with the king, so he just gets to bet really big here. Particularly when he has housed up. Because there are situations, of course, your opponent can have the other 9. That's sizing up, all right. Oh, sorry, Golan had 85k back.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Gosh.
Yeah, this...
it feels like at best we're chopping.
You can still beat... I don't know how many of those gut shots carry on once they're called on the turn. Mostly they give up.
Wouldn't it be so ambitious to expect that a bet of 85k effective?
Because of what is said about us, you're trying to be a bully.
Yeah, I imagine there's history between the two of them. This would be a lot easier if the 9 that fell on the turn was, you know, a spade or a heart and produced some more natural bluffs. But being the rainbow 9, there are fewer bluffs. I mean, this is just down to experience against the player, whether you call here or not. We know Lifshitz is more than capable.
Feels very much like a live poker read type of spot.
Yeah.
One where Golan has to get it right, or his time here is done.
Could even be some deuce X that takes this line as well, actually. Nice fold.
Yeah. Live to fight on, young man. And rest assured, Gabby Lifshitz very much had it. So Gabby hauling in more tokens as we draw nearer and nearer to the end of play for the day. Final level is upon us. 4K, 8K.
Yeah, pretty incredible. You're going to bag up at the end of day 2. Come into the start of day 3 where a starting stack's still 10 blinds. Nice structure. I think in the background you hear, I think that's people being informed of the restart of the mix max.
Occasionally it's also cash games being called down by...
Yeah, you can see the bags going out there. So that, I mean, obviously there'll be some players still in this as well, so that won't be starting until this finishes naturally. I'm assuming they'll give them like a 15-minute gap in between, so maybe the start of that just slightly delayed. But that's fun. Yeah, I just got to throw these chips in this bag, then I'll go open that bag. And like you say, just jump in a cash game later maybe.
Paused upon Manicaros, who's down to 117,000, Queen 10 suited. That which he was taking under advisement, and decides that the jam is the best course of action here.
Yeah.
15 bigs, let's call it.
I prefer a raise and just kind of play the hand a bit more for value at this point. It's not like we're near the money or anything and we want to just survive. I think we're happy inducing some action. Getting called by some hands in the big blind, but maybe there comes a point, Ollie, where you just want to see 5. He only makes hands like this fold, so.
Of course.
All my life, I didn't know white chocolate wasn't chocolate.
So, Manicaros hauling in orbit's worth, and Dempsey continuing to prove that one is never done learning in life. Modest explorations by Pasquale.
All right. Here we go, Vinci. Let's go.
Ace 10 suited, under the gun. This would very much inform us as to the state of mind of Vinci right now if he were to somehow elect to do something other than open raise.
I was about to say I'd encourage him to maybe go a slightly larger size. As someone who is exhibiting the idea he's not going to play too many hands, if you are playing a tighter range, you get to raise a little larger.
At the same time, the respect is going to be there.
Yeah, for sure. People aren't going to go after him, but when you just have a range that is stronger hands, you do get to raise it a little bit more. This is, of course, fine. I'm just saying that would be a deviation. If I'm on a tough table and I've sort of clearly, visibly kind of locked up and stuff, I do just tend to open a little larger to dissuade the callers. It happens a lot in tournaments. You get to the end of the day, you've got a tough table, you are looking to just find the bag and take your chances with a redraw.
Sure.
Nothing wrong with it. Poker's full of, this game's full of broke poker players with a lot of pride. You just gotta, do your best to avoid bad situations.
Well, pride can certainly get expensive, as can ego out in these streets, but it doesn't appear that we got anybody altogether guilty of invoking either of those traits here, as it has been predominantly straightforward stuff, with the exception of course, the big stack of Novoselov, which has been exercising luxuries afforded it.
Yeah, Duke has just been naughty as well. We saw that 3-bet moment ago at Jack 10. But it is certainly Novoselov who's been ruling the route. I mean, he's been quiet for all of about 6 hands now, Ali. I'm predicting fireworks in a minute.
Oh, don't worry about it. He'll very much not fade into the background before we're done here on the evening.
I wanted Manikaros to 4-bet rip the ace-5 suited cold. That was the spot I thought. I think if he was aware of the hands and the kind of ranges at play, then he would have done, but he wasn't at that point. Sure, you're right. He hadn't seen the hands that we'd seen. He'd seen the frequency, but he hadn't seen the hands.
That's just it, too, because a lot of times what we presume in terms of frequency.
The hand of the talk, the chat, the ace-7 offsuit. This is the one they're all mentioning. And look at the sizing he's got. He has been min-raising. Suddenly goes 2.5x because he's desperate to get it through and just show it.
Sure.
I guarantee you that's what's going on here.
Well, I don't know about show it, but
he'll be
get it through, which is not what he's going to be able to do.
No.
Pocket jacks present themselves to a 546K stack of Nuri.
Maybe now he'll just fold it and laugh. Show it face up. I tried, guys. Especially to Nuri, because I feel like Nuri was the guy who obviously had the ace-7 they're all referencing. This plot they keep talking about that happened before we joined them. I like it, Nuri. Effectively 3xing. Again, I've been saying I like larger sizes against under-the-gun opens because they're tighter ranges, but against Novoselov, who's playing a lot of hands, you can 3-bet a bit smaller because his ranges are so much wider. And gets a swift fold. No show of the a7.
3-bet and take it, Carol. 181 and change in career tournament earnings for the Swiss delegate. 108,000 of that coming courtesy of his best cash. And that happened this summer, not where you might have expected it, James, in terms of the World Series of Poker, but rather at the Wynn Summer Classic in a $9,700 everyone for one drop event where he finished 17th.
Ooh. The big. Was that the big WPT? Was that how much you say cash for?
$107,900.
Yeah, the big WPT that Bing Wen incredibly won. I don't know if you've followed that man's exploits. I mean, they bag up and play consecutive final tables, WPT, for some of their stops. And this man had the chip lead going to 2 final tables. He won the big one and came like 3rd in another one, and then I actually played them at one point in the summer, and it was funny because he was visibly tilted at how he was running. And busted out the tournament playing this terrible hand, and everyone was laughing at the table after he busted. Like, well, is this guy for real? He's just won like $1.5 million this year already. And then he goes and wins that WPT, which is one of the biggest tournaments of the summer.
It's called tenacity. And this is kind of the part of the night, James, where we do begin to separate those who are still engaged and looking for a fight from those who are maybe looking for a nice warm bed or a nightcap and a visit to day 3.
Yes. Yeah.
Now I had speculated that Pasquale Vinci might have been classified as the latter, but he has engaged. Not going to do it with that hand, as we see the Dukic open to 20K.
So I look at that.
And did you see that other hand that you raised, I called in position?
Yeah, I was just looking at Bing Wang. He's cashed for $5 million this year in events of 10K and below.
That is
3 7-figure scores in,
exactly.
in a 10K, a 3.5K, and a 5K.
A 3.5K, that's very impressive.
4 wins. He won a ring as well this year.
That's good.
Well, maybe we can get him down here.
Nice hand.
Invitation extended.
Good to know.
The sun running. It's like the sort of the main event version of a Fedor or a Bonomo, you know, that running that hot just when it matters. Happens. So I've heard anyway.
Michael Adama was a part of that conversation too. He had a white hot run.
Yeah.
Chris Brewer, currently on one.
Chris Brewer's on one, that's for sure.
And perhaps Hoffmanner can heat up. He's got pocket 10s, had 9s earlier, had to forfeit them against aggressions from Navasilov. Minray's open.
Yeah.
Here's Action Man in the small.
He was telling the
Queen
hand
deuce
that
off though. Even he's surely not going to go after this open.
huge four
Surely not, Ali.
Queen 10.
This man's absurd.
I know what you're doing.
He's
James.
going
You're
for it.
setting the stage
This is
to make
absurd.
this even more dramatic a 3-bet.
This is nonsense. This is just nonsense.
I'm also kind of embarrassed with my 3-bet.
This is a man who, when he arrives on the playground, no lunch money is safe, James.
This man's absurd. I mean, at this point, tens are too good and not good enough to jam, I think, and so good to peel against. These guys must be hearing now of the light 4-bet. It was over half an hour ago. They might not have seen the Queen 4 yet, but
It's gonna be.
About
You
some
can
of the
have-
attendees.
You can have lifetime downswing.
I don't begrudge him if he just rips it here, but I like to see him flat and then just commit on any of the average boards. Take some gamble in there. Like it. Love it, in fact. Vassilev. Well, good luck. He's flopped a deuce as well, and this man.
10-7 deuce as Hoffmanner hangs in there and flops top set against bottom pair, James.
How good is that feeling when you've got a decision between they'll just jam it here or let's gamble, let's try and play a big pot against this guy, and the dealer just fans the 10 over in the window, and your life just feels great in that moment. Here he is. And it runs out 7 deuce rainbow behind. It doesn't get any safer. You know this man's going to go barreling, with or without it. This time he actually has a piece.
Well, given that knowledge and the absolute power of the spot for Hoffmanner, do we not simply call, in spite of the fact that the sizing is just 30K?
Oh, yeah, he's calling, and we saw this last time. He went small and then bomb turn. Now, it might actually hurt him in... Hoffmanner might be unlucky here that Novoselev's actually got something this time. See, now he just wants to get this deuce to showdown, beat some of those ace highs.
Sure. Novoselov drawing dead, though.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. You want to be able to just call it off here, but we do have to put some chips in now, I think. Novoselev's Going to have some crazy maneuvers still potentially, and may trick himself into calling here with his deuce, thinking he's best because he is better than those ace highs. Maybe there's even some king high, queen high stuff. Maybe even queen jack suited, king jack suited. Maybe peel one on the flop, picked up some equity. Everything goes out the window when Novosilov's getting this out of line. Suddenly you have to readjust ranges. Don't rule out him doing something kamikaze. It's worked every time before now, but it won't work this time. A big gulp. He's struggling to swallow. He's blacking up. He's revving the engine, Ollie.
Stop it.
I mean, this is a call the way that this hand's played out, but oh, he's reaching for them. Yeah, he does call. Okay, nice. As I say, Hoffman is actually unlucky he's caught a piece because he has slowed down, and well, the board suddenly got a bit of nasty.
Yeah, 4-liner, open-ended on the board. Now, surely, James. Okay. Now we can exhale. I thought maybe, just maybe, Novoselov would look to get reckless on the river.
Hoffman happy just to check. I was hoping he'd still go for some value there. Sure, it's scary, but does Novoselov really ever check a jack on the turn the way he's played?
No, I don't think he does.
Yeah.
Here's the thing about that one, James. It's the first one that I can recall got to a showdown. So now the suspicions are absolutely confirmed.
Yeah, well, let's see what if
Gabby
Gabby saw it even. Like, may not have.
Wasn't there for the reveal. Maybe he'll get
maybe
the headline.
Yeah. Maybe getting rid of the information from Nuri and
Breaking news from Novoselov's world. Confirmed. Any two will do in terms of 3-bet and blast away. But for what it's worth, he did show the discipline on the turn once.
We actually had something this time, that's the thing.
So you're suggesting that without the deuce he goes blasting?
Everything we've seen so far, I mean.
TBD. TBD.
It's easy to say from where I'm sat, though, about Hoffman betting that river because we can see he's up against nothing. But I just don't believe Novoselov has a jack there when he checks turn, the way he's played thus far. Great hand anyway. For the first time, Novoselov's human. He's beatable, he's mortal. Like you say, he had to flip over the queen deuce off, which is the most absurd one he's done. So what do you do the next hand when you get dealt queen 4, Ali? Do you just fold it? Of course not. It's better than queen deuce. Let's go.
No, maybe there's a little trauma.
Oh, there we go. Restraint.
Specifically the offsuit queen baby card.
And I guess, I mean, the 2 stacks behind, right? We've got 15 big blinds from Manakaros, who's going to be able to jam pretty wide. And Golan in the big blind is even shorter, right? He had maybe 10 blinds left after that.
Limited
Great
upside.
fold with the ace. Yeah, it's too easy for these guys to jam on you, especially with your image, so I think a good decision to fold.
You said this is the last level?
Manikaros is some way to limp here, or maybe try and sneak a raise in it. Maybe just ask for all of it. He's going to hand his one that he could go less than all in. And he does complete. And it's a good thing he did because Golan's got it. I wonder if he can find a non-all-in himself. Bump it up to 3 blinds or something. It's amazing the sizings people find now these days in these spots. In years gone by, sub 10, sub 9 blinds even here would just be so straightforward, but you do get to have some bluffs here. You just go for the all-in. Far more standard line, of course. Well, he may have won that pot. Novak Golan, but he is also a victim, Ali, to the great button shortage of 2023. No end in sight.
Looks like he may have paid a visit to the pier himself, by the way. There's that equatorial sunshine. Will do a number on you.
Hoffman feeling a lot better about life as we head towards the end of the day. Put through the ringer before.
King offsuit in the hijack with that menacing stack of Navasilov and the reputation behind him. Vinci going to be quite picky about what he opens with. Just the min-raise sizing now from Navasilov, James, and this is in slight contrast to what we've seen from him thus far, maybe the product of having lost that big one against Hofmanner.
He's had a mix, actually. He's segments does have different sizes. Manikaros has seen enough to know that ace-9 for 14 is a jam. He didn't need to see the earlier hands to know this is a jam, in fairness. But certainly, after the Queen Deuce is tabled. Whoa.
Ace-9 straight into the muck, and I wish those of you at home could see the look on James Dempsey's face. Very surprised to see that stack depth step away from a Navasilov open, which we know is going to be containing all manner of hands.
The only thing I can think is that he thinks Navasilov's just shut up shop now after showing the Queen Deuce and won't be getting out of line at all. But that's a...
I'm going to need more data points.
Right, exactly.
Korkmaz does wake up with a couple of sixes. Let's see how he feels.
Yeah, you're always happy, I think, just to take the flop there with the 2 6s. Don't really want to swell this one out of position against someone as dangerous as Navasilov.
And from dangerous to best, as the Queen 10 deuce board, 2 overs.
Swift check back.
Yeah.
Again,
despite having hit this texture.
Right, he's worrying. When he hits, he slows down. When he's airballing is when you want to be a part of it.
I'll tell you what, it would be important to keep an eye on how that pattern takes shape, James, because you certainly don't want to establish it. It won't be lost on this caliber opposition if we are only betting when we don't have it and checking back often when we do.
And Korkmaz's going to go for a little value here. A little block, a little value. And we'll get the bad news.
Yeah, 8K.
But it's kind of good news too. Only lost 8K here. Manikaros thinking, why not just jam this ace-9? Pick that one up. Maybe get the overcall from 6s actually. I don't think so, but I think it's possible. Yeah, I'm very surprised by that fold.
I'm also surprised by the line that he took, James. It was very conservative, and certainly it seemed like he had the latitude to put some chips in there at some point. Flop, maybe turn, despite the arrival of the spades and the lack of a flush draw.
I think he may be making an adjustment. Still, they all think he's a maniac now. They all know he's a maniac now. So maybe he's thinking they're going to come with more delayed check raises than they would do usually. Like everyone's just going to give as much rope as possible with their strong hands.
Well, listen, let's find out is the way I'm feeling about it.
Right.
We don't want to let the presumption of that influence our behavior, but rather definitive actual data.
Vasilov. Well, if it was gun shy, he's got his confidence back. Queen 8 offsuit. Raising into half mana. The only man who's managed to take a nick out of him.
I hope so. Time for breakfast.
Very good. You make intermittent fasting?
I do.
Very good. Very good.
Jack 9-3 here.
Time for breakfast.
As Navasilov again, the involved party. Queen 8, a gut shot straight draw, which now morphs into a flush draw as well upon the arrival of the ace of spades. Passive
level.
line being
Last
taken by
level.
what was second pair. Now third pair for Hoffmanner. Lack of a spade.
Ma danno le ultime tre
And now
mani. last-
Navasilov barreling into the 44. What did he come with? Half pot exactly.
Let's get the fold. I was more interested in the conversation going on, Ollie. There was talk of fasting. Let me tell you, it's not something I
You're
can
not
be accused
interested
of.
in that, James. Intermittent or otherwise.
I am intermittent fasting. There's the occasional 2-hour and 4-hour frame I've got to be in here.
Yeah,
Even 2 hours, I find a little dessert. Don't worry about it. 2 hours max, I'm going with that. Well, I just ate some chocolates. There we go.
The only thing you do fast is work your way to the buffet with every opportunity that presents itself.
It seems fun, like I want to sweat it, like I want to yellow, but
With good reason, though. I mean, truly, the culinary program here is a wonderful one.
Yes, of course. I'm the VIP here, yes.
Wide variety
Not
of
Korai.
cuisines
Korai
on
is,
offer, so many different outlets. It is the crown jewel
I
of
mean, he's better looking
North
than me.
Cyprus,
I will give it.
must be said.
I'm model in general, yes, that's true.
Ace Queen,
I can't comment
the
about
jewelry
it.
that Dukic
I'm not allowed.
will employ from up front. Makes it 18.
I'm the Rigby of this table, that is true.
That's for sure.
I'm the only one who plays the jerky diaper.
Yeah. Vinci just waiting to get to the next day.
Well, I don't think that's the hand that proves it, but
Oh, just the timing. Nothing wrong with it. Said it. I'm reiterating. Michael Molnar in the chat saying, the couple of hours you're asleep. I assume he's referring to my fasting. I assure you I eat my sleep. All right, Dukic, Levshitz, round whatever it is. Yes, one. Built to be a tame affair.
well, just defense from Lifshitz. Not looking for
All right.
any kindling just yet, although here we are, 10-10-3, spade draw for Gabby, who checks it over to the ace-queen. These boards obviously do entice.
Should be one blind. Ah, it's gone a little bit bigger. Levshitz with enough hand, you'd imagine he's just going to call. There are some check raises, but yeah, maybe he's thinking of it. Given the little history these two have developed, we saw the last time Levshitz opened a pot, Dukic just slapped the 3-bet on him with Jack 10 suited.
Sure did.
I'd still be surprised if he did anything but call here. Well, he is going for it. He's going for the end of the day. I reckon this guy just wants to put chips in a bag.
Well, obviously this one is designed not to force us into getting there with the spade draw. Very happy to just take it here and now, but with the ace of spades and the two overs, in a sense, by Dukic, that the 10x combos maybe would be a little bit more passive. He does come along, and now he picks up the nut flush draw while Levshitz makes the flush.
Yeah, and I was actually going to say Dukic's face on the flop, just looking at his body language, looked like it looked to me like he was betting reluctantly. Like, oh, I suppose I'm supposed to bet this flop, rather than with genuine interest. His betting range pretty much on 10-10-3, so of course we're going to continue with ace-queen with the ace of spades, and this is a really interesting card now. Lipschitz has some concern. Of course, Dukic is going to bet all those flush draws on the flop, call the check raise. They're all better than the one he has, if he has a flush draw. But still, obviously with enough hand. And all those pocket pairs, perhaps some 10x you can get value against. Now, of course, Dukic was just ace high. Doesn't be a whole lot, but he has equity against some stuff. So no real decision to now. I think it would make sense to raise. Certainly can't fold. Right at the end of the night, these two playing a big one.
Lack of a spade on the end. As Dukic paid the price. Pot up to 194,000.
This is where things actually get quite murky for Lipschitz.
How so?
The kind of hands you're going to get value against are really shrunk now. You've check raise flop bet turn, and now when you want to bet river with a hand as good as a flush but as weak as the 8 high flush. You still bet. Felt better than checking. Set a price. You can go smaller sizing now, I guess. You're repping real strength. Dukic is going to have a lot of jacks plus and some 10x. So you want to target those hands, the overpairs really. And you don't have to go particularly big to put them in a tough spot here. And most of your bluffs are just kind of maybe some 3x's. But why is it quite a lot bigger?
127,000. While there may have been some sizes that would retain the ace-queen or maybe even induce said ace-queen with the ace of spades to do something out of line, this doesn't appear to be the one.
And before something heroic, Ali, with the ace of spades. Not typically, I think, something you're likely to see on a paired board, but he gets to have nines. You can have 10-9 suited for sure. Just to have a nut flush, of course. But I feel like to that size, the nut flush doesn't really like raising. I think the nut flush against like an 80k bet might raise, so therefore you can bluff. Oh, he's gone for it! He's gone for it anyway, Ollie.
Wow, and Gabby appreciating the lunacy of the spot that he's now being placed in as the 8 high flush is feeling the weight.
He's been binned.
This is rather unfortunate.
I'll take the over on rather unfortunate.
This is why I hate to be told you so, but building these pots with 8 high flush draw. It's
But
very
that sizing
dangerous.
is supposed to really prevent something like this from taking place, James. That's why Gabby came with it instead of something cute and milky.
Right, which is why I think you just have to give him credit for it. For having a boat.
Pocket nines.
Maybe not, though. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I just don't think the nut flush jams it, so maybe he does find the call for exactly that reason. No.
Wow.
Great
Ladies
play.
and gentlemen, we give you Nenad Dukic.
You got to wait until the stream.
209,000 in career tournament earnings, and he's got his sights set on adding to that here as we work our way toward the 143-man pay bubble. And day 3, 68,000 a career high in terms of best live cash for Nenad, but
that was great.
That really was a statement there. Pro caliber execution, and also properly identifying that he had an opponent in Gabby that is capable of making a big fold with 10x or even the small spades.
It's just so scary when he went that size. When he went, what, you bet 127 into sort of 190-ish. If he'd gone under half, I think it's...
Now, for what it's worth, he was the covering stack.
Yeah.
And I think that's important to mention because if it goes wrong, we still have something with which to fight on, but very little.
I'll have to think about that one a bit more, about the sizing on the river.
Oh, if you think you're going to be thinking about it, imagine what Lipschitz will have on his mind once the whistle blows on this day of play. That was an absolutely dynamite.
Don't check raise 8 high flush draws, Ollie.
I guess that's the lesson. Not against Dukic,
No.
at least, huh? When the dry ace is available to him.
Still ballsy. I mean,
Oh, 100%.
when Gabby just has 10-9 or pocket threes, and you're just repping the ace of spades into a boat.
Incredible.
That's really fun. That's a really fun hand. Because I'm not certain the nut flush does jam. But he jammed with the bear 8. This. I'll have to find Gabby later on. Ask him about that one.
Generally, the only omelets I run into on the property are during the breakfast buffet, but a real frittata between James's ears here as he's been scrambled by that jam. Meanwhile, Hoffmanner on the button with the threes. Raising it up. A little mustard on that fold there from Lifshitz, by the way. I would imagine core temperature has risen. Ace-king for Nuri. His quality of hand has risen.
Yeah, I'd like to see him make this one big. We're playing, what, 70 blinds deep. So a bit like we saw earlier, very similar situation with Korkmaz, I think, who made it sort of 10 blinds. I think something in that region would be pretty good. A little below that. But healthy nonetheless. Actually puts a hand like this in a real tough spot. I'm going to have to call another 40k with threes. Never quite know where you are. Okay, you've got position, but tends to be, in my experience, Ollie, people are a little unbalanced when they're three betting from the big blind. It tends to be the hand.
Inquiring as to whether or not this 3-bet is a move.
I like it. Like get him talking. You know, he seemed pretty calm, confident. Pick up on that. Yeah, good fold.
That's what I wanted to know.
Now, given the infinite number of things on earth that Gabby Lifshitz could be thinking about in this very moment, James, if I had to task you with taking a guess, what do you think is on his mind?
He's thinking about breaking that intermittent fast. That's what he's thinking.
Thinking about breaking the stream delay so he can accelerate the opportunity to see exactly what Dukic had in that amazing exchange.
Yeah, I mean, Novoselov has given us all these hands we've been enjoying, but perhaps that's the best of the bunch. Nedad Dukic and Gabby Lifshitz have been trading some blows, been trading a lot of chat. And that was a monstrous pot between the two of them where Nedad just, hey, he gambled. He took a line, went aggressive.
Yeah, he did.
From now on, sorry.
I'm still not
From
sure
now
if I...
on, it's four-handed? Four-handed.
Okay, it looks like we've drawn for the number of hands remaining on the evening. Players being advised that 4 hands to go. And let's see with that information how Vinci approaches it. Pocket 8's open fold, James. Confirmed. That man's looking for a ticket to day 3.
Yeah.
Now, Novoselov also looking for a ticket to day 3, but also just looking to ruin someone's evening here.
Oh, he's only got 1 million chips. He needs to accumulate before going to bed.
I love to see the relentlessness. James, King Deuce offsuit. Queen Deuce cost him a bit, but still just at it. As we see Lifshitz on the button with a couple of 7s, keenly aware of what could be afoot across the way.
Yeah, I don't think we have any avenue other than flatting on the button. You can't trust Novoselov to do anything. So
No, I mean, you remember it was Gabby who asked a question with, I believe, a King-Jack suited, and then the pile came in, a 4-bet from Queen 10, and really imprisoned Lifshitz as he was forced to fold his hand this time, having learned the lesson. And what is this? Deuces full of kings? Are you kidding?
And Lifshitz can't go anywhere either with the 2 sevens.
Yeah, especially against this man who
Right.
we know on this texture is likely to be c-betting 100% of hands. Even with Dukic having come along with the queen jack. I mean, this is Christmas coming early for Novoselov.
Now, I just want to see...
A 7 on the turn?
No, not a 7. I want to see like a napkin.
A 5.
A 5, and then a bomb from Novoselov. Okay, a 10's not too bad. In fact, 10 might be even better in that sense. But I want to see him go big now. Oh, he's just checked. See, he does just slow down when he's got it and speed up when he hasn't. Whenever Lifshitz tries to bet here in lieu of having to call a bet on the river. Yeah, see, this is the problem. I would much rather have seen Novoselov just bomb the turn. It's reasonable to think Lifshitz has got something half decent by now. That Jack 10 run out. And okay, these hands 7s aren't great, but if he's floated with Ace Jack, Ace 10, some Queen Jack, Queen 10 with backdoor flush draws, they're all something, and he's gone small. I feel like Lifshitz has got to fold, but everything we've seen of Novoselov means he may just call.
I mean, this is the 3rd overcard to the 7s. Ace, queen is there, queen 9. I mean, but the problem is Novoselov is there.
I'm more worried about the deuces against this man than the jack and the 10. But you're thinking, he's been hammer aggressive. It's like, what jacks does he have that he doesn't just barrel turn with the way he's played? He's got ace jack, queen jack. Would he not have just bet? Is it something? I don't know. You're guessing against Novoselov. That's what makes it fun. Lifshitz just got bluffed out of a big pot. He doesn't know that yet.
Credit to Gabby for not just reflexively flicking in the 25,000, but really contemplating.
I see Hoffman has just chuckled straight away.
Look who's not chuckling, though. Look at what a stone-cold killer this man is. Not even so much as a smirk.
He's like, well, of course I've got a boat. They're all jack.
You know what is the worst thing?
Oh, there we go. Now the pearlies are flashed.
Yeah, he's got nice teeth.
And they've been taking bites out of the field.
Fun table, kind of. I know what you mean, though.
Yeah, I can't really fault him for calling there. He'd seen enough to just, whatever, you got it, you got it.
Of course.
But it is scary when the blaster goes small. This has certainly been one of the more fun tables I've called in a long while, Ali. This is...
Well, let's credit Novoselov for the bulk of that entertainment. Manicaros, ace-9 suited. He's not shutting it down. Hoffmanner, playable one in the hijack.
He's going to give the short stack a spin. Nuri with king queen off on the button. He could definitely elect to 3-bet this. You're only risking, what, 110 against Manicaros. He's going to have some raise folds. He's going to have some hands you're in decent shape against, like 9s and 10s. Planning's also fine. I'm going to lean towards a 3-bet, though. Hoffmann just doesn't have too much strength, I don't think, when he flats. And actually, even more so if it's Vinci's blind. I think the opening ranges are going to be a little bit wider on this man's blind, given the frequency at which he's folded, and he's clearly been sort of stalling a little bit to get through the day. But you choose flat, and we will go 3-way to the flop late on.
So then, Queen 10 is dominated. The ace and the 9 both clean, but yet a queen finds its way to the flop. Queen Jack 5, 68,000 in the middle as Manicaros gets company. After pre-flop opening.
Yeah, that's about as bad as it gets for him.
Jack of diamonds works, ace of diamonds. Does check it, however, and Hofmanner, understandably, firing here with top pair, but of course, Nuri has the medicine.
Yeah, seems fine to bet. Don't think you really expect to see ace queen ever behind you. King queen supposed to 3-bet a decent amount. Kind of feels like queen 10's the best hand a lot there. King on the turn gives Hoffman the open ender, but Nuri top 2. But it is a bad card. Nuri can have, I guess, some king 10 type hands. Maybe king jack. And of course, there are the occasional king queens, queen jacks even. Checking, and you just hope to see a small bet here with 100k in the middle. So it looks like he's counting out half pot and then throwing some more on top. 2/3 the bet.
And it is so interesting in terms of Hofmanner obviously being faced with the 65k after slowing down, but he has picked up the 2-way straight draw. And Nuri with top 2 definitely has him in a bad way, but is he ready to just step aside?
He's had some tough spots, Hoffman.
I mean, listen, backdoor spades are there, so when the 10 or the ace, sorry, the 9 or the ace of spades rolls off, that's a little bit debilitating. And then also the fact that those cards do create face-up texture, and you're not sure whether or not you're going to be able to get value when you do get there, and that sort of implied odds is obviously a part of the calculus. Nevertheless, Hofmanner does call the 65, another 130 into the middle, a board pairing spade on the river, and Hofmanner now plays the king kicker.
It's actually a really ugly card for this hand. It's going to go small, I think. I like small. I wouldn't like a big bet here. I don't think you face too many raises on this board, especially when you're holding king queen. I'm going to try and get value against a hand like maybe king 10. You'd want your opponent to have a hand like queen jack. That's now counterfeited, of course. Maybe king jack, targeting that kind of hand. I'm not sure how often that checks the turn though. I don't know if you're too worried about spades, because it's hard for Hofmanner to have spades, I think. I don't think he bets like jack X of spades on the flop 3-way. Maybe he has 10-9, his 10 of spades is already a straight on the turn. I think you would have found out about it. Problem is, from Nuri's point of view, Nuri does get to have some spades. Those are some of his bluffs. He somehow got to the turn with spades. I think we should have to fold this one.
81,000.
How about 90?
Hofmanner. Trying to construct what he could beat here as played. James, remember, he and Nuri both flat called the open. It came up front.
Yeah, that's the thing. They flat called the open off against a sort of a 13 big blind stuck as well.
And that was Manicatos, by the way, who opened. And then, of course, after the check from the opener, Hofmanner fired, got flatted, slowed down on the turn, faced the 65K, check called it. Now on the river, here he is facing 81. Did he show the queen?
Yeah, I presume so.
Nuri not going to be reciprocating. As he sternly mucks the winner. Of course, only after Hofmanner folded to the bet. So just about that time, James, to draw the curtain on a dynamite day's worth of play. 2 more hands remaining.
Just what this man wants to hear when he's in with the big blind in the last hand. With the shallow stack. Fantastic, he says.
All the time.
Yeah, you'd rather get the big blind and the big blind ante out of the way at this blind level.
Don't do it.
Right?
For the stream.
Please.
I won't get mad, it's good.
I won't.
What do
I
you
won't
like?
get mad. It's just
I know.
I have to all the time to cheat.
2 hands earlier, and maybe we just get to have a redraw?
Yeah.
I see.
It's topped off his run bad, posting the blind last hand of the night. Nuri, good end to the night, 735K. Let's see if he can pad it a little bit more. But we know what's lurking behind in the big blind here. And it's not an easy mark.
Whatever are you talking about, James?
I don't know. There's a man in there who sometimes gets dealt a deuce.
You're not oh, wait a minute. Ooh. Now, as much as we've observed Vinci very definitively looking to work his way into day 3 uneventfully, the deck is not going to allow that to happen. As a Nuri open from the cutoff and 2 kings for him in the small.
I love the little glance left. He had that little glance left to his man and was like, oh, I wonder if I just flat here. Maybe
I
something
love
will
a
happen.
flat.
Yes! Love this, Vinci. I love this because also a 3-bet for him would look so strong here.
Thank you.
Flat. Try and induce a squeeze. He's unlucky that Novoselev's just got like a really nice hand to take a flop with in the Queen 9. And this flop, everyone gets a piece.
Yeah.
Vinci with the overpair. Novoselov with the gut shot. Nuri with bottom pair. Swiftly checks through.
Now it's top pair for Novoselov to go with the aforementioned gut shot after the round of checks. Vinci checking once more. And
this man doesn't go small, does he?
Oh, into 68K. We're going to barrel, and we're going to do it quickly.
Does it big as well. On this double flush draw board, makes sense to bet bigger. I think Vinci's just going to... in before a second guess, but I think just a spot where we just get to check jam. And if you got it, you got it. That's the way he's played this hand, was to get that additional. And look, Nuri's just suspicious even with a 4. He's like, I've seen this guy blast off time and time again. But you do have to be concerned. Wow, look at this. What Vinci's peeled with from the small. He does rate to have a lot of Broadway.
45, sorry.
And this has worked perfectly for this man. He's
Vegas
played this one
here,
to perfection.
No, I didn't see.
With the bet and call in front of him, though, we don't want to do anything
That's right, that's right.
silly, do we?
This has just got to be all in. We're raising less than pot. Myriad of draws out there. Someone's got us beat, so be it.
Man, I hate TV tables so much.
Play this hand to trap.
I hate TV tables. This is like so freaking slow.
Spring said trap then?
Yeah, it's very slow, yeah. That's true.
This
I hope
table
so.
wasn't slow like before we got
But we
here.
just don't know what the bad rivers are.
Yeah,
So if this was maybe one flush draw, if maybe we could kick the 8 down to a 5,
I agree.
and maybe I'd advocate for the
I
slow
was
bet.
never
We can
on
see here the Queen 9's drawing very live. It's all sorts of hands. We just don't know. It's too hard to play.
It's too boring, yeah, I agree.
It's just slow.
And Nuri doesn't really have it, does he?
Kinda good, I guess. I mean,
No, Novoselov can
EV-wise.
just have all sorts. So
Who gives a fuck? Let's get fun.
Oh my gosh, the way he's holding his hand suggests that he wants to fold. I thought
he's
maybe.
done that. He's done that in all the hands he's played. In fairness, yeah.
Okay.
It's, wow, I don't like this.
This is caution in excess, perhaps.
I like it as a theory. Like he wants to get trappy against particularly this guy and allow him a lot of room. But this board isn't the one to do it on.
Now, in many ways, we consider this the best available card for Vinci, but it is one that does create some straights. Jack 9 was already there. Ace Jack has gotten there.
It's just going to slow him down. And look at that. Nuri's looking at that small blind thinking, ooh, what is going on here?
Well, he's got half of the nuts in the ace of clubs. The jack, not the side card, though, as he fires 81,000. And what is this? Was that an accidental?
Yeah, it just knocked his chips. It's actually kind of fun because he gets to have, I guess, like King Jack would raise pre, check back this flop, call the turn.
I mean, Vinci cannot fold.
But he's forgotten. Oh, Vinci's not folding. But I think Nuri's just kind of forgotten that Vinci's in this pot almost. He's playing this hand against Novoselov. Maybe he thinks they both just have a queen, or Vinci's got a queen. Novoselov is just up to his usual tricks. This is a creative bluff. And actually, yeah, maybe I'm being unkind. If Vinci has a hand like Queen Jack suited, what's he going to do now? Pretty horrible spot. And you just give Novoselov his usual 2 napkins. It's a fun bluff, but Vinci's surely going to go for the lot.
Is this a struggle or is this salesmanship?
I think he's deciding whether to call and try and induce an overcall.
Well, right. So that would be salesmanship.
Or go for more against the one player. Because it's only 100K, 110K more. So it's what do you think is more likely? Do I check raise here and get called by Nuri? Or am I going to... Potentially. Or am I going to call and get an overcall? And don't forget, there is a chance Nuri has me beat. Tiny, but there is a chance.
Well, consider that if we flat and that invites Novoselov to make a call, we've made 162K on this street. If he were to jam and get called, he makes himself more.
Just more, yeah. 30K more. But also, like I say, if you are completely cold decked, you do save some chips. And we all know in tournaments, saving chips is... It's actually an interesting spot.
I hope, but he probably finished by now, you know?
I think we just go for it. We just assume Novoselov's got nothing because he usually has nothing.
Oh my God! What on earth did we just observe? Vinci folds the winner by a mile. And those who are just watching the table, what you're not seeing is head in hands in the booth here for both me and James Dempsey. A complete look of disbelief washing over both of us. And I would imagine on those of you at home and those who are at this table who are catching up eventually.
And look at this. Is Novoselov going to call with second pair when Vinci's folded top set and picked this bluff off? If this bluff gets through, it's the bluff of the century. Given he just made top set fold.
I mean, the King X combos make so much sense
They
here.
Do.
Even the Ace Jack.
The sizing he's gone for makes it look like he can have much wider value range. This is...
When this river came down, James, the one thing that we felt like we could rest assured of is that the person that wasn't going to collect the pot was going to be Nuri. And yet here we are potentially...
When the river came down, I thought Vinci was a genius. Look at, he's going to feel sick. Novoselov's found a way to win this pot.
Oh, give me a shot of Vinci. Give me a shot of... There he is. Oh. Really, that is the face.
Last hand?
That tells the story.
Body bags, please.
In that one.
Hey, bags. Just bags. Sorry.
What on earth?
Both flush draws are missed. There were plenty of natural bluffs.
Last hand?
Maybe creative at that sizing, but...
I mean, day 3 starting in 2 hours.
I didn't like that sizing.
And that is going to be an awful end to the night for Pasquale Vinci. James has considered how big that pot would have been just by clicking call.
I know. But he's, you know, I have seen so many hands from him. Wow. Yeah.
Sometimes we get into our own head.
Please don't if you fold.
No,
that's the most absurd fold I think I've ever seen.
Fold.
No slow.
I'm not.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you so much.
People like to come out with the craziest thing they've ever seen at poker, the biggest fold. That might be it. I don't.
Yeah. He was close to fold.
I mean, you have to exactly pay credit to Ace Jack or an already there Jack 9. I mean, and there was, like you said, so much that missed.
Right. I mean, it was great. The sizing was great because it makes it really hard for a queen, I think, the sizing, because it allows it to be a king. It allows it to be a hand like ace king, a king jack.
What was that?
Lifshit's trying to get one through on the last hand, and Dukic just got a surprise for him. They battle again once more. He's going to put his hand under a bit of pressure for the last hand of the night.
It's going to be a fitting close to the evening, isn't it? As the suited connector very understandably opens to the 18K, and of course, even more understandable is the 3-bet from Dukic. 55K, now a suited ace for Vinci. Don't think.
Well,
if we're not going to call a set of kings on the river there, I don't think we want to call the 3-bet. Ace-7 and now ace-jack, as all aces are accounted for.
He might have to go with this.
Manicaros,
yeah.
81K back.
You're not loving it, but you do dominate some of Dukic's 3-bets. These two have been trading blows. Plus, Ali, who wants to bag 8 big blinds? I think you can just go with this. And yeah, like I said, quite often you're up against ace-10, king-jack, these kind of hands, king-queen, you're ahead of. Lifshitz, especially now, opening off like 25 blinds. You do leverage that stack size quite a lot by 3-betting some more of those weaker Broadway combos. Although, it's the man we saw fold ace-9 earlier when I thought for sure he was 3-bet jamming against the cutoff open. Novoselov, so yeah. Wow. What a frame, Ollie. I can't believe that's only 2 hours. All the stuff we've seen in there.
I mean, I feel like our lives in the booth have been shortened by some of the stresses that we incurred. And obviously, if you think it was stressful to observe, imagine how stressful it must have been to experience for those that found themselves in this frame at this table here at the feature. Among them, of course, Novoselov, Roman Novoselov, 132 big blinds, and he earned all of them, didn't he? 1.3 in front of him, and that's expressed at the new blind level, which they will be coming back to tomorrow. 5K, 10K, and I'm just going to hide behind here, James.
Ollie, just think about this for a second. What percentage was Novoselov to win that pot when the river came a king? He needed to go check, check, be bluffing from the button, and somehow the top set fold from the small blind, and then he still has to make the call.
I mean, the amazement does not stop at the fold by the set of kings. It actually goes well beyond that into the ambition from the ace-4, and then, of course, the grit of the queens. I mean, really, we have been spoiled here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, that frame was insane. We saw Novoselov go off so many times. We had the Dukic, Gabby Lifshitz battle back and forth, and then Vinci just folded. You mentioned he folded 8 under the gun. Just clearly desperate just to get to the end of the day, get a new table. Got dealt kings. If you're worried about post-flop situations, could have just ripped it pre.
Agreed. There was.
I'll take it down.
There was no murk associated with jamming it. If you run into aces, so be it.
Yeah.
If we do get the chips in there, and I'll tell you what, this stream here tonight is worth one revisiting later on once this series is over and done with, as there was so much entertainment to be had. Now then, more of that entertainment, of course, will be coming your way tomorrow as day 3 of this $3,300 main event, $3 million guaranteed, well exceeded. Will restart noon local time. Our stream then 30 minutes afterwards, 12:30. We will be back here. I understand you and Lappin will be kicking things off, and who knows who the 9-some that will be kicking things off out here at our feature will be. But one thing is for sure, they are going to have a tough act to follow, James.
Yeah, certainly is. I'm voting for Novoselov.
Yeah.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah.
Let's make him the feature.
I suspect that the decision makers may be looking to see where his seat redraw is, and maybe we put him back on there, as we can rest assured things will be exciting if we do. So then, on behalf of our entire team here in Kyrenia, North Cyprus at the Merit Poker Room, my partner James Dempsey, lapping out of the booth, and yours truly, Ali Najad, we say goodnight, but we will see you tomorrow, 12:30 p.m. local time here in North Cyprus for more of this Retro Series main event. Until then, good night.